Basil II and Constantine VIII, 976 to 1025 AD. John met his end in the way described. The right to rule now passed to Basil and Constantine, the sons of Romanos II, in the month of December, the 6468th year of the world, the 4th year of the indication, Basil being then in his 20th year and Constantine being 3 years younger. But they only became emperors in appearance and name, for the administration of the affairs of state was undertaken by the president, Basil the Carpanos, on account of the youth of the emperors, their immaturity, and their as yet undeveloped aptitude. As soon as the right to rule had passed to the sons of Romanos II, the president sent messengers speeding to bring their mother back from exile and into the palace. He feared an uprising against the government, and more than any other, he feared the magister Bardas Skleros, who was always lying in wait for a chance to rule and forever labouring to bring forth an uprising. He had been arrested for conspiring against the Emperor John, and condemned to have his eyes put out, but the punishment was stayed by the same emperor. He was especially to be feared as the entire Roman army was now in his hands. He could easily take it wherever he wished, and take risks with it, for he had been promoted commander of the entire East. Basil the President thought that it would benefit the security of the empire to cut down this great force, rendering Skleros less powerful for undertaking the uprising which he was suspected of fomenting. So he relieved Skleros of his command and appointed him Duke of the regular troops in Mesopotamia. His orders were to watch over and guard against the inroads of the Saracens. He devised the same fate for Michael Burtzes, who was also suspected, quickly detaching him from Skleros's company, for he was with Skleros in command of a unit. This Michael he raised to the rank of magister, and appointed him Duke of Antioch on the Orontes. As superintendent and overseer of all the forces of the East, he appointed the patrician Peter, the creature of Phocas, with the title of camp commander. He was a eunuch, but very dynamic and highly experienced in military matters. This all grieved Skleros severely, so much so that he was not man enough to keep his grief to himself, but flung out accusations and reproaches. Was demotion the kind of reward he was to receive for all of the courageous deeds and victories which he had brought about? And that with the Parakoimenos caring little or nothing about it, but rather telling him to be content with the command that he had received, and not to try to gain more power than he had been given, unless he preferred confinement on his own estates, rather than exercising a command. When things had been arranged in this way by the Parakoimenos, Bardas quickly left the city, and took up the command which had been entrusted to him. In his former commands he had often given the impression of vigour and dynamism, so that he was loved by the whole army, one might say. So now he could reveal the secret of what he was about to attempt to many people in whom he had confidence, especially among the units of the camp commander. Then, when he thought that the time was ripe to proclaim his intentions openly, he consulted with his immediate colleagues, and gave birth to the uprising with which he had been pregnant for so long. He took up arms against the emperor, and against his fellow countrymen. He immediately dispatched a man named Anthes Aliates to the capital. This was the most dynamic of his subordinates. He was to attempt to seize Bardas's son, Romanos, who was then residing in the capital, and bring him to his father. When he arrived at the capital, Anthes spread unflattering reports about Skleros, as he left no stone unturned to throw people off the scent. In this way he was able to dispel suspicion, deceive everybody, get possession of Romanos, and bring him to Skleros. Now Bardas had openly declared what his intentions were. He donned the diadem and the rest of the imperial insignia, and was proclaimed emperor by the entire Roman army there present, the Armenians leading the way in the acclamation. He was well aware that in a game of chance such as this there had to be plenty of money, and that without money nothing of what ought to be would be accomplished, as the orator says, so he immediately set about acquiring money. He arrested the state tax collectors, and appropriated public funds. He apprehended and extracted money from people suspected of being affluent, while others brought him their wealth of their own free will, in the hope of receiving ever greater wealth eventually. By these means he collected a large amount of money in a short time. He seized a strongly fortified bastion in Mesopotamia named Carpeta, which he rendered fully secure in every way and adequately garrisoned. Here he concentrated and deposited the money. This he kept in reserve as a base for operations should things not go well, and as a harbour of safe refuge. He exchanged assurances with the neighbouring Saracens, Arpotulf, the Emir of Amida, which they call Emmet, and Arpotagli, the Emir of Martyropolis, which they call Miaphirkaim. He secured friendship with them by marrying and giving in marriage. He also received much money, in addition to 300 Arab horsemen as auxiliaries. As word of all this went out in every direction, there flocked to him the sort of people who rejoice in reckless undertakings. When summer arrived, he advanced on the capital with his entire army, full of hope and under the impression that all he had to do was to occupy the palace. He had been emboldened and further encouraged in the undertaking by the vision which a virtuous monk claimed to have had one night. It was as though he saw some fiery men who took Bardas and brought him to a lofty point, where he encountered a woman of superhuman appearance. She presented him with the imperial scourge. Bardas took the scourge to be symbolic of ruling the empire, but it was the wrath of God against the Romans. When news of the uprising reached the capital, the emperors were greatly distressed, and despair overcame those of the citizens who had intelligence and integrity. The only ones who were pleased were those who delight in political disruptions and taking spoils. A letter was sent in all haste to Peter the camp commander, and the loyal portion of the army was hastily assembled at Caesarea. While this was happening to Stephen, the Syncellus, the bishop of Nicomedia, a man of learning, well known for his wisdom and virtue, possessing the ability of calming rough and wild minds by persuasion, this Stephen was sent as an envoy to Skleros to see whether he could persuade him to lay down his arms. But Skleros had his mind set on one thing, his desire to be emperor. The Syncellus made many a cogent and persuasive argument, but Skleros did not waste words. He stretched out his right foot to show the scarlet buskin, saying, "It is impossible, sir, for a man who has once publicly worn this boot voluntarily to take it off again. Tell those who sent you that either they willingly accept me as emperor, or I will attempt to seize the throne against their will." Those were his words. He granted a delay of 40 days, and sent him on his way. When the Syncellus returned and reported Skleros's reply to the emperors, and to Basil, who was ruling the empire, the camp commander was instructed by letter not to instigate a civil war, but he was to maintain a close watch on the roads, and to repel anybody who came a-warring. Then Skleros advanced on Caesarea, sending out scouts and observers to reconnoitre and inform him of the enemy's disposition, and also to prepare the way for him. He appointed Anthes Alyattes to command this detachment, which, finding itself in a narrow pass that they call Cuckoo Rock, encountered a section of the imperial army under the command of the Magister Eustathios Marlenos. An engagement was attempted, and there was some exchange of blows. In fact, the armies kept thrusting at each other for some time, without either side giving way, until Alyattes could contain himself no longer. Swept away by an excess of zeal, he put his spur to the horse, and charged the enemy at an insane speed. He achieved nothing worthy of note, for he fell mortally wounded, and all of his company melted away into the adjacent woods and bushes. At that time, Bardas's Hetairarch was denounced as a would-be deserter to the emperor's army. Skleros had him brought into his presence and scolded him, then let him go without openly doing anything else to him in public, but he secretly instructed the Saracen mercenaries to slay him. Milling around him as he passed through their midst, they cut him down with their swords, in broad daylight. The commanders of the imperial forces were now more apprehensive than ever of an onslaught by Skleros, so they judged it prudent to occupy the strategic points on the road. Taking the entire army, they set up camp over against him and took possession of the road he was going to follow. Skleros became inactive when he learned of this and hesitated to advance. He wasted time with this delay, waiting to see what the outcome would be. He was spurred to action and rendered more eager by a deserter, a high-ranking officer by the name of Sarkarkios Brachamios. This person arrived, urging Skleros to waste no more time, for he said delay earns contempt, and since his words seemed judicious, he was appointed commander and guide for the journey. He led, Syncelas followed, and in 3 days they reached Lipara, a district of Cappadocia that is now called Lyncandos. It used to be called Lipara on account of its fertility and abundance. When the camp commander learned of this, he marched by night for fear of not overtaking Skleros. Then he pitched camp in the face of the enemy. The opponents delayed and postponed an engagement for some time, seeking to gain a victory by subterfuge. Bardas outmanoeuvred his enemy by preparing a great amount of food, as though he were going to give a banquet for his army. Thus he deceived his adversary into thinking that he would not instigate a battle that day, whereupon they too gave themselves to feasting. When Skleros became aware of this, he had his troops already prepared for battle. The trumpet suddenly sounded the attack, and he fell on the enemy soldiers as they feasted. They, however, withstood the onslaught, each one seizing whatever weapon came to hand. Nor were they unduly disturbed by the suddenness of it all. For some time they stood firm, but then Bardas effected an outflanking movement, which made the enemy afraid of being surrounded. Then he sent the mercenaries around behind, and put the foe to flight. A great slaughter ensued. Baucis, the Duke of Antioch, was the first to break ranks, either out of cowardice or malice. Both are alleged. Bardas captured the encampment with all of the baggage. He also acquired an enormous amount of wealth. From there he came to the place called Samandos, a city situated on a beetling precipice, rich in people and in wealth. Wealth which the people of the region willingly handed over to him, hence he collected a considerable fortune there. The victory disturbed many of those remaining faithful to the emperor, and promoted them to desert to Skleros. Baucis was the first to desert. Then the patrician Andronikos Lycos and his sons. The people of Italia put the Emperor Strongarius in chains, and with all the fleet, rallied to Michael Kurtikios, who had been sent by Skleros to command the Kirby Hyoti theme. When these things were reported to the Emperor and to the Parakoimenos, a council was held, and it was proposed that somebody close to the Emperor should be sent against the usurper, a plenipotentiary not answerable for his decisions, with powers to award honours and also to enrich with gifts those who rallied to his support. The proposal was approved. Leo, the Emperor's protovestiarius, was sent with a patrician named John as his colleague, a distinguished person renowned for his oratorical skills. Leo was granted authority by the Emperor to do whatever the Emperor might do. He departed and came to Kotyaion in Phrygia, where he joined up with Peter the camp commander, and there he pitched his camp. Bardas was now encamped at Depotamon, an imperial estate which the local people call Messenacta. Leo quickly tried to draw away the insurgents with promises of gifts and honours, and to gain their support for the emperor, but he was not successful. Rather did he strengthen the enemy cause, for his overtures were interpreted as a sign of weakness. So he abandoned that plan of action, and leaving Kotyaion, marched past the camp of Skleros by night, and headed further east. This manoeuvre sowed fear in the hearts of Skleros's men. They were afraid not only for their money and property, but also for those whom they held most dear. So many of them renounced the uprising and flocked to the protovestiarius, putting the uprising in danger of disintegrating, like dust. Fearing that this might happen, Skleros sent the Magister Michael Baucis, who, as we said, had joined his ranks, and the patrician Romanos Taranites, with a light unit. Their orders were to oppose the protovestiarius by obstructing him, by attacking him as soon as contact was made. They were also to prevent him from sending out raiding parties as much as they could, but to avoid a full-scale battle if possible. However, when Bootes and his men drew near to the imperial army, they were obliged to fight willy-nilly, contrary to Skleros's instructions, for the following reason. It became known that the Saracens from Beroea in the east were travelling to the capital to pay their annual tribute, and that on a certain day they were to pass between the two armies. When the appointed day arrived and the Saracens were about to pass the fortress called Oxylifos, Bootes' colleagues armed their men, and the officers of the Protovestiarius did likewise. Then they charged into battle. For both sides, the gold the Saracens were bringing lay before them as a prize to be won. As they drew near, they fell on each other and fought. Bootes was put to flight, and many of those with him were slain, especially among the Armenians. In fact, the Romans slew every Armenian they captured without quarter, for they had been the first to join the uprising. When this reverse was reported to Bardas, he wasted no time in hastening to confront his adversaries. He came to a place called Argyros, and pitched camp there in wait of an opportune time to give battle. But as the imperial forces were in no hurry, the time for battle was delayed, and many of the rebels, discouraged by the former defeat, went over the Protovestiarius. The inexperienced men in the imperial army, puffed up by and exulting in the recent victory, were eager for action, but the battle-seasoned veterans were for holding back and postponing the conflict. But as the proverb says, he who urges in haste follows the path to woe. The Protovestiarius was convinced by the younger men. He sounded the attack and led his troops into battle. Bardas divided his army into 3 parts. He led the middle one himself. His brother Constantine led the right wing, while he set Constantine Gabras to command the left wing. When battle was joined, the commanders of the wings sent the cavalry against the foe, and unable to withstand their charge, the Protovestiarius's troops were put to flight with severe loss of life. That was when the patrician John, Peter the camp commander, and many of the nobility fell. The Protovestiarius was taken prisoner with other senior officers. Bardas ordered the Protovestiarius to be imprisoned, and in the sight of the whole army he put out the eyes of the brothers, Theodora and Nikitas Hagiozacharites, for having broken the oaths they took to him, and gone over to the Protovestiarius. As a result of this victory, Bardas's prestige rose higher and higher, with everybody great and small flocking to his standards, while the emperor's cause was close to collapse, except that it was firmly secured by one anchor, and that a sacred one, the help of God. Yet, while the Parakoimenos was concerned about what was happening on land, he was far more concerned about what was going on at sea. He was deeply disturbed by the commander of the enemy fleet, Michael Kortikios, who, after ravaging every island, now seemed to be about to blockade Abydos on the Hellespont. Fitting out the best fleet he could, the Parakoimenos sent it out against Kortikios, under the command of the patrician Theodore Karantanos. Out he sailed, passed through the straits of the Hellespont, and engaged Kortikios off Phocaea. A bitter naval conflict ensued. Then Kortikios' ships were put to flight and dispersed. Karantanos got the upper hand and gained mastery of the seas. Once things were well dealt with at sea, the Parakoimenos turned his attention to matters on land. He dispatched the patrician Manuel Erotikos, a man distinguished by birth, virtue, and courage, to defend Nicaea. Shortly afterwards, Skleros approached. He set fire to the villages around Nicaea, and finally came to the city itself. He attempted to take it by storm, using siege engines and other devices, but Manuel bravely withstood the assault, repelling the ladders from the walls and burning the siege engines with Greek fire, so that Skleros gave up the idea of taking it by storm, but he hoped to reduce it by depriving it of the necessities of life. The siege went on for some time, and those within ran short of grain. Manuel did not know what to do, nor from where to get sufficient supplies for Abydos to keep body and soul together, because Skleros was keeping a tight watch on the approaches. Then he decided to outwit Skleros with a trick. He had the granaries of Nicaea secretly filled with sand, and then a little grain was spread over the sand, enough to deceive the eyes of the beholder. Then he summoned some of the enemy that he had taken prisoner, and showed them the granaries, and sent them back with orders to say, "I have no fear of the siege causing famine, for I have enough supplies of food for 2 years, and the city is impregnable by assault. But I'm really on your side. I am prepared to surrender the city to you, if you will engage yourself by oaths to let me and those with me go free wherever we choose." Bardas willingly accepted this proposition, and gave the undertakings. Manuel went out with the citizens of Nicaea, his own army, and everything they possessed, and proceeded to the capital. Skleros occupied Nicaea and discovered the trick that had been pulled on him concerning the grain. He was furious to have been deceived like that. Nevertheless, he left an adequate garrison in Nicaea, with a man named Pegasius in command, while he went on to subsequent adventures. The Parakoimenos was greatly perplexed by all of this, for Skleros was already on his way to the capital, and could produce only one adequate solution, to bring back Bardas Phokas from exile, thinking him to be the only effective antidote to Skleros. Quicker than it takes to tell, he recalled him, secured his loyalty with oaths, showered him with wealth, and raised him to the rank of magister, and appointed him domestic of the Scolae, then sent him out to do battle with Skleros. Accepting this challenge on which everything depended, Phokas first tried to cross to Abydos from Thrace, but Romanos, the son of Skleros, was guarding the area of the Hellespont. He was driven back and returned to the capital. There he took shipping, and slipping unnoticed past the enemy and successfully disembarking on the opposite shore, he made his way by night marches to Caesarea, where he joined up with the magister Eustathius Melanius and Michael Baucis, who had undergone a change of heart and joined up with the imperial forces again. Together they prepared for battle. He assembled whatever army the situation would allow, and gathered up those who had been dispersed in the rout, then marched on Amorion. When Skleros heard Phokas had set out, he thought that now for the first time the fight would be against a true soldier, one who well knew how to conduct military operations with courage and skill, not as formerly against pitiful fellows, eunuchs, fostered in chambers and raised in the shade. He took off from Nicaea and went to Amorion, where he encountered Phokas and joined battle with him. Phocas's troops were unable to withstand the charge, mainly because the edge of their morale and courage had been blunted by the previous reverses. Thus Skleros got the upper hand. Nevertheless, Phocas's army did not by any means disperse in a disorderly retreat. It gave ground, but withdrew in an unhurried way, giving the impression that this retreat was not from fear of being pursued, but in obedience to a commander's instructions, well organised, and without breaking ranks. And even as the soldiers turned their backs and started to retreat, there was Phocas commanding the rearguard, repelling attackers, and preventing them from striking in full force and vigour. It was now, they say, while he and his men were pursuing the retreating enemy, that the excessively ambitious Constantine Gabras got it into his head that he should acquire great distinction if he could make Phocas his prisoner. He spurred on the horse that he was riding, and came up at great speed to where Phocas was. Phocas looked at him, realised who he was, quietly brought his horse about, came within arm's length of Gabras, and struck him on the helmet with his mace. The man was stunned by the irresistible force of the blow, and immediately fell from his horse. A little more at his ease, Phocas continued on his way, proceeding at a gentle pace, and certainly not giving the horse its head. When Gabras's men saw that their own commander had fallen, they held back from the pursuit in order to attend to him. Meanwhile, Phocas and his forces arrived at the palace called Carcianon, where they lodged, waiting to see what would happen. Here he received many people coming over to his side with gifts from the emperor, while the zeal of those already with him was intensified with favours. Skleros came after him and pitched camp at a place called the Imperial Hot Springs, calling upon his namesake to come out and fight. The other did not hesitate to accept this challenge. Battle was immediately joined. Phocas's troops prevailed for some time while he rode in all directions, breaking down the ranks of the enemy with his iron mace and slaying thousands. But yet again his men turned their backs and were put to flight. Then Phocas went to Iberia with all of the speed that he could muster. He came to David, the ruler of the Iberians, asking for an army to support him. This was readily granted, for David was well disposed towards Phocas since the time when he had served as Duke of Chaldea. He received a considerable body of troops and also reassembled his men who had been dispersed in the rout. He came down to Pancalia, where Skleros was already encamped. At Pancalia there is an open plain lying by the river Halys, well suited to cavalry manoeuvres. Another violent battle took place, in the course of which Phocas saw his men giving way little by little, and contemplating the possibility of retreat. Judging a glorious death to be preferable to an ignoble and shameful life, cutting his way through the enemy ranks, he came rushing up to Skleros himself. Skleros firmly withstood the others' charge, and when none of the soldiers came to his aid, for they preferred the matter to be decided by a contest between the commanders, and indeed thought that it would be a magnificent and astounding sight for the beholders, two men of courageous and valiant heart, locked in single combat with each other. The two brought each other up short, and engaged in hand-to-hand fighting. Skleros struck Phocas's horse with his sword, cutting off the right ear together with the bridle, but Phocas struck him on the head with his mace, forcing him down onto the neck of the horse with the strength of the blow. Phocas spurred on his horse, and cutting through the ranks of the enemy, got away. He went up onto a hillock and rallied his men from the rout. Skleros's men could see that their commander was far from well as a result of his wound. Indeed, he was so seriously injured that his life was ebbing away. They brought him to a spring to wash away the gore, under the impression that Phocas had been given to the final destruction. Then his horse reared and managed to get away from the man who was holding it. This horse, which was called Egyptian, now got the bit between its teeth and went rushing riderless through the soldiers, all covered with blood. They realised whose horse it was, and thinking their leader had fallen, turned in disorderly flight. They flung themselves into ravines and into the river Halys, perishing ingloriously, and there was nobody in pursuit of them. Phocas saw this from his hillock, and surmised, not without reason, that it was an act of God. He and those with him came down to pursue the fugitives who were treading each other underfoot without a thought for courage. Some he slaughtered, some he took prisoner. As for Skleros, he and a few others got safely away to Martyropolis, from where he sent his own brother, Constantine, to Chosroes, the ruler of Babylon, requesting a relief force and an alliance. But the Persian was in no hurry. He neither granted nor refused the request, and Constantine was so long away that Skleros himself was obliged to go to Chosroes, together with all those who were with him. When the rout of Skleros and his flight to Babylon were reported to the emperor by Phocas in a letter, this man was received by the emperor and honoured accordingly. He sent the Vestes Nicephorus Uranos as an ambassador to Chosroes, Amor Mumenes of Babylon, beseeching him not to allow the rebel to return, nor to be willing to furnish, he who was himself an emperor, a thoroughly bad example to his progeny. The example, that is, of one who failed to come to the aid of an emperor who was being wronged by supporting a wicked usurper and traitor, the ambassador carried a letter bearing the imperial seal, which granted Skleros and those with him a complete pardon if they would remember where their duty lay, recognise their sovereign, and go back home. When Ouranos reached Chosroes, this imperial letter came to light. Chosroes became suspicious, so he imprisoned the ambassador, Skleros, and all the Romans with him. While they were in jail, some of the rebels who had not gone off with Skleros, Leoicpectes, the sons of Duke Andronikos Lydos, who had since died, Christopher Icpectes, and Bardas Mangus. These captured Armacorion, Platia Petra, and other fortresses lying in the Phrycaesian theme, and held on to them until the 8th year of the Indication, making raids from these bases which devastated land belonging to the Empire. Nor did they desist from these raids and become loyal subjects of the Emperor again until they had received an amnesty for their wrongdoings by the intervention of the patrician Nicephorus Persecutinus. It was then that the Patriarch Antony died, having resigned his ministry during the rebellion of Skleros. Nicholas Chrysoberges was appointed Patriarch after the Church had been without a pastor for 4.5 years. There was an eclipse of the sun about midday, such as to render the stars visible. After the death of the Emperor John, the Bulgars rebelled, appointing 4 brothers to rule them, David, Moses, Aaron, and Samuel, sons of a count who was one of the most powerful men among the Bulgars, Nicholas by name. Their mother was Rhepsime, that is why they were known as Cometopoli. Death had removed the other relatives of Peter, while his sons, Boris and Romanos, had been brought to the capital, as we explained above, and stayed there. Boris was honoured with the title Magister by the Emperor John, while Romanos was deprived of his genitals by Joseph Bringas, the former Parakoimenos. Then when the death of the Emperor John occurred, when Skleros rebelled against the Emperor and their relative Basil invaded the regions of Thrace, Boris and Romanos escaped from the capital and managed to arrive in Bulgaria. Boris was wounded by an arrow as he was passing through some bushes, shot and killed by a Bulgar who thought he was a Roman. He was in fact wearing Roman clothing. Romanos made his way safely to Bidini and eventually returned to the capital, as will be reported in the appropriate place. Of these 4 brothers, David died right away, killed between Castoria and Prespa, at a place called Calastris, Beautiful Oaks, by some vagabond Vlachs. Moses died at the siege of Ceres, struck by a stone thrown from the walls. Others write that it was not by a stone thrown that Moses died, but that his horse fell, bringing him down, and he was slain by one of Duke Melesinos's men. Samuel slew his brother Aaron, and all of his family too, because he was said to be pro-Roman, on the 14th of June, at a place called Ramitanitsa. The only survivor was his son, Svyatoslav, also known as John, saved by Rodomir, also known as Romanos, the son of Samuel. In this way, Samuel became the sole ruler of all Bulgaria. He was much given to waging war, and not at all to possessing his soul in peace. When the Roman forces were occupied with the war against Skleros, he seized the chance and overran all of the west, not only Thrace, Macedonia, and the region adjacent to Thessalonica, but also Thessaly, Hellas, and the Peloponnese. He also captured several fortresses, of which Larissa was the outstanding example. He transferred the inhabitants of Larissa, entire families of them, into further Bulgaria, where he enrolled them among his own forces, and used them as allies to fight against the Romans. He also translated the relics of Saint Achilles, who had served as Bishop of Larissa under Constantine the Great, and who was present at the First Ecumenical Council, and deposited them at Prespa, where his palace was located, constructing a most beautiful and large church in his name. Once the emperor was relieved of his concern about Skleros, eager to restrain Samuel from his activities, he assembled the Roman forces with the intention of leading an invasion of Bulgaria in person. He did not, however, consider this worth mentioning to Bardas Phocas, domestic of the Scolai, nor to the other eastern commanders. He entered Bulgaria by way of the Rhodope Mountains and the river Hebro, leaving behind the magister Leo Melicinus, with others, to guard the danger points. The emperor himself advanced through the passes and wooded valleys which lie beyond Triaditsa, formerly known as Sardica, where the synod of the 300 western bishops was held at the command of Constans in the west, and Constantius in the east, the sons of Constantine the Great. When he arrived at a place named Stroponion, he threw up a fortification, and applied himself to the question of how he might take Sardica by storm. He heard that Samuel was in possession of the heights of the surrounding mountains, and that, reluctant to engage in hand-to-hand fighting, he had set up ambushes in all directions, in an attempt to do the adversary some harm. Meanwhile, such being the emperor's plan, Stephen, the domestic of the Scolai for the west, came to the emperor by night. On account of his small stature, he was known as Leo the Short, and he was the sworn enemy of Leo Melicinos. He now called upon the emperor to strike camp and return to the capital, giving the operation priority over everything else, because Melicinos was envious of the throne and was marching on the capital at great speed. The emperor was frightened by what Stephen had said, and signalled immediately for the camp to be struck. Now, Samuel suspected that their disorderly withdrawal was a retreat, as well he might, so he attacked in full force, with yelling and shouting, thoroughly scaring the Romans and forcing them to run for their lives. He captured the camp and took possession of all their baggage, even the emperor's tent and the imperial insignia. The emperor was only just able to get through the passes and find safety in Philippopolis. When he arrived there, he found that Melicinos had not moved an inch, but was carefully maintaining the guard which had been entrusted to him. So he reviled Stephen the Short as a liar and the instigator of so great a misfortune. Stephen did not humbly endure this reproach, but protested firmly that he had given good advice. The emperor was provoked by his effrontery to leap down from the throne, and seizing him by the hair and the beard, to throw him to the ground. In the 15th year of the Indication, in the 6494th year of the world, in the month of October, there was a great earthquake. Many mansions and churches fell down, as did a portion of the dome of the great Church of God. This the emperor zealously restored, providing 10 centenaria for the machines alone, by which the workmen standing above received the materials being brought up, with which to rebuild the fallen portions. Bardas Phocas and some of his associates were angry with the emperor for ignoring them when he went on campaign in Bulgaria, not even according them the respect due to a mercenary. Each of them complained of different insults and injuries, the Magister Eustathius Malanus especially of having been ungraciously excluded from the campaign in question. They assembled in the Carseon on Theme, in the house of the same Malanus, on the 25th of August, in the 15th year of the Indication, and proclaimed Bardas Phocas emperor. They invested him with a diadem, and the rest of the imperial insignia. He had just been acclaimed, when it was announced that Skleros was returning from Syria, arrested, as we said, by Chosroes, together with his men. He had remained in Babylon, where he was held prisoner and denied all comforts. He was worn out by the misery of confinement and the brutality of the wanderers. Then he suddenly saw his fortunes take a turn for the better, when against all expectations he and his associates were let out of prison. How he came to be released from his bonds and subsequently returned to Roman lands, this narrative is about to report. The Persian race having had the office of ruler stolen away from them by the Saracens, never ceased to be indignant and bear a grudge against them on this account. The Persians were ever on the lookout for the opportunity and means of striking down those who held power over them, in order to restore their ancestral rule. There was a man among them of noble birth, Argyros by name, a skilful orator, and a fearsome warrior too. Noting that Chosroes was an easygoing and paltry ruler, he thought that the time had come for which the Persians were looking. He stirred up the entire race of the Achaemenids, and created a rebellion against the Saracens. He obtained a troop of about 20,000 mercenaries from the Eastern Turks, and went pillaging and overrunning the Saracens' lands, completely eliminating those he took without even sparing the children. Chosroes frequently took action against them, by the agency of his generals, and sometimes personally, but he got the worst of all the battles. He began to lose heart as he realised that he was no match for the Persians in arms. So often were his armies cut to pieces that they could no longer bear to hear the name of the Persians. Then the thought came to his mind that he was holding some Roman prisoners, and he calculated very intelligently that if the chief prisoner had not been one of the famous and even distinguished Romans, courageous in body and soul, he would not have risen up against his own sovereign and run the risk of falling into such a wretched situation. Moreover, having managed to escape, he had been proclaimed emperor by so many people of such quality. Chosroes consulted with his council of elders and released the Romans from jail, made all services available to them, and finally put his request to them concerning the war. Skleros was reluctant at first. He sardonically asked, how could men who had been so long imprisoned and had been sated with the affliction of captivity manage their arms? But Chosroes kept insisting, and asked him to accept an enormous amount of money, and a numerous host, splendidly equipped to fight the war. He begged him to take command of the war, and not to bear a grudge about his incarceration, for he could erase all of the ill-treatment and discomfort of prison by the good things and the delights which were to come. In the end, Skleros agreed, and undertook to accomplish what was required of him. But he absolutely refused to lead an army made up of Arabs or Saracens, or of any of the other races under Chosroes. He asked for a search to be made of the prisons of the cities of Syria, and the Romans being held there to be released and armed. Otherwise, he said, it was not possible for him to confront the Persians in war. When Chosroes agreed to this, the prisons were quickly opened, and the Romans in them set free. 3,000 men were assembled from those prisons. After he had sent them to the baths and purged them of the filth of confinement, Skleros clothed them with new garments and raiment, arming each man in an appropriate and adequate manner. Then he engaged guides to show them the way, and out they went against the Persians. When a formal battle took place, and Skleros' men repeatedly and violently charged at the Persians, these were perplexed by the strange nature of their armament, the unusual sound of their speech, their previously unknown battle order, and most of all, by the violence and speed with which they charged. Thus the Persians were roundly put to flight, and every one of them fell. There was not even a messenger left, so the saying goes, to report the disaster. Inaros himself fell in the fray. The Romans collected a great amount of booty and a large number of horses, then decided not to go back to Chosroes again, but to take the road leading to Roman lands. They pressed the pace, and succeeded in evading detection until they had arrived safely back in their homeland. According to another account, Chosroes accorded them a generous reception as they returned from the victory against the Persians, and some time later, when the end of his life was approaching, he urged his son and namesake, who reigned after him, to make a treaty with the Romans, and send them home. By one of these means, Skleros regained Roman territory, and finding that Bardas Phocas had been proclaimed emperor, he too was likewise proclaimed by his companions. When Skleros realised how things lay, he was in two minds as to what to do. He realised that he was too weak to instigate, conduct, and pursue the uprising all by himself, but he was convinced that it would be both ignoble and unmanly to go over to the side either of Phocas or of the Emperor. After debating at length with his associates, he finally came to the conclusion that to be proclaimed emperor would be a hazardous and reckless undertaking, given his lack of support, yet he still hesitated to throw his weight behind one of those vying for power, and to abandon the other, this on account of the unpredictable nature of the outcome. He decided to conciliate both of them insofar as he could, so that, if one came to grief, he would have the other to aid and protect him. So he sent a personal letter to Phocas proposing to make common cause with him, and to share the rule if he prevailed against the emperor. But he secretly sent his son Romanos, as though he were deserting, to the emperor, having very intelligently calculated and come to the verdict that if Phocas won the day, he would ensure the safety of the son, whereas if the emperor's side prevailed, the son would plead for the father, in this way releasing him from the embarrassing position that he would be in. So, making a pretence of fleeing, Romanos went to the emperor, who received him with great benevolence and much joy. He immediately honoured him with the rank of magister, and henceforth regularly employed him as a counsellor in his campaigns. In fact, after Skleros withdrew into Syria, the emperor, now relieved of anxiety, applied himself more strenuously to the affairs of state. He was aware that the Parakoimenos was by no means pleased with what he was doing. He was complaining, and aspiring to do terrible things if the occasion presented itself. For this reason, the emperor dismissed him from his powerful position, and ordered him to stay at home. Then, seeing that he would not remain quietly there, but was forever conjuring up some unwelcome thing, and endeavouring to regain his former power, he exiled him to the Bosphorus, and confiscated most of his property, so that he would not have access to the means of committing any criminal offences. Now the emperor was deprived of the Parakoimenos council. He was also devoid of friends and colleagues to assist in the difficulties which confronted him. It was then that he willingly accepted Romanos, a man whom he knew to be skilful, energetic, and highly competent in warfare. When Bardas learned that the return of Skleros was public knowledge, he sent him a letter indicating his agreement and guaranteeing the undertaking he was making with oaths. "If we attain what we hope for," he said, "then you should rule Antioch, Phoenicia, Seol Syria, Palestine, and Mesopotamia, while I should be the ruler of the capital itself and the rest of the peoples." Skleros gladly embraced these propositions, and confidently trusting the oaths, went to meet Phocas in Cappadocia, intending to ratify their cooperation. But once Phocas had him in his net, he stripped him of the imperial insignia, and sent him to the fortress of Tyropion, where he set a by no means ignoble guard over him. He then entrusted a portion of the army to the patrician Kalokeiros Delphinas, and sent him to Chrysopolis, opposite to the capital. Then he took all of the remaining army with him and went to Abydos, in the hope that, once he controlled the straits, he could reduce the citizens by famine. The emperor regularly asked Delphinas to withdraw from Chrysopolis, and not to set up camp over against the capital. When he refused to obey, the emperor fitted out some ships by night, and embarked some Russians in them, for he had been able to enlist some allies among the Russians, and he had made their leader Vladimir his kinsman, by marrying him to his sister Anna. He crossed over with the Russians, attacked the enemy without a second thought, and easily subdued them. He hung Delphinas on a gallows at the very spot on which he had pitched his tent, and he sent Phocas's brother Nicephorus the Blind into prison. He also impaled Atsipo Theodorus at Abydos, and inflicted whatever punishments he thought fit on the rest of the prisoners. Then he returned to the capital. After Phocas arrived at Abydos, he tightly besieged it. But those with him withstood the siege vigorously, for the emperor had sent Kyriacus, Drongarius of the fleet, to relieve and encourage them. In a little while, Constantine, the emperor's brother, crossed over, and afterwards the emperor himself came. When these had passed over, Phocas ordered a portion of the army to prosecute the siege of Abydos, while he and the rest of the army took up positions against the emperors. Just as battle was about to commence, Phocas, who was of the opinion that it was better to die gloriously than to live ignobly, saw the emperor riding to and fro, mustering his ranks and encouraging them. Phocas thought to himself that if he could get to the emperor, the rest of them would easily be overcome, so he spurred on his horse and furiously charged towards him, cutting through the enemy ranks and appearing to be unstoppable. Then, just as he was approaching the emperor, he suddenly came about, rode up a hillock, dismounted from his horse, lay down on the ground, and died. He might have sustained a mortal wound at the hands of a soldier in his reckless charge, or he may have been overcome by some physical disorder, although there was no wound whatsoever found on his body. Hence the rumour went around that he had been killed by poison. It was said that Simeon, his most trusted servant, had been bribed by the emperor with gifts to poison him. For Phocas was in the habit of drinking cold water before a battle when he was at war, and this he did at that battle, unwittingly ingesting poison together with the water. He lay on the hillock for some time, everybody thinking he was allowing himself a little respite because of some physical weakness. But, as he continued to lie there, somebody coming up to him found him dead and speechless. His death became general knowledge, whereupon the insurgents immediately turned and ran. This put new heart into the emperor's troops, who gave pursuit without looking back, capturing alive Leo and Theognostos Melicinos, Theodosius Messenictes, and many others. These the emperor took to the capital with him, and paraded them in triumph through the forum, mounted on asses. The only one that he spared was Leo Melicinos, for it was said that he urged with many tears and begged his own brother to desist from his imprudent words, and stop shamefully insulting his rightful sovereign, for the brother was standing out in front of the troops, hurling foul language and offensive abuse at the time. When Theognostos would not heed his words, Leo gave him many blows with his barbed lance. Witness to this, the emperor said to those who were present, "Look you, men, a cross and a winnowing fan from the same tree." It is for this reason that Leo is said to have been spared the parade. Scleros picked himself up again and reactivated his former insurrection as soon as Phocas was dead, in April, in the second year of the Indication, in the 6497th year of the world. When the emperor learned of this, he sent him a letter, counselling him whether he had not now had a surfeit of shedding Christian blood, reminding him that he too was a man with death and judgment ahead of him, that he should learn even at this late hour where his advantage lay, and acknowledge the ruler that God had provided, and that he should not be led astray by the prophecy derived from his name. For there was a popular saying going around, started by some of those stargazers, B will chase out B, and B will rule. By this, both Scleros and Phocas had been deluded into raising their rebellions. Scleros was mollified by this letter, and receiving assurances that he would come to no harm, he laid down his arms, and made his peace with the emperor, who appointed him Choropalates. But it was not granted to him to see the emperor with his own eyes, for he was stricken with blindness while still on the road, and lost his sight. He was brought to the emperor as a blind man, and the emperor, seeing him being led by the hand, said to those present, "He of whom I stood in fear and dread is now approaching me being led by the hand." Relieved of civil wars and their attendant worries, the emperor now turned his attention to the problem of how to deal with Samuel and the other local chieftains, who had taken advantage of his involvement with the uprisings to inflict considerable damage on Roman territory with impunity. Marching out into the regions of Thrace and Macedonia, he came to Thessaloniki, intending to make thank offerings to Demetrius the martyr. There he left Gregory Taranites as commander with a capable army to exclude and intercept the incursions of Samuel. The emperor came in person to the capital and then proceeded to Iberia. David the Kuropalates had died recently, having declared in writing that the emperor was to inherit all of his possessions. The emperor arrived there and took possession of his inheritance. He prevailed upon George, the brother of David the Kuropalates and the ruler of the Iberian interior, to be satisfied with his territories, and not to covet another's. The emperor made a treaty with him, and taking his son as a hostage, made his way into Phoenicia. He had with him the hereditary chieftains from his own part of Iberia. The most outstanding ones were the brothers Pacurianos, Theodatus, and Phyrses, whom he raised to the dignity of patricians. When he was in Phoenicia, he did everything in his power to ensure that the emirs of Tripoli, Damascus, Tyre, and Beirut remain in subjugation to the Romans, for these emirs had recently conspired together and taken up arms against Antioch, while the emperor was occupied with the war against Phocas. They killed the governor of Antioch, the patrician Damian, when he went to war with them, and put the city in considerable danger. The emperor took hostages from the emirs, so that he could be assured of their remaining in subjugation to the Romans, and then made his way back to Byzantium. As he was travelling through Cappadocia, he and his entire army were received as guests by the Magister Eustathius Melanius, giving him and his men whatever they needed without counting the costs. As though he approved of this, and was praising him, the emperor took him to the capital with him, but would not allow him to return afterwards. He made generous provisions for his needs, but held on to him, as though he were raising a wild beast in a cage, until he reached the end of his life, and when he died, all of his property was appropriated by the state. The emperor promulgated a law which restrained the powerful from augmenting their lands by the agglomeration of villages. His predecessor and grandfather, Constantine Porphyrogenitos, had done likewise, and so had his father-in-law, Romanus. Nicholas Chrysoberges departed this life after administering the church for 10 years and 8 months. The Magister Sicinius was appointed to succeed him, a man of great renown, and most highly skilled in the art of medicine. In the year 6503 since the world's creation, in the 8th year of the Indication, it was he who reconciled the parties divided by the 4th marriage of the Emperor Leo. Because Euphemius received him into communion, he departed this life after shepherding the church for only 3 years, and then Sergius was appointed, he who was Hegumenus of the monastery of Manuel, and a relative of the patriarch Photios. Samuel was campaigning against Thessaloniki. He divided the majority of his forces to man ambushes and snares, but he sent a small expedition to advance right up to Thessaloniki itself. When Duke Taranites learned of this incursion, he dispatched Osotius, his own son, to spy on and reconnoitre the enemy host, and to provide him with intelligence, and then he himself came along afterwards. Osotius set out and came into conflict with the enemy vanguard, which he put to flight only to be taken unwittingly in an ambush. On hearing of this, Gregory rushed to the help of his son, striving to deliver him from captivity, but he too was surrounded by Bulgars. He fell fighting nobly and heroically. When the death of the Duke was reported to the Emperor, he dispatched the Magister Nicephorus Uranos as Commander-in-Chief of the West. He had purchased his release from Babylon and arrived at the capital. When he came to Thessalonica, he learned that Samuel was so elated by the killing of the Duke Gregory Taranites and the capture of his son, that he had passed through the Vale of Tempe, crossed the river Penios, and advanced through Thessaly, Boeotia, and Attica, and then into the Peloponnese by way of the Isthmus of Corinth, ravaging and devastating all of these lands. Nicephorus Uranus set out with the forces under his command, crossed the heights of Olympus, and came into Larissa, where he left the baggage. Then, with his army relieved of its burdens, he crossed Thessaly, the plain of Pharsala, and the river Apidanus by forced marches, and pitched his camp on the banks of the Spercheios River, on the bank opposite to where Samuel was bivouacking. There was torrential rain falling from the sky. The river was in flood and overflowing its banks, so there was no question of an engagement taking place. But the Magister, casting up and down the river, found a place where he thought it might be possible to cross. He roused his army by night, crossed the river, and fell upon the sleeping troops of Samuel, taking them completely by surprise. The better part of them were slain, nobody daring even to think of resistance. Samuel and Romanos his son both received severe wounds, and they only got away by hiding among the dead, lying down as though they were slain, and then secretly slipping away into the Aetolian mountains by night. From there they went through the peaks of these mountains, and crossing the Pydnus, received safety in Bulgaria. The Magister released the Romans who were prisoners, and despoiled the fallen Bulgars. He also occupied the enemy camp, capturing a huge amount of wealth. Then he returned to Thessaloniki with his army. When Samuel returned safely to his homeland, he took Osotius, son of Taranites, out of prison, and made him his son-in-law by marrying him to his daughter. For she, Miroslava, had fallen in love with him, and was threatening to kill herself unless she could be legally married to him. Once this marriage was a fait accompli, he sent him off with her to Dyrrhachium to ensure the security of the district. When he got there, however, he persuaded his wife to join him in fleeing to the Roman ships which were coasting by that place as a safeguard. In those vessels he came in safety to the emperor, who honoured him with the title of Magister, and his wife with the decoration of the girdle. Osotius came bearing a letter from one of the powerful men of Dyrrhachium, named Chryselios, in which he undertook to deliver the city of Dyrrhachium to the emperor, in return for him and his 2 sons being raised to the dignity of patricians. The emperor issued a letter endorsing the undertaking, and Dyrrhachium was duly handed over to the patrician Eustathius Daphnomeles. The 2 sons were designated patricians, the father having died in the meantime. It was at this time that 2 men were accused of being sympathetic to the Bulgars, the Magister Paul Bobos, one of the leading citizens of Thessaloniki, and Malacinus, distinguished by his intelligence and eloquence. Paul was transferred to the plain of the Phrycaesian theme, Malacinus to Byzantium. Certain distinguished citizens of Adrianople, who had also gained renown in military commands, fled to Samuel, because they too were under suspicion. Vatases with his entire family, Basil Glarbas alone, whose son the emperor imprisoned and held for 3 years, then let him go. At that time the emperor gave the daughter of Argyros, the sister of Romanos III Argyros, who later reigned as emperor, in lawful marriage to the Doge of Venice, to conciliate the Venetians. The emperor also invaded Bulgaria by way of Philippopolis, and stationed the patrician Theodora to guard that city. He overthrew many fortresses in Triaditsa, and then returned to Mosynuopolis. In the 6508th year since the world's creation, in the 13th year of the Indication, the emperor sent a large and powerful force against the Bulgar strongholds beyond the Haemus range, under the command of the patrician Theodorkanos and the proto-Spatharios Nicephorus Xiphias. Greater and lesser pre-Slav were taken, Pliskova too, and then the Roman army returned, triumphant and intact. In the following year the emperor set out against the Bulgars again, this time through Thessaloniki. Dobomir, the governor of Beroia, who was married to a niece of Samuel, joined the emperor's ranks and surrendered his town to him, for which he was honoured with the title of proconsul. The officer commanding at Kylodras, Demetrius Tychonas, refused to surrender his town, but asked to be allowed to withdraw from it, to which request the emperor acceded, allowing Demetrius and his men to rejoin Samuel. Then there was the officer commanding at the fortress called Serbia, Nicholas, nicknamed Skylitzes, on account of his small stature. He withstood and vigorously resisted the siege which was laid against him. The emperor intensified the blockade, and took both the fortress and Skylitzes himself. He transported the Bulgars out of there and put Romans in to guard it. That accomplished, he returned to the capital, taking with him Skylitzes, whom he then honoured with the title of patrician. But he was an unreliable fellow. He ran away, and came safely to Samuel, with whom he now came to besiege the fortress of Serbia. But the emperor reappeared, and hastily put an end to the siege, Skylitzes and Samuel fleeing for their lives. Yet the faithless fellow could not escape entirely. He was captured in a Roman ambush, brought to the emperor as a prisoner, sent to Constantinople, and thrown into a jail. Then the emperor marched into Thessaly and rebuilt the fortresses which Samuel had overturned. The ones they still held he besieged, and transported the Bulgars to a place called Boleron. He left a battle-worthy garrison in each of them, and then marched off to the place called Vodina. This is a fortress located on a precipitous crag, around which the waters of Lake Ostrovos flow. They travel some way underground, then surface again here. Since the people within the fortress were not willing to surrender it, he was obliged to take the place by siege, transporting its defenders to Boleron as well. He secured the place with a guard worthy of the name, and then returned to Thessaloniki. Draxenos, the governor of the fortress, a true warrior, asked permission to reside at Thessaloniki. The emperor agreed, and he took for his wife the daughter of the first priest of the church of the victorious martyr Demetrios, who bore him 2 sons. Then he ran away and was captured, but was set free at the intercession of his father-in-law. A second time he ran away, was apprehended, and then set free yet again. He engendered 2 more children while at liberty. Then he ran away a 3rd time. This time, however, he was not only arrested, but impaled. Because the Nomarite and Atafite Arabs were making devastating raids into Seol, Syria, and even Antioch itself, the emperor sent the magistrate Nikephoros Ouranos to be the governor of Antioch, appointing the patrician David Araionites to succeed him at Thessalonica. He stationed the proto-Spatharius Nikephoros Xiphas at Philippopolis, as Theodorkanos had retired because of old age. When the magistrate Nikephoros Ouranos arrived at Antioch, he fought 2 or 3 battles against Crinites, the Arab leader, put him to flight, and obliged him to keep the peace. Thus a state of great calm prevailed. The following year, in the 15th year of the Indication, the emperor campaigned against Vidin, and took it by storm after a siege that had dragged on for 8 months. Here the ingenuity of the Bulgar chieftain was displayed. By the use of a very large earthenware vessel, they were able to extinguish Greek fire. While the emperor was engaged in this siege, Samuel mounted a lightning attack on Adrianople with a light and rapid force on the very day of the Koimesis of the Most Holy Mother of God. He suddenly fell on the fair which is customarily held at public expense on that day, took a great deal of booty, and went back to his own land. The emperor further improved the defences of Vidin, then set off back to the capital with his forces intact, ravaging and destroying every Bulgar stronghold he came across on the way home. As he approached Skopje, he discovered Samuel encamped without foresight on the other side of the river Axios, which is now called Bardanios, because Bardas Skleros diverted it from its former bed into the course which it now flows. Samuel was putting his trust in the high waters of the river, which he thought it was impossible to cross for the time being, so he encamped, giving no thought to security. But one of the soldiers discovered a ford, and brought the emperor across by it. Taken completely by surprise, Samuel fled without a backwards glance. His tent was captured, and all his encampment. The city of Skopje was handed over to the emperor by Romanos, whom Samuel had appointed as a governor of that city. This Romanos was the son of King Peter of the Bulgars, and the brother of Boris. He had changed his name to that of his grandfather Simeon. The emperor rewarded his submission with the titles of patrician and prefect, awarding him a command of Abydos. From there the emperor crossed over and came to Pernikos, where Crackras was on guard, a most excellent man in warfare. He spent considerable time laying siege to the place, and lost quite a number of men. Realising that the defence works were too good to be taken by siege, and that Crackras could not be deflected by flattery, promises, or other suggestions, he went on to Philippopolis, and from there struck camp, and proceeded to Constantinople. In the same year of the indication, he made an ordinance that magnates were to pay the taxes of deceased common folk. This arrangement was called Allelengion. The Patriarch Sergius, many bishops, and a good number of monks begged for this unreasonable burden to be withdrawn, but the emperor was not persuaded. Samuel laid ambushes in suitable locations and captured alive the patrician John Caldos, the Duke of Thessaloniki. In the 8th year of the indication, in the 6518th year since the world's creation, Azesios, the ruler of Egypt, broke his truce with the Romans on a small pretext, and for minor infringements that were scarcely worthy of notice. He destroyed the magnificent church which had been erected over the tomb of Christ the Saviour in Jerusalem. He devastated the illustrious monasteries there, and dispersed the monks who lived in them to the four corners of the earth. In the following year there was a most severe winter. Every river and lake was frozen, even the sea itself. And in January of the same year of the indication, a most awesome earthquake occurred. It continued to shake the earth until the 9th of March. On that day, about the 10th hour of the day, there was a frightful shaking and trembling at the capital and in the Thames, so much so that the domes of the churches of the 40 saints and of All Saints fell down, which the emperor immediately rebuilt. These things presaged the uprisings which followed in Italy. A magnate of the Bari area, named Meles, incited the people in Longobardia, and he took up arms against the Romans. The emperor sent Basil Argyros, commander of Samos, together with the man they call Leo the Short, commander of Cephalonia, to restore Roman fortunes. Meles opposed them in a formal battle and inflicted a crushing defeat. Many fell, many were taken prisoner, while the rest opted for a life of shame by taking to their heels. The emperor continued to invade Bulgaria every year without interruption, laying waste everything that came to hand. Samuel could do nothing in open country, nor could he oppose the emperor in formal battle. He was shattered on all fronts, and his own forces were declining, so he decided to close the way into Bulgaria with ditches and fences. He knew that the emperor was always in the habit of coming by way of what is called Kievalongos and Cladion, so he determined to block this pass, and thus prevent the emperor from entering. He constructed a very wide fortification, stationed an adequate guard there, and waited for the emperor, who duly arrived, and attempted to force a way in, but the guard stoutly resisted, killing the assailants and wounding them by hurling weapons from above. The emperor had already abandoned the attempt to pass when Nicephorus Xiphas, the commander of Philippopolis, made an agreement with the emperor that he would stay there and make repeated attacks on the enemy's line, while Xiphas would, according to his own words, go and see if he could do anything profitable and likely to solve their problems. He led his men back the way they had come. Then, trekking around the very high mountain which lies to the south of Clydon, and which is called Valastisa, passing by goat paths and through trackless wastes, on the 29th of July, in the 12th year of the indication, he suddenly appeared above the Bulgars and came down on their backs with great cries and thundering tread. Completely taken aback by the unexpected nature of this attack, the Bulgars turned and fled. The emperor dismantled the abandoned defence work and gave chase. Many fell, and even more were taken prisoner. Samuel was only just able to escape from danger by the cooperation of his own son, who stoutly resisted those who attacked, got his father onto a horse, and led him to the fortress called Prilipon. They say that the emperor blinded the prisoners, about 15,000 in number, with orders that one man for each 100 should be left with one eye, so that he could be their guide, then sent them back to Samuel. He, when he saw them arriving in such numbers, and the state they were in, lacked the moral fortitude to endure the shock. Fainting and darkness came upon him, and he fell to the ground. By applying water and perfumes to get him breathing again, his attendants succeeded in bringing him back to himself somewhat later. As he revived, he called for cold water to drink. He got it, drank it, and then suffered a heart attack. 2 days later, he died on the 6th of October. The governing of Bulgaria now fell to his son Gabriel, also known as Romanos, who now reigned over the Bulgars after him. He surpassed his father in vigour and strength, but was sadly inferior to him in wisdom and understanding. He was born to Samuel by a woman captured at Larissa, by Agatha, the daughter of John Chryselius, of Dyrrachium. His reign began on the 15th of September, in the 13th year of the indication, but before a full year was out, he was slain, when he was out hunting, by John, also known as Vladislav, the son of Aaron, whom he had himself redeemed when he was about to die. Rodomir had to wife King Karl of Hungary. For reasons unknown to me, he took to hating her, and sent her away when she was already pregnant by him. Then he took the fair Irene, who had been taken prisoner at Larissa. Before this happened, when Theophylact Botaniates had been sent to command Thessalonica after Arianites, David Nestoritzes, one of the great Bulgar magnates, was sent against the city with a powerful force by Samuel. Theophylact and his son Michael offered resistance to them, and when battle was joined, repelled them in no small way, taking much booty and many prisoners, which he sent to the emperor, who was then engaged before the defence works in the pass of Clydon. The emperor overcame that obstacle, as we said, and advanced to Strombitsa, where he took the fortress called Matsoukis, close to Strombitsa. He then dispatched Theophylact Botaniates, Duke of Thessalonica, commanding a detachment with orders to cross the Strombitsa mountains, and to burn all the defence works he encountered on the way, clearing the road to Thessalonica for him. As Theophylact departed, he was permitted to pass unimpeded by the Bulgars who were set to guard that place, but when he was about to return to the emperor after discharging his commission, he fell into an ambush prepared for this purpose, set up in a long defile. Once he was in there, he was assailed from all sides by stones and weapons thrown from above. Nobody could do anything to defend himself on account of the press of men, and there being no way out of the pass. The Duke himself fell without being able to use his own hands. Rodomir spilled out the Duke's entrails with the spear that he bore, and a large portion of the army was destroyed along with him. When this was reported to the emperor, he was greatly distressed, and decided to advance no further on this account. He turned back and came to Zagoria, where there stands the very secure fortress of Melnikos. It is built on a rock, ringed around on all sides by beetling crags and deep ravines. All of the Bulgars of the area took refuge there, and were not too much concerned about the Romans, but the emperor sent to them Sergius, a eunuch, and one of his most intimate chamberlains, an able man and a fine speaker, to test their state of mind. When he got there, he managed, by way of many persuasive arguments, to convince the men of what they had to do, to lay down their arms and surrender to the emperor, both themselves and the fortress. The emperor received and rewarded them accordingly. He appointed a sufficient detail to guard the fortress, then went on to Mosynopolis. It was while he was there that the death of Samuel was reported to him, the 24th of October. The emperor immediately left Mosynopolis and came to Thessalonica, from where he proceeded to Paphlagonia, destroying nothing on the way except that he burned the palace of Gabriel at Vutalae. He sent out troops which took the fortresses of Prilopon and Stypion. Then he came to the river called Cernas, which he crossed on rafts and inflated bladders. Then he returned to Verderna and from there to Thessaloniki, where he arrived on the 9th of January. At the beginning of spring, the emperor returned to Bulgaria again and headed for the fortress of Verderna, for the people there had broken faith with him and taken up arms against the Romans. By a long drawn-out siege he forced those within, when they had received assurances, to surrender themselves. He deported them again to Boleron, and he erected 2 new fortresses well within that difficult pass, calling the first one Cardia, and the other Saint Elijah. Then he went back to Thessaloniki. There Romanos Gabriel undertook, by the agency of a certain Roman who had lost an arm, to be the emperor's subject and servant, but the emperor was suspicious of the letter. He sent the patrician Nicephorus Xiphas and Constantine Diogenes, who had succeeded Botaniates as commander of Thessaloniki, into the region of Moglanar with an army. The emperor arrived when they had ravaged the whole area and were still besieging the city. He diverted the river that flows by the city and excavated the foundations of the walls. Wood and other combustible material were put into the excavation and set on fire. As the fuel burned, the wall came down. When those within saw this, they fell to prayers and groans, surrendering themselves together with the fortress. Domitianos Kalkanos, a powerful man and an adviser to Gabriel, was captured, also Aletes, the governor of Moglanar, many important people, and a considerable number of fighting men. The emperor sent those capable of bearing arms to Astracania. He ordered the remaining mass of the people to be cut to pieces, and the fortress to be put to the flames. He took another fortress, this one called Anotia, not far from Moglanar. On the 5th day, the one-armed Roman came bearing a servant of John Vladislav, the son of Aaron, bearing a letter claiming that Gabriel had been slain by him at Peterixon, and that plenary power had been passed to him. He promised to show the proper degree of respect and servitude to the emperor. When the emperor had read this, he acknowledged its contents with chrysobeles, which he sent to John. A few days later, the one-armed Roman was back with letters from John and from the governors of Bulgaria, affirming themselves to be subjects and servants of the emperor. Kalkanos, Theodora Carpacanes, the brother of Domitianos and Meliton, who was taken at the fall of Moglanau, also submitted to the emperor. Thereupon he was received with honour and respect, but he promised the emperor that he would slay Vladislav. He returned to Bulgaria together with the servant of John, who, having been heavily bribed, was to slay John with his own hand. But it was he who was slain by John, the Stupion hostel. The place where the murder of Theodora took place was originally called Diabolis. Once the emperor realised that it was to beguile and deceive him that John had set down what he had written, that he intended to do the exact opposite of what he had written, he turned back to Bulgaria again, devastating the region of Lake Ostrovos, Soskos, and the plain of Pelagonia. He blinded all of the Bulgarians he had taken prisoner. He advanced as far as the city of Ohrid, where stood the palace of the kings of Bulgaria. He took the city, rendered the situation secure, and was about to advance further by taking the road to Dyrrhachium, where the situation demanded his presence. As long as Vladimir, the husband of Samuel's daughter, was ruling in Tribalia and the nearer parts of Serbia, things were calm at Dyrrhachium, for he was a man of integrity, peace, and virtue. But when Gabriel was slain by John, Vladimir also was betrayed. He had put his trust in the oaths which John had sworn by the agency of David, the Archbishop of Bulgaria, and surrendered to him, only to be slain by him a little later. The situation around Dyrrhachium then became very disturbed and distressed, because John repeatedly attempted to take the city, often by sending his commanders, sometimes coming in person. This is why the emperor wished to go there and render aid, but for a reason worth noting, he was prevented from doing so. When he was leaving for Ohrid, he left behind the commander George Ganitsiates and the Protospatharius Orestes, the prisoner, with numerous troops, and orders to overrun the Paphlagonian plain. But they were taken in an ambush by the Bulgars under the illustrious and experienced commander Ibatzes, and all killed. Broken with grief at the loss, the emperor returned to Paphlagonia, and went off in hot pursuit of Ibatzes. Then he returned to Thessalonica. From there he went over to Mosinoupolis. Having dispatched a detachment against Strombitsa under the command of David Araionates, who made a surprise attack and took the fortress known as Firmitsa, the emperor sent another detachment against the stronghold of Triaditsa under the command of Xiphas. He razed all the open country and then took the stronghold known as Barrio by storm. The emperor returned to Constantinople in January of the 6524th year since the world's creation, and sent a fleet against Caesarea under the command of Mongos, the son of Andronikos, the Duke of Lydus. With the cooperation of Svengos, the brother of Vladimir and the brother-in-law of the emperor, he subdued the region and actually captured its governor, George Soulas, in the first engagement. It was then that Sennacherib, the governor of Upper Media, the region they now call Aspracania, came to the emperor with all of his family as a refugee, and handed over to him the entire land which was his to command. He was made patrician and commander of Cappadocia, and received in exchange the cities of Sebastia, Larissa, Abara, and many other domains. It was because he had been under great pressure from the Hagarenes and was unable to withstand them that he took refuge with the emperor and handed over his own lands. This the patrician Basil Argyros was sent to rule, but he failed in everything and was relieved of his command. The Protospatharius Nicephorus Comnenus was sent to succeed him. When he arrived there, he brought the land into subjugation to the emperor by the alternative use of persuasion and force. In the 6524th year since the world's creation, in the 14th year of the indication, the emperor left the capital and went to Triaditsa, where he encamped before the fortress of Pernikios and besieged it, but those with him resisted with endurance and determination. Many Romans fell. When the siege had dragged on for 88 days, he realised that there was no possibility of succeeding, so he withdrew, empty-handed, and fell back on Mosinoupolis. There he rested his army, and at the beginning of spring he marched out of Mosinoupolis and entered Bulgaria. He encamped at the fortress called Longos and took it by siege. He sent David Araionates and Constantine Diogenes to the plains of Pelagonia and took possession of many beasts and numerous prisoners. The emperor burned the fortress when it was taken and divided the spoils of war into 3 parts. One part he assigned to the Russian allies, a second part to the Romans, the third he kept for himself. Then he advanced further and came to Castoria. But having made an attempt on the city, he concluded that it was inexpugnable, and turned back. He was in receipt of a letter from the commander of Dorostelon, Ziklos, the son of the patrician Theodora the Iberian, to the effect that Crackcras had assembled a large army and had joined forces with John. Once he had gained the cooperation of the Pachanacs, he was going to make an assault on Roman lands. Disturbed by this letter, the emperor returned in haste, capturing and burning the fortress of Vosograd along the way, and also taking Beroia. Having devastated and burned the countryside surrounding Ostrovos and Meliskos, he refrained from going any further, for it was reported to him that the attack on Roman territory planned by Crackcras and John was frustrated by the Pachanacs not providing them with allies, so he turned around and laid siege to another fortress, Satena, which contained a palace of Samuel, and where much grain was stored. This he ordered the army to pillage. All that remained he consigned to the flames. Then he sent the Scholai of the West out against John, who was lying not too far away, and the unit of Thessaloniki with Constantine Diogenes in command, but John set an ambush for them as they marched along. When the emperor learned of this, he leapt into the saddle and galloped off with no other words but, "Let every true warrior follow me." When John's spies got wind of this, they came to John's encampment in great fear, and filled it with anxiety and distress, shouting nothing else but, "Byzantines Hosar." They all beat a disorderly retreat, together with John. Diogenes took fresh courage from this, and followed in pursuit. They killed many and took prisoner 200 soldiers with all of their arms, and with their horses, plus all of the equipment of John and his nephews too. These people were promptly deprived of their eyes. That accomplished, the emperor returned to Vadina, set everything in order, and took the road back to Byzantium on the 9th of January in the 15th year of the Indication, in the 6526th year since the world's creation. Now, John seized his opportunity and went off to besiege Dyrrachium with barbaric insolence and arrogance. When the siege was laid, an engagement took place, in which he fell. With no man known to have been the cause of his death, a mounted engagement took place with the commander and patrician Nikitas Pegonites, and he fell, mortally wounded in the entrails by 2 foot soldiers running through the melee. He had ruled Bulgaria for 2 years and 5 months. When the death of John was reported to the emperor by the commander of Dyrrachium, the patrician Nikitas Pegonites, he immediately set out on campaign. At Adrianople, he was met by the brother and the son of the famous Crackcras, announcing that they were ceding to him the celebrated fortress of Pernikos and 35 others. He honoured them accordingly, raising Crackcras to the dignity of patrician. Then he came to Mosinoupolis. To that place came ambassadors from Pelagonia, Moravistos and Lipenios, surrendering those towns to him. From there he came to Ceres, where Crackcras arrived, accompanied by the governors of the 35 fortresses which had made their submission to him. He was well received. Dragonouzos also made his submission, surrendering the fort at Strombitsa with all that it contained, and was promoted to patrician. With him he brought the patrician John Kaldos, recently delivered from his interminable imprisonment, for after being captured by Samuel, he had spent 22 years in jail. No sooner had the emperor approached Strombitsa than David, the Archbishop of Bulgaria, came to him bearing a letter from Maria, the wife or widow of John, in which she undertook to depart from Bulgaria if she got what she was asking for. He came into contact with Bogdan, the governor of the interior fortresses. He too was honoured with the dignity of patrician, because he had long favoured the emperor's cause, and had slain his own father-in-law, Mathiatsi. From there he went to Skopje, where he was met by Skylitzes the Younger, he who had led the first and most warlike engagements under Samuel. He was honoured with the titles of Protos Boetharius and Commander. In that city, the emperor left the patrician David Arianites as commander plenipotentiary, naming him Katapan of Bulgaria. He returned by way of the fortresses of Strypion and Procykon, where he was honoured and acclaimed with processions and hymns. Then once again he turned to the right and courageously took the road to Ochrid, where he had set up camp. All the people came out to meet him with paeans of praise, clapping of hands, and acclamations. Ochrid is a city located on a high hill close by a large lake, called Lychnidon. That is where the city gets its name of Lycnidos, the same name as the lake. It was originally called Dasarites. An innumerable quantity of fine fish is taken from this lake. Out of this lake, the river Drinos flows to the north. It comes from the Diabolis region to the south and crosses the said lake. Just as they say the Alpheos crosses the sea, then flows towards Arethusa, then proceeds in a northerly direction. At the end of the lake are found what is locally called the Strugai, with which it comes together to form a very large river. Further on it turns towards the west and flows into the Erineus, near the fortress of Ilissos. It is at Ochrid, the metropolis of all Bulgaria, that the palace of the kings of Bulgaria lies, and where their treasure was stored. When the emperor opened it, he found a great deal of money, crowns with pearls, vestments embroidered in gold, and 100 centenaria of gold coin, which he had distributed to his army as a bonus. He appointed the patrician Eustathius Daphnomeles as governor of the city, providing him with an adequate guard, then went out to his encampment, where he received the wife of John Vladislav, who had been brought to him, together with 3 sons, 6 daughters, the bastard son of Samuel, 2 daughters of Rodomir, a son of Samuel, and 5 sons of whom the first had lost his sight, having been mutilated by John when he slew Rodomir, the son of Samuel, together with his wife and Vladimir, his brother-in-law. Maria had borne John 3 other sons, but these had fled to Mount Tomoros, a peak of the Karaunian range. He accorded her a gentle and benevolent reception, and ordered her to be detained with the others. Then some others of the great ones of Bulgaria came to him, Nestoritzes, Lazaretzes, and Dobromiros the younger, each with his own detachment of troops. They were kindly received and given imperial honours. Then Procyonos and his 2 brothers, Aaron and Alucianos, children of Vladoslav, who had fled to Tomoros, as we said above. Having endured a protracted siege, for soldiers had been posted on the emperor's orders to oversee the paths leading to the mountain, they communicated with the emperor and asked for assurances, announcing that they would surrender their persons. The emperor returned a humane answer to them also. Then he departed from Ochrid, and came to the lake called Prespa. As he crossed the mountain between the 2 lakes, he constructed a fortress up the mountainside, and called it Basilis, and another one in the lake mentioned above, a smaller one, which he called Constantinos. After leaving Prespa, he went to the place called Diabolis, where he constructed a high tribune on which to receive Procyonos and his brothers when they arrived. Soothing them with indulgent and merciful words, he named Procyonos Magister, the others patricians. Ibatses was also brought to him, his eyes destroyed. The way in which he came to be blinded is worth reporting, for it is a pleasant and wonderful story. After the death of John Vladislav, and the submission of his wife Maria, and also of her children, Procyonos, Alucianos, Aaron, Trajan, Rodomir and Clement, and the compliance of every other important person throughout Bulgaria, Ibatses fled to an inaccessible mountain, Broktos by name, in which there is a very lovely place called Pronista, which has gardens and pleasure grounds of no mean beauty. He had no wish to obey the will of God, but rather gradually assembled a force by inciting the surrounding countryside, fomenting an uprising with dreams of seizing the Bulgarian throne. This greatly perturbed the emperor, and for this reason he abandoned the direct route and turned south, coming to the aforementioned Diabolis. His aim was to oblige the upstart to lay down his arms by whatever means he could, or to coerce him by force of arms. While the emperor was enjoying his stay at the place just mentioned, he urged Ibatzes by letter not to be the only one to raise his hand against him now that Bulgaria was subdued, nor should he dream of the unobtainable, since he knew perfectly well that what he had undertaken would end up bringing him no advantage. Ibatzes received the letter and replied in kind, pleading every kind of extension, delay and procrastination, with the result that the emperor, beguiled by his promises, was obliged to remain there for 55 days. The merit of this matter, to wit, that the emperor would like to have done with Ibatzes, was made known to Eustathius Daphnomeles, the governor of Ohrid. So, when the right opportunity presented itself, he took 2 of his most trusted servants into his confidence, revealed what he had in mind, and addressed himself to the task. Ibatzes was holding a public celebration of the feast of the Comesis of the All-Holy Mother of God. On that day, it was his custom to invite to a banquet not only his close neighbours and those of adjacent lands, but also many who came from a great distance. Off went Eustathius to the feast as a self-invited guest, and gave orders to the guards he encountered on the way to announce who he was, and that he had come to make merry together with the governors. Ibatzes was dumbfounded when they told him this, astounded that an enemy would come of his own volition and deliver himself into the hands of the foe. Yet he said the man should come and, when he arrived, gave him a warm welcome and joyfully embraced him. When the morning liturgy was concluded and all of the guests had dispersed to their several lodgings, Eustathius approached Ibatzes and asked the others to stand back for a moment, as though he had something important and advantageous that he would like to discuss privately with him, not suspecting any guile or deceit, but rather supposing that Eustathius wanted himself to become one of those who were supporting him in his uprising. Ibatzes told his servants to stand aside a little. He took his guest by the hand and led him into a garden of thick bushes, in which there was a recess from which no sound could be heard, so dense were the trees. When Eustathius was alone in there with Ibatzes, he suddenly threw him to the ground, planted his knee on the man's chest, for he was a strong man, and throttled him, calling his 2 servants to come quickly and help. They were standing close by, according to the prearranged plan, waiting to see what would happen. They came running as soon as they heard their master's voice, seized Ibatzes, and stuffed his tunic into his mouth to prevent him from calling out, thus summoning the crowd and frustrating their undertaking. Then they blinded him, and led him blind out of the garden into the courtyard, while they ran into the upper story of a high building, drew their swords, and stood in wait for those who might attempt to follow them. A large crowd gathered. When the matter became known, some with swords in their hands, some with spears, some with bows, some with stones, some with clubs, some with lighted torches, others with firewood, they all came yelling and shouting, "Let them be slaughtered, let them be burned, let them be torn limb from limb, let them be buried with stones, these assassins, these murderers. Let there be no quarter for these wretches." Eustathius despaired of his life when he saw this onslaught, yet he called upon those who accompanied him to play the man, and not weaken, not to surrender and fall into the hands of those who sought their destruction, expecting to be delivered by them, only to receive a miserable and painful death. Leaning out of a window, he silenced the crowd with his hand, and addressed these remarks to them. "As you are fully aware, you men who are assembled here, there was no personal enmity between me and your chief, because he is a Bulgar and I am a Roman, nor a Roman living in Thrace or Macedonia, but a Roman of Asia Minor. Some of you know how far distant that is, and the more intelligent will perceive that I did not undertake the present task lightly or wantonly, but because something obliged me to do so. I would not have insanely thrown myself into the midst of such evident danger and set such a low value on my own life if there had been no other reason compelling me to embrace this undertaking. I would have you know that what I have done, I did at the command of the Emperor, in obedience to him. I served as his instrument. If you now wish to kill me, here I am, surrounded by you on all sides, but it will be no easy or straightforward task putting me to death. I will not lay down my arms and surrender myself to you, so that you can treat me as you wish. Rather will I fight to the death for my own life, and together with my companions repel my attackers, and if we die, the fate which of necessity awaits those who are assailed by many attackers, we will reckon our death a happy and blessed one, since we have one who will avenge and demand payment for our blood. Just ask yourselves how long you will be able to withstand the Emperor." When the assembled men heard these words, they were stricken by the fear of the Emperor. The crowd melted away, going off in different directions. The older and wiser acclaimed the Emperor and became his subjects. Eustathius took his time in transporting Ibatzes and bringing him to the Emperor, who approved his initiative and immediately rewarded him by appointing him commander of Dyrrachium, endowing him with all the movable property of Ibatzes, whom he consigned to prison. When a force was sent against him, some of his supporters went over to them, with his consent, while others were taken prisoner. Now, of his own free will, he came to the imperial camp and knocked on the gate with his hand, announcing who he was, and that of his own free will he was surrendering his person to the Emperor. The Emperor, however, declined to see him, but rather sent him to Thessaloniki, with orders that he was to be imprisoned. He then made whatever seemed to him to be the most propitious arrangements for Dyrrachium, Colonia and Drionopolis. He appointed guards and commanders for the themes, and ordered those Roman prisoners who wished to stay where they were to do so, while the rest were to follow him, for there were many Roman and Armenian soldiers who had been taken prisoner by Samuel, and settled by him in Pelagonia, Prespa, and Ochrid, of whom the most distinguished were the sons of Basil Apochaps, Gregory and... here there is a gap in the text. He came to Castoria, and there 2 of the daughters of Samuel were brought to him. When they saw Maria, the wife of John, standing beside the Emperor, these women set about her as though they would kill her. The Emperor was able to appease their wrath by promising to ennoble and enrich them. As for Maria, he honoured her with the dignity of belted patrician, and sent her to the capital with her sons and all of her relatives, including the youngest, Samuel's bastard. By the agency of Xiphias, he tore down all of the strongholds at Serbia and at Soskos, levelling them to the ground. Then he went to the fortress of Stagoi. Elmagos, the governor of Belgrade, came there too, clothed as a slave, together with his fellow governors. The fortress of Belgrade is difficult to approach. Indeed, it is inaccessible to enemies, being ringed with precipices to the south, with a river flowing by, Aston by name. There is only one entrance to the fortress. The Prince of Rakova also came to the Emperor. He left there and came to Athens, and, as he was crossing the Zatunion, he saw the bones of the Bulgars who had fallen there when the Magister Nikephros Aranos defeated Samuel. He saw them and was amazed. He was more amazed at the sight of the wall at Thermopylae, recently known as Skelos, which Rupinios built to repel the Bulgars. When he came to Athens, he offered up thanks for his victory to the Mother of God, and adorned her church with magnificent and splendid offerings, then returned to Constantinople. The conspiracy of the 2 governors and patricians, Elmagos and Gabras, by which they sought to restore the Bulgar ascendancy, was revealed at Thessaloniki. Gabras had already fled to his homeland. He was arrested and blinded. But when Elinagos was put to the question, he consistently denied everything, so he was restored to his former rank. when the emperor returned to Constantinople, entering through the great door of the Golden Gate, and crowned with a crested golden diadem, he celebrated a triumph, preceded by Maria, the wife of Vladislav, and the daughters of Samuel, plus the rest of the Bulgars and the Bulgar archbishop. This was in the second year of the Indication, in the 6527th year since the world was created. Thus he came, joyful and triumphant, and entered the great church, where he sang hymns of thanksgiving to God, then went his way to the palace. As he came in after the triumph, Sergius the Patriarch strongly urged him to suppress the Allelengion, which he had been promising to do if he overcame the Bulgars, but he was not persuaded to do it. After serving as pastor of the Church of God for 20 whole years, Sergius migrated to the Lord in the month of July, in the second Indication, in the 6527th year since the world's creation, and Eustathius, the dean of the palace clergy, was promoted to patriarch. The emperor again confirmed that the archbishopric of Bulgaria was autocephalous, as it had been formerly under Romanos the Elder. This was because he drew the conclusion from the constitution of the Emperor Justinian that it was Justinia Prima, which that emperor claimed to be his fatherland, and which then had Castellian as its bishop. Once Bulgaria was subject to him, the neighbouring people of the Kourbatoi came over to the emperor's side. Their rulers were two brothers. These were given high rank when they joined the emperor, and their people became his subjects. The ruler of Sirmium alone, the brother of Nestongos of Sirmium, refused his obedience, so the governor of those parts, Constantine Diogenes, feigned friendship and dispatched an embassy to him to say that, upon his oath, he really wished to meet with him and discuss some pressing matters, and if there were any fears in his mind, he would bring 3 friends only of his subordinates and meet with him in the middle of the river which flowed by, while the other, for his part, was to come there likewise with 3 attendants. The man was convinced. He came to the river and met Diogenes, who was carrying a knife in his bosom. Just as the conference was beginning, he suddenly drew the weapon, stabbed the other in the side, and killed him. His troops turned and fled, while Diogenes concentrated his forces and marched on Sirmium with a considerable army. This terrified and confused the wife of the dead man, but he mollified her by making huge promises. Thus he persuaded her to submit to him and to surrender Sirmium to the emperor. She was sent to Byzantium, where she was married to one of the important citizens of the capital. As for Diogenes, he was appointed governor of the newly conquered land. The emperor renovated the aqueduct of the Emperor Valentinian to provide the citizens of Constantinople with a plentiful supply of water. When George, the ruler of Abaskia, broke his treaty with the Romans by invading the frontier regions, the emperor campaigned against him in full force, leaving behind the patricians, Nicephorus Xiphas, and Nicephorus, the son of Bardas Phocas. These complained bitterly about being left out of the campaign. They raised what army they could in Cappadocia, Trodantus, and in the surrounding regions. Then they broke into open revolt. When this was reported to the emperor, disquiet and anguish overtook the camp, for fear that being caught between Abascans and the rebels, for the rumour was going around that the supporters of Xiphas had announced their intention of effecting such a manoeuvre to the ruler of Abaskia. They might suffer the worst of fates. The emperor wrote and sent letters to both Xiphas and Phocas, with orders to the messengers to take every care to ensure that he deliver each letter to each recipient without the other being aware of it. He did as he was commanded. When he had discreetly delivered the letters, Phocas immediately read his to Xiphas, but Xiphas hid his letter, and denied having ever received a word. Then, one day, he invited the other to confer with him, and when he came, he had him put to death by men who were lying in wait for that very purpose. The coalition of the rebels immediately collapsed. When the emperor learned of Phocas's death, Theophylact, the son of Damian de Lassinos, was sent, and he arrested Xiphas, and he sent him in chains to John, the protonotarius, at the capital. John had him tonsured on the island of Antigonos. Once the emperor was relieved of the fear of rebels, he attacked Abascians. Many Romans fell, yet the two armies disengaged, and it was left undecided which was the victor. Then, on the 11th of September, the 6th year of the Indication, in the 6531st year since the world was created, a second engagement took place. Lyperites fell. He was George's commander-in-chief, together with all of the leading men of Abascia. George fled to the interior mountains of Iberia, but he shortly sent a peace delegation to the emperor, relinquishing whatever lands he pleased to him, and offering his own son, Pancratius, as a hostage. The emperor promoted him magister and then returned. As for the others who had participated in the uprising of Xiphas and Phocas, he confiscated their goods and imprisoned them. An exception was the patrician Phurses, whom he put to death, because he had been the very first to join the rebellion. He had killed the curators of 4 neighbouring governors, and had beheaded one of the imperial eunuchs with his own hands, and an imperial chamberlain condemned of having tried to poison the emperor on Xiphas's behalf was fed to the lions. Anna, the emperor's sister, died in Russia, predeceased by her husband Vladimir. Then a relative of his, a man named Chrysochir, embarked a company of 800 men and came to Constantinople, ostensibly to serve as mercenaries. The emperor ordered him to lay down his arms, and then he would receive him, but the Russian was unwilling to do this, and sailed on through the Propontis. When he came to Abydos, he gave battle to the commander there, whose duty it was to protect the shores, and he easily defeated him. He passed on to Lemnos, where, beguiled by offers of peace, they were all slaughtered by the navy of the Cabariote Theme, the commander of Samos, David of Ochrid, and the Duke of Thessaloniki, Nicephorus Cabasilas. It was the emperor's wish to campaign in Sicily, and he sent ahead Orestes, one of the most trusted eunuchs, with a considerable force, but he was prevented from setting out because fate intervened. In the month of December, in the 9th year of the Indication, in the 6534th year since the world was created, he suddenly fell ill and died, and a few days before his death, the patriarch Eustathius died. It is said of Eustathius that while he was exercising his priesthood at one of the greatest feasts, partly through old age, for he was old, partly through infirmity, for he was ill, since the entrance of the holy gifts was happening at a more leisurely pace than usual, he could not remain standing after completing the prayer. At his request, the throne on which he habitually reposed himself was brought, and he sat on it, in wait of the arrival of the holy gifts. While he sat there, he fell asleep and saw a terrible vision, a real vision, not a dream. He saw wild beasts dressed as priests coming in. They had human bodies, but their heads were in the form of beasts. Meanwhile, the deacon alerted him to the presence of the holy gifts, and he was rewarded for his pains by a severe reproof for having deprived the patriarch of an awesome vision. He claimed to have seen 11 bishops in that terrifying form, with others coming after them, but their entry had been cut short by the deacon coming to alert him. He said that the beasts were donkeys, lions, panthers, domestic felines of the kind we call cats, wolves, bears, and other kinds of beasts. So much for that. The emperor appointed the monk Alexius, hegumenus of the Studious monastery, to succeed Eustathius as patriarch, he having visited the emperor with the venerable head of Saint John the Baptist. He sent him to be enthroned by the protonotarius John, whom he employed as an aid in the administration of public business. In the evening he died, having lived 70 years. He had reigned over all, and ruled for 50 years. He asked his brother, whom he designated successor to the throne, to bury him in the church of St. John the Evangelist, and theologian, adjacent to the Hebdomon, and so it was done. Constantine VIII, 1025 to 1028 AD. Although Constantine now assumed total authority and the power to do whatever he wished, his delight was in perverse behaviours, and he was the cause of many ills for the community. He neither accomplished nor planned to accomplish any of the things he ought to have done, but rather entertained himself with horse races, actors, and comedy shows, passing his nights playing silly games. He did not appoint those who had demonstrated their worth by deed or word to civil and military positions, but wine-sodden servile eunuchs, bloated with every kind of disgusting abomination. These he promoted to the most conspicuous and high offices, curiously passing over those distinguished by birth, virtue, and experience. He promoted Nicholas, his first chamberlain, to be domestic of the Scolae, and Paracoimenus, Nicephorus, the second one, to be protovestiarius. Simeon, the third, he made Drongarius of the watch, and he gave them all the title of Prodros. Eustatius, the most junior of the chamberlains, he made Grand Hetairarch. A eunuch named Spondyles became Duke of Antioch. Nicetas of Pisidia, Duke of Iberia, both of them notoriously evil men. They so disturbed and confused everything that they very nearly overturned the state, the very state which had been so well ruled since the reign of Romanos II, the father of the two emperors, by Nicephorus II, John III, and Basil II, as they succeeded each other on the throne, and rendered the empire a terror to the neighbouring peoples. And it was not only that he was undiscriminating in his appointment of officers, promoting whoever came to hand. He also persisted in oppressing the worthier and more experienced candidates, and schemed against the distinguished citizens. He blinded the patrician Constantine, the son of the Magister Michael Bortzes, for having harmed him before he became emperor, by advising the Emperor Basil of his unruly behaviour. And he eliminated not a few other good men, as the narrative will explain in due course. Such was the prologue to his reign. As for what came after, who could ever present an adequate history of it? For, as we said, he was exclusively besotted with comedy shows and actors, and more than anybody else, gaping at horse races. These he held to constitute his only obligation, and everything else to be of no account. He even reckoned that the rest of his disorderly practices took second place to horse races. Nicephorus Komnenos was an intelligent man, famed for his virtue and courage. As commander of Media, also known as Vaporacon, he had brought the neighbouring peoples into subjection. For no reason whatsoever, out of envy for his virtue, the emperor trumped up a charge of treason against him and blinded him. Nicephorus had frequently engaged the Saracens adjacent to Media in action, and noted that his own soldiers were somewhat languid, prone to turning their backs and making a disorderly retreat. He rebuked them for this, but also besought them not to flee in shame, but rather to boldly withstand the enemy, and he won them over. When Nicephorus asked them to confirm with oaths their undertaking that they would die with him fighting against the enemy, they gave him a written letter, corroborating with violent curses and appalling oaths, that they would vigorously maintain the line of battle and die together with their commander. When this came to the ears of Constantine, he immediately relieved Nicephorus of his command and brought him to the capital. He set up a judgment seat and tribunal, condemned him of plotting against the emperor, and deprived him of his sight. And when he became angry with the patrician Bardas, the grandson of the Magister Bardas Phocas, and some others, by the agency of one of the informers. He trumped up a charge of attempted usurpation against him, and immediately blinded him, together with those defamed alongside him. There was an uprising in Naupactus against George, the commander there, the one they called Mad George, on account of the instability of his mind. They killed the commander and seized all of his goods, because he had mistreated the inhabitants there, and afflicted them with frequent taxes of his own devising. The emperor not only mercilessly punished those responsible for the killing, but he even blinded the bishop of Naupactus. The patrician Basil, the son of Romanos Sclerus, came into conflict with the magister. Prusianus the Bulgar, commander of the Bucalarian theme, and became so incensed that they fell to fighting each other. Constantine judged this quarrel to be an outrage against the imperial dignity, and exiled both of them, one to the island of Oxia, the other to Plataea. A little later, he condemned Basil on the charge of planning to escape, and blinded him. Prusianus came very close to suffering the same fate too, but he was set free. He also blinded Romanos Curcuas, who was married to the sister of Prusianus, also Bogdan, Glabas, and Gudelius. And he cut out the tongue of the monk Zacharias, a relative of the Vestus Theodatus, falsely accusing these men of plotting against him. In this year the Pachanacs invaded Bulgaria, killing and taking prisoner many soldiers, together with their commanders and officers. The Emperor Constantine therefore appointed Diogenes, the governor of Sirmium, to be Duke of Bulgaria too. He frequently engaged the Pachanacs as they spread out and repelled them, forcing them to go back over the Danube and to remain at peace. Throughout the years of Constantine's reign there was a severe drought. Even unfailing springs and rivers dried up. The Emperor Basil used to spare the poor by not insisting that taxes be paid on time, granting a delay or postponement to those who asked. When he died, 2 years' taxes were owing. These payments Constantine demanded immediately, and he also stipulated that taxes be paid on time for the next 3 years, for this is how long his reign lasted. By demanding 5 years' payments in 3, he ruined not only the poor and indigent, but also those who were well off. A Haggarine fleet invaded the Cyclades Islands. George Theodrokonos, commander of Samos, together with Beribos, commander of Chios, engaged and repulsed it, capturing 12 fully equipped and manned ships, while scattering the others. On the 9th of November, in the 12th year of the Indication, in the 6537th year since the world was created, Constantine suddenly fell ill, and when the doctors despaired of his life, he set his mind to designating someone to succeed him on the throne. He decided to summon Constantine Delassinos, who had retired to one of his estates in the Armenia-Con theme, to marry him to one of his daughters, and proclaim him emperor. One of the most trusted eunuchs, Ergodotes by name, was sent to fetch him. But Simeon, a close friend of the patrician Romanos Argyros, intervened, and this directive was set aside. A messenger was sent as though from the emperor, telling Delassinos to stay wherever he might be when the message reached him. Meanwhile, Romanos was brought into the palace. When he arrived, he was confronted with the 2 alternatives, either to divorce his legitimate wife, marry the emperor's daughter, and be proclaimed emperor, or to lose his eyes. He was speechless and undecided before this choice, but his wife, fearing lest her man suffer pains, willingly accepted monastic tonsure, thus obtaining for her husband both his sight and the empire. Constantine had 3 daughters by the daughter of the patrician Alypios, whom he married while Basil was still living. Eudokia, the first in age, had received the monastic tonsure. The third, Theodora, refused to marry Romanos, either because he was a relative or because his wife was still living. But Zoe, the second in age, gladly accepted when the proposal of marriage was put to her. The question of consanguinity arose, but the Church, with the Patriarch, dispensed with the impediment. Romanos was married to Zoe and proclaimed ruler and emperor. Constantine died 3 days later, having lived in all 70 years, and ruled 1 month short of 3 years. Romanos III Argyros, 1028 to 1034 AD. Thus, contrary to all hope and expectation, Romanos escaped the danger of losing his eyes, surviving to be girded with the imperial authority and proclaimed ruling emperor, together with Zoe, the daughter of Constantine. No sooner was he seated on the throne than he honoured his subjects with preliminary bounties and inaugural gifts. His earliest benefactions were in the religious domain. He knew that the income of the great church was insufficient because he had previously served as the oikonomos of this and the other churches which were customarily served by the clergy of the great church. He now stipulated that an additional advance of £80 of gold was to be made to it from the imperial treasury each year. He suppressed and completely eliminated the Allellengion, which Constantine had intended to do, but never did. He emptied the prisons of those who were detained there for debt, excusing unpaid taxes, and paying private debts in full. He ransomed the prisoners held by the Pechenegs. He honoured 3 metropolitan bishops with the title of Skylitzes: Kyriakos of Ephesus, the Patriarch's brother; Demetrios of Kyzikos, with whom he had been close friends before he became emperor; and Michael of Euchatia, who was related by blood to Demetrios, as they were both born into the family of the Radonoi. He sent for John, who had served as protonotorius under the Emperor Basil, already tonsured as a monk, honoured him with the title of Skylitzes, and appointed him guardian of his own wife's sister, Theodora. He restored many of the servants of God who had come to the ultimate degree of penury because of the Allellengion, and granted relief to others whom distress and oppression had brought into tight straits. He provided a very large amount of money for the salvation of the soul of his father-in-law. And he did likewise for those who had suffered under that man, appointing some of them to offices, comforting others with properties, others with money. He raised to the distinction of Magister his brother-in-law on his sister's side, Romanos Scleros, whom, as we said, Constantine had blinded, and he recalled from his long exile. Nicephorus Siphas, who, of his own free will, received the monastic habit at Studius's monastery. In those days, God caused an adequate amount of rain to fall, and the crops were abundant, especially the olives. On the day of Pentecost, there was a fracas concerning the order of seating at the liturgy in the great church, for the metropolitan bishops would not suffer the synkeloi to take precedence over the clergy. At that time, the Magister Prusanius the Bulgar was accused of conspiring with Theodora the Empress's sister to seize the throne. He was incarcerated at the monastery of Manuel, and when the charge stood up under investigation, they blinded him and expelled his mother, a belted patrician, from the city. Constantine Diogenes, who was related to the emperor by his marriage to the daughter of his brother Basil Argyros, and who had been transferred from Sirmium to become Duke of Thessaloniki, was now accused of preparing to revolt by Orestes, the servant of the Emperor Basil. He was sent out as commander of the Phrycassian theme, but when the truth of the charge became evident, he was brought into the capital as a prisoner and thrown into a tower. His fellow conspirators were severely flogged, paraded down the principal artery, and sent into exile. The protonotorius and Skylitzes John, the patrician and commander Eustathius Daphnomeles, the 2 grandsons of the Magister Michael Bortzes, Michael Theognostos, and Samuel and George Barsbatzes, founder of the monastery of Iberion on Mount Athos, the nephews of the patrician Theodatus. Theodora also was taken out of the palace and confined at the place called Petrion. In October, the 31st of that month, the fall of a star occurred, following a path from west to east, and on that day the Roman army suffered a severe defeat in Syria, Michael Spondyles being commander of Antioch the Great, and rain fell in torrents continually until the month of March. The rivers overflowed and hollows turned into lakes, with the result that nearly all of the livestock was drowned, and the crops were levelled. This was the cause of a severe famine in the following year. In his desire to remedy the recent disaster in Syria, the emperor set out on campaign against Beroea. He dispatched the patrician Constantine Carantinos, his sister's husband, with a light force to keep watch on the approach and do all he could to damage the enemy, but he was to avoid any general engagement until the emperor arrived. While he was assembling his army, George, the ruler of Abkhazia, fell ill and died. His widow sent a delegation to the emperor bearing gifts, requesting a peace treaty, and also a wife for Pancratius Bagrat, her son. The emperor received her delegation. He ratified the peace treaty, and sent off his niece, Helen, the daughter of his brother Basil, to Abkhazia as a bride. He raised Pancratius the bridegroom to the dignity of Choropalates. About that time, an amazing wonder occurred in the Phrycassian theme on the heights of Mount Cousinus, where a spring of excellent pellucid water is located. A voice was heard moaning and weeping in lamentation, similar to the voice of a grieving woman, and this was not just once or twice, but every day and night, from March well into June. When some people came to the place where the voice was heard to investigate, the moaning happened somewhere else. It seemed as though this voice presaged the Roman disaster in Seol, Syria, which is about to be reported. The Emperor Nicephorus III brought most of the cities of Syria and Phoenicia into subjugation. John I, his successor, tightened his hold on what was already taken, and extended his domains to Damascus. But Basil II, who followed them, was distracted by civil wars at first, then by his efforts against Samuel of Bulgaria. Hence, he did not have the opportunity of securing the eastern part of the empire properly, and in a fitting manner. All he could do was make an appearance in the east and deal with the most pressing situations, before returning to his constant concern and worry, the subjugation of the Bulgarian race. This provided an opportunity for the more powerful eastern cities to throw off the Roman yoke and seek their freedom. As long as Basil was alive, they meditated insurrection, but in secret and not openly. But once he had paid the common debt and his brother Constantine was ruling in an indolent and uncaring manner, his only concern being for those things which I itemised in his narrative, treating all else with contempt, and as of no account, then the Saracens seized their chance, diminishing the garrisons in the cities and killing the guards. This was especially true of the Prince of Beroea, which they also call Aleppo. He made frequent excursions to the detriment of Antioch, as well as the adjacent and neighbouring peoples who were Roman subjects. Spondyles, the officer commanding at Antioch, as we said, marched out against him, with Constantine still in the area, hoping no doubt to perform some audacious act of bravery. He joined battle with the Prince of Beroea and was soundly defeated with heavy loss of troops, but he saved his own life by shamefully taking refuge in Antioch, and an Arab named Musarraf got the better of him by the following subterfuge. This Musarraf was held as a prisoner of war in Antioch, having been captured by Pophos Argyros. When the reins of leadership fell to Spondyles, knowing him to be an impressionable man, the Arab promised to be very useful to the Romans if he were released from captivity and given every support in his undertakings. He announced that he would do his fellow countrymen great harm, and that, if a fortress were erected at a place which he indicated, and himself put in charge of it, he would be of no small advantage to the Romans. Spondyles failed to perceive the stratagem. He had his irons struck off, constructed the fortress as requested, and put him in charge of it with 1,000 Roman guardsmen stationed there. When the awaited opportunity arrived, Musarraf entered into secret negotiations with the Emir of Tripoli, and with Tuzba, the commander-in-chief of the Egyptians. He then received the army that they sent, wiped out the 1,000 guardsmen, and handed over the fortress. From then on, the Saracens made no end of sallying forth from their advantageous position to ravage and destroy land subject to the Romans in Syria. Romanos relieved Spondyles of his command and sent Constantine Carantinos, his sister's husband, to replace him, while the emperor himself prepared to set out after him against the Saracens. He had already reached Philomelion, when a delegation arrived from Beroea bearing a large quantity of gifts and asking for clemency. They would assume their former state of servitude and gratefully pay the annual tribute which was due. Many of the excellent commanders who were with him on campaign, one of them was the patrician John Caldos, urged him to accept these proposals and not to wage war in Syria, in summertime, as water was in short supply there. Hence it would not be possible to oppose the Arabs, as they were accustomed from birth to the local temperatures and the scorching heat, whereas the Romans in full armour could not tolerate the season. The emperor was not in the least deflected by any of these concerns, for he had had the recent example of his immediate predecessor before his eyes, and longed to distinguish himself by some courageous deed. Off he went to Syria, established his camp at the fortress 2 days' march from Beroea. Its name was Azazion, and waited to see what would happen. While he was encamped there, he sent out the officer commanding the excubitores, the patrician Leo Corosfactes, and his corps of soldiers, on reconnaissance, to see whether any Arabs were likely to attack, and to where it might be advantageous to move the camp. But the Arabs who were lying in wait, guarding the intervening plain, seized their chance. They suddenly attacked and captured Leo, scattering the troops with him. They became so bold and intrepid that they openly prevented the Romans from gathering forage and other necessities of life. They did even worse harm to the Romans by depriving them of water, for they, their horses and pack animals, were so oppressed by thirst that they openly exposed themselves to danger, and were captured and slaughtered. Then the patrician Constantine de Lessenos was sent out to beat back the attacking forces, and to accomplish something bold and daring. He joined battle with them, but then fled in disorder, breathing confusion and dismay into the Romans and into the emperor himself. When he returned in person in great disarray, he threw the entire camp into chaos and consternation. There was no longer any question of fighting, as each man looked to his own safety as best he could. A council was held, at which it was decided that they should break camp at dawn and return to Antioch. On the 2nd of August, in the 13th year of the indication, in the 6538th year since the world was created, the gates were opened on all sides according to the plan, and they took the road to Antioch. Many of them were sick with dysentery, many were worn out by the pangs of thirst. As they came out of the camp, the Arabs attacked in force. Since the Romans were not in the least capable of withstanding the impetus, a most terrible rout took place. Some were trodden underfoot by their comrades and killed, others were captured alive. Yet something amusing happened. Neither among the commanders, who had a reputation for bravery, nor among the soldiers was there anybody bold enough to withstand the danger. They all ran away ingloriously. There was, however, a eunuch there, one of the attendants of the imperial bedchamber, who, seeing his baggage and his servants being carried off, could not contain himself. Turning his horse this way and that, he charged at the Saracens at full tilt. Bending his bow, he shot one of them and put the other to flight. He seized what was his, and gleefully rode back. It was not from military experience, but from love of money, that this wretched gelding risked his own life, the love of money pushing away the thought that his life was in danger. The emperor came very near to being captured and then found refuge in Antioch. The imperial hetairai fought valiantly, thus saving both themselves and the emperor. George Manichaeus was at that time commander of the Teluk theme. 800 Arabs returning from the rout came to him, all puffed up with pride, and ordered him to surrender as soon as possible and abandon the city as the emperor was taken and the entire Roman army completely destroyed. He need not deliver himself into such obvious danger. As soon as day broke, he and those with him would be encircled and mercilessly destroyed. George made pretence of accepting their warning and doing as he was told. He sent a plentiful supply of food and drink out to them, telling them to rest for a while, for at daybreak he and those with him would surrender themselves and make the Arabs masters of Teluk together with all of the money of the Romans. Deceived by his words and deeds, and expecting to receive everything on the morrow, they gave themselves up to drinking and drunkenness, passing the night without the least concern or provision for their safety. But in the middle of the night, when they had drunk well and were sleeping without a care in the world, George attacked them and slew them all. He captured 280 camels fully laden with all kinds of Roman goods. He cut off the noses and ears of the fallen and sent them to the emperor in Cappadocia, for after his flight he had arrived at the estate of Phocas and was residing there. In approval of what had been done, the emperor designated him Catapan of Lower Media. On leaving Syria, the emperor designated Simeon, who had served Constantine, his father-in-law, as domestic of the Scolae, and Nicetas of Mysthia, governor of Antioch. He charged them to do everything in their power to put the defences of the fortress, named Menikos, built by Musaraf, to the test, in order to see if they could relieve Syria of this incursion. They, however, conducted the assault in such an unprofessional and inexperienced way that Musaraf sallied forth from the fortress by night, burned their siege engines, and chased them away in disgrace. The emperor could not bear this outrage when he heard of it. He dispatched to Syria one of his most trusted servants, the Protospatharios Theoktistok, the grand hetaiarch of that day, with a considerable army of Romans and non-Romans, appointing him sovereign commander. His orders were to make contact with Pinzarak, the emir of Tripoli, and to join him in damaging and destroying Arab possessions. It appears that this Pinzarak had recently renounced his allegiance to the Amor-Mumenes of Egypt because of some offence and had taken up arms against him. The Egyptians had sent Torspa the Turk, his chief of the armed forces, with a sufficient army to suppress Pinzarak. When Pinzarak perceived that he was unequal to the task of confronting the might of the Egyptians alone, he had recourse to the emperor of the Romans, whom he sought as an ally. Romanos did not refuse this request. He sent Theoktistos with a considerable host, ordering him to provide Pinzarak with allies and also to attack the fortress of Menikos on the way. Theoktistos set out, made contact with the Pinzarak, and set about this task. The Egyptian commander-in-chief, Torspa, was so nonplussed by the suddenness of the offensive and the size of the host that he went back home, and neither could Musaraf face the onslaught of the foe. He abandoned Menikos and fled, but he was taken and killed in the area around Tripoli. Theoktistos' men occupied the fortress of Menikos. It was delivered to them by a nephew of Musaraf, and another fortress, this one called Argyro-Castron, located on a precipitous rock. When he had thus disposed of matters, Theoktistos returned to the capital, bringing with him Alec, the son of Pinzarak, whom the sovereign honoured with the title of patrician. Afterwards Pinzarak came, preceded and escorted by Nicetas Mysthia, who was then serving as governor of Antioch. The emperor received him most graciously, rewarded him with a quantity of gifts and favours, and sent him home rejoicing. He also had ransomed Chorophactes out of captivity and delivered him to his kinsman. As the narrative has already reported, the Protospatharios Orestes was sent to Sicily by the Emperor Basil II. He was inexperienced in war and had no administrative ability. Seizing their opportunity, the Saracens of Sicily launched a surprise attack on the Romans, who were already feeble with dysentery from extravagant living, and slaughtered many of them. To efface this disgrace, the emperor assembled a battle-worthy force from Hellas and Macedonia, then sent it into Italy, but it was unable to accomplish anything of distinction, because the commander was a good-for-nothing simpleton. In the 6539th year of the world, in the 14th year of the Indication, Prusianus was tonsured as a monk of his own free will, and his mother was transferred from the Mantinian monastery in the Bucalarian theme to the Fracasian theme. Also, the patrician Constantine Diogenes was released from the tower and tonsured as a monk. The Emperor Romanos purchased the estate of Theocontophilus and transformed it into a monastery dedicated in the name of our Sovereign Lady, the Mother of God. No expense was spared, but the subjects were sorely oppressed, as they were obliged to convey the stones and other building materials. He adorned the capitals of the great church and of the church of the All-Holy Mother of God at Blakeney with silver and gold. In the course of restoring the sanctuary at Blakeney, he found an ancient icon hanging there, and ordered it to be restored. When he noted that the silver on the plaster of the wall had peeled off, he ordered it to be stripped off and replaced. When the old plaster was removed, an icon was found painted on the wood of a panel, showing the Mother of God holding our Lord and God against her bosom. It had remained intact since the days of the Emperor Constantine V, Copronymus, until that day, 300 years later. In the 6540th year since the world's creation, the 15th year of the Indication, in the month of September, Amma, the son of the Emir of Aleppo, came to the Emperor Romanos, bearing many gifts, asking that the peace treaty be renewed, and that the tribute be paid as before. The Protospatherios Theophylact of Athens was sent. He ratified the treaty and entered into various agreements with the people of Aleppo. After the exaltation of the Holy Cross, that is September the 14th, the Empress Zoe suddenly came to Petrion and tonsured her sister Theodora, for, she said, there was no other way to put an end to her plots and her scandalous behaviour. The Emperor Romanos gave his own niece in marriage to the supreme ruler of Greater Armenia, with a large dowry. Marching as though he would attack Syria for a second time, the Emperor marched out to Messenacta. While he was there, it was made known to the Empress Zoe, through Theophanes the Bishop of Thessaloniki, that Constantine Diogenes was plotting with her sister Theodora with the intention of fleeing to Illyricum, and this with the full knowledge of the Metropolitan of Dyrrachium and the Bishop of Periphorion. The bishops and Diogenes were immediately seized. While Constantine was being examined in the palace of Blakeney by John the Parapostios, who afterwards became Orphanotrophus, the brother of Michael, who became emperor, he hanged himself from the walls, broke his neck, died, and was buried among those who had killed themselves. The bishop was sent to the emperor at Manzikata, and there set free. On Friday the 28th of July, at the second hour of the night, a star fell from the south to the north, lighting up the whole of the earth, and shortly afterwards there were reports of disasters afflicting the Roman Empire, of Arabs ravaging Mesopotamia right up to Melitene, of Pechenegs crossing the Danube and doing damage to Mysia, of Saracens coasting off Illyricum as far as Corfu and setting it on fire. For the most part, these enemies returned home unharmed, but the Saracens fared badly at the hands of the citizens of Ragusa and of the patrician Nicephorus Carantinus, commander of Nauplion, who opposed them in force and captured many of their boats. The survivors put the Roman prisoners they were holding to death, but were then shipwrecked on the high seas off Sicily as they were returning home, and they were killed. This year, famine and pestilence afflicted Cappadocia, Paphlagonia, the Armeniacon theme, and the Honoriad. so grave that the very inhabitants of the themes abandoned their ancestral homes in search of somewhere to live. The emperor met them on his return to the capital from Messenacta, and unaware of the reason for this migration, obliged them to return home, providing them with money and the other necessities of life. And Michael, who was then governing the Church of Ankara, performed various works, sparing nothing which might procure the survival of the victims of famine and pestilence. On Sunday the 13th of August, at the first hour of the night, in the 6540th year since the world's creation, there was a severe earthquake. The emperor came into the capital, and Helena, his former wife, having died, he distributed much alms on her behalf. In that year, on the 20th of February, a star traversed from north to south, with noise and commotion. It was visible until the 15th of March, and there was a bow above it. On the 6th of March, at the 3rd hour, there was another earthquake. At that time there was an invasion of Africa by the Saracens with 1,000 boats carrying 10,000 fighting men on board. They did much damage to the islands and coast. Nicephorus Carantonos joined battle with a portion of them and put them to flight, sending 500 Saracens to the emperor in chains. And in that year the Protos George Maniches, the son of Gudelius Maniches, the commander of the cities on the Euphrates, who resided at Samosata, attempted to take the city of Edessa in Ostroene. This city was controlled by Salman the Turk, having been entrusted to him by the emir of Martyropolis, but, bribed with gifts, promises, and honours, he surrendered it. In the middle of the night to Maniarches, Maniarches secured 3 heavily fortified towers and vigorously repulsed the would-be besiegers, summoning aid from without. When Apomobanes, the emir of Martyropolis, now called Myfurkim, heard of their fall, he promptly appeared with a considerable army and laid siege to the towers, but George stoutly withstood him. The emir was thrown back and was at a loss as to what to do. He razed the finest buildings and pillaged what was of beauty in the city, even in the great church itself. He loaded the finest objects onto camels, and putting the rest of the city into the flames, returned to Martyropolis. Now that Maniaces was free to do so, he captured the fortress situated in the centre of the city, atop a lofty rock, summoned forces from outside and secured his hold on the city. And finding the autograph letter of the Lord and Master Jesus Christ, which was sent to Abgar, he dispatched it to the emperor at Byzantium. Azesios Hakim the Egyptian was mad, and the cause of many woes for the Christians. He tore down the church of our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ at Jerusalem. But after he had died the most horrible of deaths, his son, born to him by a captive Roman woman, permitted those who wished to do so to rebuild the church. The emperor generously hastened to send resources for the reconstruction, but he was interrupted by death, and it was his successor Michael who completed the task. The Magister Basil Skleros, the husband of the emperor's sister, the man who was blinded by Constantine, was of an unstable and fickle mind. Even though he had been promoted Magister by Romanos, from whom he also received many benefits, he began plotting against him. But this was brought to light, and he was expelled from the city, together with his wife. Maniaces sent an annual tribute of £50 of gold to the emperor from Edessa. Pinzerac, the emir of Tripoli, overcome by the Egyptians, fled and came to the capital. The emperor sent him back to Syria with a numerous army, accompanied by the Heteirarch Doctistos. He also sent a fleet to Egypt, with the Protos Technias of Abydos in command. His orders were to do as much damage as possible to the mouth of the Nile, and even to Alexandria itself. He sailed there directly, and pressed on to Alexandria. He captured a large quantity of shipping, seized a great deal of booty, and returned unharmed. Alim the Saracen handed over the fortress he was holding, called Pekrin. It lies very near to Babylon. to the Emperor of the Romans in the hope of receiving a title of patrician and many other rewards. He had made contact with the Emperor through his son. The fortress was received by the patrician Nicholas the Bulgar, who went by the name Chrysellius. The Saracen's son came into Byzantium, but on account of the emperor's illness he received no attention whatsoever. He returned in anger and persuaded his parent to take back his own fortress. Alim made a secret accord with the local Persians and then took the fortress by a surprise night attack, killing 6,000 Roman fighting men who were in it, due to the carelessness and negligence of Chrysellius. But before long, the patrician Nicetas Pegonites was sent out to govern there. He maintained a protracted siege with the Russians and other Roman forces, and eventually took the fortress by storm, killing Alim and his son. It was then that Aldi, the wife of George of Abkhazia, and Alan by race, came over to the emperor and surrendered to him the extremely well-fortified stronghold of Ankufia. The emperor honoured Demetrius, her son, with the dignity of magister. Carantonos gained another victory against some Saracens out looking for booty. He sent 600 of them in chains to the emperor. In the 6,547th year since the world's creation, on the 17th of February, there was an earthquake and the cities of Syria suffered severely. Orestes was relieved of command, and Leopos was sent to take charge of the infantry in Italy, while John, one of the bedchamber attendants of the Emperor Basil, was put in command of the fleet. For some time the eastern themes had been consumed by locusts, compelling the inhabitants to sell their children and move into Thrace. The emperor gave to every one of them 3 pieces of gold and arranged for them to return home. Locusts were finally carried away by a powerful wind, fell into the high sea off the Hellespont and perished. They were washed up onto the shore, where they were covered by the sand of the beach. The emperor renovated the ducts which bring water into the city, and also the cisterns which receive that water. He restored the leper house, and every other hospice which had been damaged by the earthquake. In a word, every good work was his concern, but he was afflicted by a chronic disease. His beard and his hair fell out. It was said that he had been poisoned by John, who later became Orphanatrophus. This John had served Romanos before he became emperor, and when he acceded to the throne, became very powerful. He had brothers, Michael, Nicetas, Constantine, and Gregory, of whom John, Constantine, and George were congenital eunuchs and rascals by profession. Nicetas still had his genitals intact, and was showing the first down of a beard, but Michael had already achieved maturity, and was a fine figure of a man to look at. They were both money changers by trade. They used to adulter the coins. Through John, they were all familiar to the emperor, and fate having designated them to wield power in the future, constantly increased their influence. The others were assigned various offices, while Michael was appointed governor of the Pantheon by the emperor. The empress fell madly and demonically in love with this man. She used to have secret meetings with him, and shady intercourse. They say this is why the emperor wasted away with a painful disease under the influence of slow poison, the empress taking the opportunity of getting rid of him without attracting suspicion, so that she could raise up Michael to the imperial throne. That is why, as we say, the emperor dragged out his wretched and excruciating life, contaminated not with poisons that obtain an earthly demise, but with those that bring on a slow and lingering death. He was bedridden and praying with all of his might for extinction. He lasted until the 11th of April, the second year of the Indication, the 6,542nd year since the world was created. Then, on the Thursday of Holy Week, after making the distribution of the senators' emoluments, he expressed a desire to bathe in the baths of the great palace. He went in and was pitilessly suffocated by Michael's henchmen in the swimming pool of the baths, after a reign of 5 years and 6 months. And that very night, while they were singing of the Saviour's sufferings, the Patriarch Alexios was summoned, allegedly by the Emperor Romanos, to come up to the palace. When he got there, he found the Emperor Romanos dead. The Chrysotriklinos was all decked out, sitting on a throne. Zoe brought in Michael and would have the Patriarch marry him to her. Alexios was astounded at her demands and stood there speechless, at a loss whether or not to comply. But John, together with Zoe, gave £50 of gold to the Patriarch and 50 to the clergy, which convinced them to perform this priestly office. Michael IV the Paphlagonian, 1034 to 1041 AD. After the Emperor Romanos had been exterminated in the way we have just described, he was interred on that same Good Friday in the Peribleptus monastery, which had recently been constructed by him. Zoe thought that, once she had established Michael on the imperial throne, she would have a slave and servant, rather than a husband and an emperor. She had already moved her father's eunuchs into the palace, and was taking a closer interest in affairs of state, but in the event, everything turned out for her in a strikingly different way. John the Orthanotrophus, the emperor's brother, was an energetic man of action. He was concerned for his brother's safety from when he first set foot in the palace, for he had the example of Romanos III before his eyes. He expelled the empress's eunuchs from the palace and packed off her most faithful servants, appointing women who were related to him to be her wardens and guardians. There was nothing that she could do, great or small, without his permission. She could neither go for a walk nor visit the baths unless he gave assent. He deprived her of all recreation. When he had dealt with all aspects of the palace situation, he sent letters throughout the inhabited world, making it known to all that the Emperor Romanos had paid the debt of his mortality. Also that Michael, having been proclaimed while Romanos was still alive, and with his approval, was now married to the Empress. Everybody else willingly accepted this, and acclaimed the new emperor with the voice of praise. Only the patrician Constantine de Lassenos, who was residing on his estate, did not take kindly to the news. He could scarcely endure what they were saying, and wondered aloud why, when there were so many excellent men of distinguished families and noble birth, a vulgar threepence-a-day man should be preferred above all others, and be proclaimed emperor. When John learned of this, he was, not surprisingly, deeply troubled and concerned. He gave his care and attention to the question of how he might ensnare this man in his net. One of the eunuchs was sent to him, Ergodotes by name, particularly suited for this kind of mission. He was to exchange oaths with the man and bring him to the emperor. Off he went to Delassenos, while John manipulated the Senate and the people. He gained general approval by advancing the senators to a higher rank, while he mollified the commoners with gifts and favours, conciliating the subjects once and for all. But it was clearly shown from the outset that what had transpired was not pleasing to God. At the 11th hour of Easter Day, there was an unendurable hailstorm, so violent that not only the trees, fruit-bearing and otherwise, were broken down, but also houses and churches collapsed. Crops and vines were laid flat on the ground. Hence there ensued a great shortage of all kinds of produce at that time. There was a falling star about the 3rd hour of the night on the Sunday after Easter. The brilliance of it shining put all the stars into the shade, and for many it looked like the rising sun. And the emperor became possessed of a demon. Those close to him, using fine phrases, called it a madness-causing disease, but it endured to the end of his life. He received no relief, either by divine might or from the doctors, but was grievously tormented and tortured. When Argyros came to Delassinos, he found him unwilling to trust the oaths or to accompany the eunuch to Byzantium. Sending one of his most trusted servants, he demanded yet more firm proof that he would not suffer any evil, promising that then he would come. Constantine VIII, a eunuch from Paphlagonia who was closely associated with the emperor, was now sent bearing the wood of the true cross, the holy impression, the autograph letter of our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ to Abgar, and an icon of the more than holy Mother of God. He arrived, exchanged oaths with Constantine, and then set off with him for Byzantium. The emperor gave him a warm reception, raised him to the proconsular dignity, showered him with substantial gifts, and directed that he enjoy free and unimpeded occupation of the residence located in the Kairos suburb, without let or hindrance. In that year, something else worthy of note took place. There were some Varangians dispersed in the Fracasian theme for the winter. One of them, coming across a woman of the region in the wilderness, put the quality of her virtue to the test. When persuasion failed, he resorted to violence, but she seized his Persian-type short sword, struck him in the heart, and promptly killed him. When the deed became known to the surrounding area, the Varangians held an assembly and crowned the woman, presenting her with all of the possessions of her violator, whom they threw aside, unburied, according to the law concerning assassins. The swarms of locusts which had expired, as we reported, on the sands of the shore of the Hellespont now spontaneously regenerated and overran the coastal regions of the Hellespont again, devastating the Fracasian theme for 3 whole years. Then they appeared in Pergamon, but perished there, as one of the bishop's servants saw beforehand in a vision, not a dream, for he was awake. It was as though he saw a eunuch dressed in white, of radiant appearance. This apparition was ordered to open and empty the first of 3 sacks lying before him, then the second, and after that, the third. He did as he was commanded. The first sack poured out snakes, vipers, and scorpions. The second, toads, asps, and basilisks, horned serpents, and other venomous creatures. The third, beetles, gnats, hornets, and other creatures with a sting in their tail. The man stood there speechless. The bright apparition stood close to him and said, "These came and will come upon you because of your transgression of God's commandments, and the desecration of the Emperor Romanos which has taken place, and the violation of his marriage bed. This is what happened so far. As the Emperor Michael was afflicted by this demonic disease, and was also too sluggish and indolent to undertake affairs of state. He had had the trappings and name of emperor, but the entire responsibility for matters both civil and military lay in the hands of John. He promptly appointed his own brother Nicetas to be the Duke of Antioch, but when he got there, the citizens of Antioch would not allow him to enter the city. This was because a little while earlier a tax collector by the name of Salibas had been given the task of ensuring that they paid. But he was killed by the populace of Antioch because his demands on the people were excessive. Then the Antiochans were afraid that they might suffer some implacable punishment for this murder, and that is why they shut Nicetas out. He swore oaths that there would be an amnesty of crimes for them, and that nothing disagreeable would happen to them on account of Salibas's murder. Then they let him in. Once he was in possession of the city and master of its affairs, he paid little or no attention to his oaths. He put hundreds of men to death by decapitation or impaling. He arrested 11 prominent and exceedingly rich men of noble birth. The patrician Elpidius was one of the most distinguished, and sent them in chains to Byzantium. He wrote in a letter to his brother John that it was not because of the murder of Salibas that he was prevented from entering Antioch, but because the city was well disposed towards Delassinos. This was a spark to ignite John's smouldering resentment of Delassinos, which now burst into open flames. He brought him to the capital right away and exiled him to the island of Plataea on the 3rd of August, the second year of the indication. His son-in-law Constantine Ducas was also thrown into a tower because he protested the injustice of it, and condemned the breaking of the oaths, calling God as his witness. 3 other highborn and affluent gentlemen of Asia Minor also suffered on his behalf: Gudelius, Bionos, and Probatius. Their goods were confiscated and allocated to the emperor's brother Constantine. The protovestiarius Simeon, one of the servants of the emperor Constantine, was expelled from the city because he did not like what had happened, protesting the injustice done to Delassinos and the setting aside of the emperor's oath. He came to Olympus and put off his layman's hair, being tonsured in the monastery recently erected by him. In that same year there was an earthquake in which Jerusalem suffered severely. A large number of lives were lost, as many dwellings and churches collapsed as the earth shook for 40 days. In the month of September 6543, a pillar of fire appeared in the east, the apex inclined towards the south. In those days the Saracens captured Myra, and the people of Beroea, also known as Aleppo, chased out the moderator, who was sent to them by the Emperor Romanos, and ostensibly to avenge the Emperor Romanos, his wife's uncle. The Sebastius Pancratius renounced his peace treaty with the Romans, repossessing all of the fortresses and strongholds that he had previously handed over. The Patrinax crossed the Danube and devastated Mysia right up to Thessaloniki, and the African ships did no small damage in the Cyclades. None of these matters was of any concern to John. His sole and abiding concern was how to keep a firm hold on Delassinos, and ensure that he not slip unnoticed through the net prepared for him. So he had him brought from the plate and imprisoned in a secure tower, where he set guards who were by no means low-ranking men over him. The patrician George Maniches is transferred from Edessa and sent to govern Upper Media, while he also dispatched Leo Lepandrinus in Edessa. The Orphanotrophus was now afflicted with an ulcer in the mouth, which defied all medical treatments. Nicholas, the great miracle worker, appeared to him in a dream, commanding him to come to Myra as quickly as possible, for that was where he would be healed. Quicker than it takes to tell, he went there, and conferred upon the sacred church of the great saint incense of various kinds, and other costly offerings. He also encircled the city of Myra with a very strong wall. Having received his cure, he then returned in good health. Nicetas, the commander of Antioch in Syria, having departed this life, another of John's brothers, Constantine, was appointed his successor, while the remaining brother, George, became protovestiarius. Simeon having assumed the monastic habit, as we reported. The emperor released those Antiochans from their lengthy imprisonment, and elevated his sister Maria's son Michael to the sublime rank of Caesar. To the very end he lamented the offence he had committed against the Emperor Romanos, propitiating the divinity by doing good works, distributing alms to the poor, erecting new monasteries, and installing monks in them, and by accomplishing other blameless deeds. All of these might have attained their end if he had renounced the purple for which he had committed such misdeeds, repudiated the adulteress, and wept for his sin alone. But he did none of these things. He continued to live with her, wholeheartedly enjoying his imperial role, and he financed what was supposed to be his good works out of the common and public purse, expecting to receive absolution as though from a mindless and unjust God, from whom repentance could be purchased with the money of others. In the 6543rd year since the creation of the earth, in the 3rd year of the Indication, in the month of May, Saracens from Africa and Sicily, who had been overrunning the Cyclades and the shores of the Fracasian theme, were finally vanquished by the troops posted to guard those areas. 500 of the enemy were brought to the emperor alive. All of the rest were impaled along the coastline from Adriamiton to Strabolius. John sent George Probitas as an ambassador to Sicily for peace negotiations with the emir of that place. He went through and negotiated so skillfully that he returned to the capital bringing the emir's son with him. There was an earthquake that year, which created fissures in the Bucalarian theme. 5 whole villages were engulfed. The Proedros Nicephorus, the eunuch of the Emperor Constantine, who was staying there, came within a hair's breadth of his life, and when he escaped the danger against all hope, he was tonsured as a monk at Studius's monastery. Apularfa Mushomit, the ruler of Sicily, made an alliance with the emperor and was honoured with the title of Magister. His brother Apochaps rose up against him, and when he was defeated, had recourse to the emperor for help. The patrician George Maniches was sent with forces to Longobardia as commander plenipotentiary. The patrician Stephen, the emperor's brother-in-law on his sister's side, went with him, commanding the fleet. When African and Sicilian Saracens invaded the islands and coasts with many ships, the commodore of the Kyberiote theme, Constantine Charg, engaged them with the local fleet and severely routed them. He sent 500 prisoners to the emperor and drowned all of the rest. There was unbearably cold weather, the Danube froze over, and the Pechenegs crossed, doing considerable damage in Mysia and Thrace as far as Macedonia. The Phrycassian theme suffered another plague of locusts, and the crops were damaged. In the 6,544th year since the creation, in the 4th year of the Indication, in the spring, the Pechenegs made 3 assaults on the Romans, wreaking utter destruction wherever they went. They slaughtered all of those who were old enough to bear arms, and subjected the prisoners to unspeakable tortures. They captured 5 commanders alive: John Dermokites, Bardas Pitzes, Leo Chalkoutzes, Constantine Terotos, and Michael Strabotrichares. The Russian rulers Nesislav and Hieroslav also perished, and a relative of the deceased was chosen to rule the Russians, Zinislav. Serbia, having revolted against the Romans after the death of the Emperor Romanos, now made a treaty again. On the death of Amma, the Amor-Mumenes of Egypt, his wife, who was a Christian, sent a delegation to the emperor, together with her son, for peace negotiations. The emperor responded to her initiative and arranged a 30-year peace with her. In the month of December, in the 5th year of the Indication, in the 6,546th year since the creation, the 18th day of the month, the 4th hour of the night, there were 3 earthquakes, 2 small and 1 large. As we said, the patrician George Maniches had been transferred from Edessa, and Lepandrinos was appointed to govern there. The Arabs living in Mesopotamia made a pact with each other, advanced on Edessa, and besieged it. It would have fallen too if Constantine, the emperor's brother, had not sent the necessary help from Antioch and delivered it from a hopeless situation. To reward him for this deed, the emperor promoted him domestic of the Scolae for the East. The eunuch, Antony Pachys, was appointed bishop of Nicomedia. He was a relative of the emperor and had no quality befitting a bishop, but he knew well when to keep his mouth shut. As John, Archbishop of Bulgaria, was now dead, the emperor named another, a Paphlagonian by birth, who had distinguished himself in the service of the great church, having served there as cartophylax for many years. But for love of silence, and in full aware that religious affairs were not well managed, he had declined to be involved in the midst of the hurly-burly. To avoid crossing swords with the patriarch, he lived a private, retired life. His name was Leo, and he was well versed in all branches of learning, both secular and religious. As primate of Bulgaria, he left behind many souvenirs of his virtue. Because there was a drought, and for 6 whole months no rain had fallen, the emperor's brothers held a procession, John carrying the Holy Mendalion, the great domestic the letter of Christ to Abgar, the protovestiarius George the Holy Swaddling Bands. They travelled on foot from the great palace to the church of the exceedingly Holy Mother of God at Blackernay. The patriarch and the clergy made another procession. and not only did it not rain, but a massive hailstorm was unleashed, which broke down trees and shattered the roof tiles of the city. The city was in the grip of famine, so John purchased 100,000 bushels of grain from the Peloponnese and Hellas. With this, the citizens were relieved. In Sicily, as we said, two brothers were contending with each other, and when Apollartha got the better of it, the other brother summoned Omar, the ruler of Africa, to his aid. Omar promised to fight with him if he might receive some possession on the island. The Sicilians readily agreed to this. He arrived and engaged Apollartha, whom he thoroughly routed, because the force which had been sent with the patrician George Maniches to fight with Apollartha was delayed. Apollartha fled to the governor of Longobardia, Leo Opos, seeking for aid. Leo gathered up what forces were at his disposal and crossed into Sicily, where, as a result of several successful encounters with the African commander, he was able to interrupt the foe's ruthless advance. But then, when he heard that the brothers had made peace with each other and were about to make a united attack on the Romans, he crossed back into Italy, taking with him in his ships about 15,000 Roman prisoners who landed safely in Italy and then dispersed to their homes. The Carthaginian was now free to stay in Sicily and to pillage it at his convenience. That is how things were in Sicily. John had an excessive desire to secure the patriarchal throne of Constantinople. Demetrius of Cyzicus, Antony of Nicomedia, the bishops of Side and Ankara, who were brothers, and other metropolitans made common cause with him, debating how to expel Alexius and put John on the throne in his stead. The Patriarch Alexius, with the support of the remaining portions of the church, sent a memorandum to them to this effect: if, as you claim, it was not by a vote of the bishops, but uncanonically at the command of the Emperor Basil, that I acceded to the throne, then let all of the metropolitans I ordained during the 11.5 years that I have directed the church be deposed, and let the 3 emperors I have crowned be declared anathema, and then I will vacate the throne for anybody who desires it. When Demetrius's circle received this pronouncement, they were filled with shame and fear, for most of them had been ordained by him. They said not another word, and in the end, John had to keep his yearning to attain the throne to himself. In the 6,546th year since the world's creation, in the 6th year of the Indication, there was an earthquake on the 2nd of November at about the 10th hour of the day, and the earth continued to tremble into and throughout the month of January. There was a famine in Thrace, Macedonia, Strymon, and Thessaloniki, right into Thessaly. When the clergy of Thessaloniki accused Theophanes the Metropolitan of withholding their customary allowance, the emperor, who was staying there, tried admonishing him, urging him not to deprive the personnel of the church of the allowance stipulated in the law. When the bishop showed himself reluctant and inflexible, the emperor realized that he would have to circumvent him with a subterfuge to punish his avarice. He therefore sent one of his servants to him, requesting the loan of 1 centenarion until the gold was delivered from Byzantium. The bishop denied with oaths that he had any more than £30 on hand, but the emperor did not let that stand in his way. He sent and scrutinized the man's treasury, and found 33 centenaria of gold. Out of this he paid the clergy what was owing to them since the first year of Theophanes' episcopate until the present hour. The rest he distributed to the poor. He expelled the metropolitan from the church, and restricted him to an estate. He appointed Prometheus to the see, stipulating that Theophanes should receive an allowance from him, and was to live alone. Because Pancratius, the strong man of Abascia, was oppressing Eacetes, the catapan of Iberia, John dispatched his brother Constantine, the domestic of the Scolae, with the entire army, and promised to send Delassinos with him as an adviser and comrade into the wars. But this he did not do, and in the end the domestic returned empty-handed. The Empress Zoe knew that John was about to take a purgative. She bribed the doctor to mingle poison with the medicine. This she did by the intermediary of one of her personal eunuchs, whose name was Skylitzes, offering many gifts and the promise of an elevated position in life, plus much wealth. However, a young slave who served the doctor betrayed the plot to the emperor. When it became known, the doctor was condemned for conspiracy and exiled to his hometown of Antioch. The man who had prepared the poison, the Protospatharius Constantine Monomachus, was expelled from the city, while the empress herself came under increasing suspicion. No sooner had the patrician George Maniches reached Sicily than the two brothers who ruled there made peace with each other and turned their attention to chasing him off of the island. They summoned 5,000 allies from Africa, and, when they arrived, there was a fierce battle at Ramata, in which Maniches most certainly put the Carthaginians to flight. There was so much killing that the river which flowed by overflowed with blood. He proceeded to take 13 Sicilian towns, and then, little by little, to conquer the whole island. In the 6,546th year since the world's creation, in the 6th year of the Indication, there was an attack on Edessa, and it was all but taken, but God preserved it. The commander there was the Protospatharius Basil the Iberian. There came 12 Arab chieftains with 500 horses and 500 camels, carrying 1,000 chests containing 1,000 heavily armed troops. They came to Edessa, saying that they were on their way to the emperor, bearing gifts. Their aim was to bring the chests into the city, let the soldiers out by night, and take the city. The commander received the chieftains graciously and feasted them, but he ordered the horsemen and baggage to remain outside the city. Now a poor Armenian went a-begging where the Saracens were quartered, and he heard one of the men in a chest asking where they were. The beggar, who understood the Saracen language, ran off and reported this to the commander. He left the chieftains at their meal, went out with armed men, broke open the chests, and finding the soldiers within, utterly annihilated them, together with the horsemen and camel drivers. He then returned to the city and killed 11 of the chieftains, while one was sent home with his hands, ears, and nose cut off, judged to be the best person to report what had taken place. In the 6,547th year since the world's creation, in the 7th year of the Indication, intensifying his animosity towards Delassinos, John banished his brother, the patrician Theophylact, and the other brother too, the patrician Romanos, together with their nephew Adrian and all of the other close relations, the object being to obliterate the family. He was so resourceful in whatever evil undertaking you might mention, and capable of discovering every path of wickedness. He added this over and above the public taxes, that every village should pay an Arion tax, each one according to its ability, one village 4 pieces of gold, another 6, and so on, up to 20, plus other shameful tolls to generate income, which it would be a disgrace to mention. They say that he was responsible for the Empress becoming besotted with his brother. Knowing that she passionately desired to produce a child, he arranged for some women to come to the sovereign lady, calling upon her to compel the man by ordinance to support the children they had borne him. She surmised that if she lay in sin with him, she would bear a child, and the empire would have an heir. So she became intimate with him, as was formerly stated, and had carnal knowledge of him in a hole in a corner, not so much because she was overwhelmed by his beauty, but because she desired the endowment of offspring from him. The emperor was still afflicted by the demon, and finding no relief, he sent 2 pieces of gold to each priest in all of the themes and the islands, and 1 for each monk. He also stood godfather at the baptism of newborn children, giving each one a single piece and 4 milliresia, but none of this did him any good. In fact, his condition worsened, and in addition he was afflicted by dropsy. That year there were continuous earthquakes and frequent heavy rainfalls, while, in some of the themes, there was such an epidemic of quinsy that the living were unable to carry away the dead. On the 2nd of February, in the 8th year of the Indication, in the year 6548, there was an appalling earthquake. Other places and cities suffered too. Smyrna was a pathetic sight, for its most beautiful buildings fell down, and many of the inhabitants lost their lives. As for Sicily, the Carthaginian had picked himself up again, assembled a force much larger than the former one, and came to Sicily, intending to chase Manichaees out of there. He encamped on an inclined plain called Dragoni, and there he waited for battle to commence. When Manichaees learned of this, he mobilised the forces under his command and went out to meet him, first directing the emperor's brother-in-law Stephen, who, as we said, was in charge of the fleet, to secure the coast, ensuring that, when battle was joined, the defeated Carthaginians could not run off unnoticed and return home. The fray commenced, and the foe was severely routed. A multitude of Africans, about 5,000 in number, fell, while their chieftain fled out of danger, came to the shore, boarded a rapid yacht, unknown to Stephen's guardsmen, and got away to his homeland. Manichaees was furious when he learned of this. When Stephen came to meet him, he assailed him with excessive abuse, and, raising his whip, dealt him several blows on the head. He called him a lazy, cowardly fellow who had betrayed the emperor's interests. Stephen did not take lightly to being dragged in the mud and insulted. Without delay, he sent a letter to the Orthanotrophus, advising him that Manichaees was hatching an uprising against the emperor. Manichaees was immediately brought to the capital under arrest and imprisoned, together with the patrician, Basil Theodorkanos. The entire command was transferred to Stephen, and a eunuch was sent out to join him, the praeposiatos Basil Pedidiotes. In due course, these two ruined the whole situation and lost Sicily to greed, cowardice, and carelessness. As Manichaees took the towns of the island, he constructed citadels in them, stationing an adequate garrison in each one. This was to prevent the local people from retaking the cities by assault, but now that he was a prisoner, carried off to Byzantium, as we said, the local people took advantage of the timidity and laziness of the commanding officers. They allied themselves with some Carthaginians and attacked the cities. Raising the citadels once they had defeated the defending forces, they repossessed all of the cities, with the exception of Messina. Here it was the Protospatharius, Katakalon Kekaumenos, the officer commanding the unit of the Armenia-Con theme, who was in charge of security. He had 300 cavalry and 500 infantrymen with him. In their haste to leave no ember of Roman power smouldering on the island, the local people had pressed everyone capable of bearing arms into service. With these and a significant allied force of Carthaginians, they marched on Messina and invested the city. Katakalon closed the gates and let nobody set foot beyond the moat for 3 days, thus giving the appearance of timidity. The Saracens were filled with disdain. They dispersed, fearing nothing, and disported themselves with drinking, with flutes and cymbals, by night and by day, as though they were going to capture the city the next morning. Katakalon noted the nonchalance and inattention of the Saracens, and that they were acting incautiously, not paying the slightest attention to those inside the walls. On the 4th day, it was the Wednesday on which we are accustomed to celebrate mid-Pentecost, he rallied his own troops, ordered the priests to celebrate the unbloody sacrifice, partook of the divine mysteries with them, and, at the hour of the main meal, flung open the city gates. He charged at full tilt against a drunken and hungover enemy, himself in the lead with his men, riding at full tilt for the tent of Apollatha, the island chieftain, whom he slew on the spot, staggering with drunkenness, and his tent was ripped apart. The rest of the Saracens were falling as they tripped over the heap of the fallen in their drunkenness. They were utterly incapable of offering any resistance on account of the unexpected nature of the assault, and the entire army was put to flight. The Saracens died treading each other underfoot and killing their own. The whole plain, the nearer ravines, and the rivers were filled with corpses, so that out of so many tens of thousands only a very few reached safety in Palermo. The entire encampment was captured. It was full of gold, silver, pearls, and precious stones, which, it is said, the soldiers measured out in bushels. So it was that the whole of Sicily, recently vanquished by Manichees, was shortly repossessed by the Saracens, thanks to the nonchalance and ineptitude of the commanders. Only Messina was retained, in the manner we described. Stephen and Pedidetes fled into Longobardia. That is how things were in Sicily. Most of the time, the Emperor Michael resided at Thessaloniki, where he frequented the tomb of the wondrously victorious martyr Demetrius, in the sincere hope of finding relief from his illness. He had nothing whatsoever to do with affairs of state, other than those which were absolutely necessary. The administration and the handling of public business rested entirely on the shoulders of John, and there was no imaginable form of impurity or criminality that he did not search out for the affliction and mistreatment of the subjects. It would be a Herculean task to list them all. Everybody living under this grievous tyranny persisted in interceding with the deity, appealing for some relief. God frequently shook the earth. The inhabited world was assailed by awesome and fearful portents, comets appearing in the sky, storms of wind and rain in the air, eruptions and tremblings of the earth. In my opinion, these things presaged the forthcoming unparalleled catastrophe for the tyrants. In the month of May, in the 6548th year since the world's creation, and the 8th year of the Indication, Maria, the emperor's sister, the mother of the Caesar, went to Ephesus to worship at the tomb of the beloved disciple John. On her way, she learned a great deal about the unreasonable things that had been done. On her return to Byzantium, she reported them all to her brother, asking John that there be some restraint in his wrongdoing. He sent her away with a laugh, saying that this was woman's thinking, and that she had no idea what was appropriate for the Roman state. John sent 10 centenaria of gold to the emperor, who was residing, as we said, at Thessaloniki, but the ship encountered stormy winds and was wrecked on the Iberian coast. The gold was acquired by the chieftain of Serbia, Stephen Borislav, who had recently fled from the capital and acquired the land of the Serbs by chasing out Theophilus Eroticus. John put the official's appointment up for sale and gave everybody his head in wrongdoing, filling the world with 10,000 woes. Judges were levying taxes on the people with impunity, and nobody cared a farthing for what was going on. When the emperor in Thessaloniki heard about the loss of the gold, he wrote to Stephen to send him his own gold, and not to engage in a war on his own account. When he made no reply, the emperor sent an army against him, with the eunuch George Probates in charge. He reached the place, but inadvertently encountered some very exacting, broken, and inaccessible terrain, in which he lost his whole army, extracting himself only with the greatest difficulty. That year there was an uprising in Bulgaria, the 21st year of its enslavement and subjection. It happened like this. A Bulgar named Peter Delianos, the slave of a citizen of Byzantium, escaped from the city and was wandering in Bulgaria. He came to Moravos and Belgrade, fortresses of Pannonia, lying across the Danube, neighbours to the Kral of Turkey, and let it be known that he was the son of Romanos, the son of Samuel, born to him by the daughter of the Kral of Hungary, whom Samuel hated when he was still alive, drove her out, and married the very beautiful Irene of Larissa. And he stirred up the Bulgars who had recently bowed their necks in subjection, and were yearning for freedom. They believed what he said, and proclaimed him the Emperor of Bulgaria. They then left the place and passed through Nasios and Skopje, the metropolis of Bulgaria, proclaiming and acclaiming him, mercilessly and inhumanely putting to death every Roman they encountered. When Basil Synodinos, who was then commander of Dyrrachium, learned of this, he took the local troops and hastened to confront Delianos before the disaster got out of hand and became a raging inferno. When he was at the place called Debris, he had an argument about something or other with one of his subordinates, Michael Dermokites, who then denounced him to the emperor for fostering an attempt at usurpation. He was immediately relieved of his command, brought to Thessaloniki, and thrown into jail, while Dermokites was appointed commander in his stead. But Michael was so inexperienced and incompetent in exercising his command that he brought disorder everywhere. The men under his command were so defrauded and badly treated, deprived of their own horses, their arms, and everything else they possessed of value, that they rose up against their commander. He, however, realising that there was a plot against him, secretly fled by night. The dissidents were so afraid of the emperor that they now contemplated open revolt. They proclaimed one of their company the Emperor of Bulgaria, a soldier named Tychomeros, well known for his courage and intelligence. So now there were two Bulgar uprisings, one proclaiming Delianos, the other Tychomeros. Writing a conciliatory letter to Tychomeros inviting him to cooperate, Delianos persuaded him to come. When the two Bulgar factions were together, Delianos assembled everybody and asked whether, knowing him to be a descendant of Samuel, they chose to be ruled by him, and to rid themselves of Tychomeros, or if, this being unacceptable, they would prefer to disencumber themselves of him and be ruled by Tychomeros. One bush cannot sustain two robins, he said. Neither can a country fare well, which is governed by two rulers. A great clamour arose when he said this. They declared that they wanted him alone to be their sovereign leader. The decision was no sooner made than they picked up rocks and stoned the wretched Tychomeros. Thus, he who had dreams of becoming ruler lost both the throne and his life. All authority was now transferred to Delianos, who promptly sent men to tear down the fortress of Basilis. On assuming full authority, he marched on Thessaloniki against the emperor, who, for his part, when he learned of this, fell back on Byzantium in disorder, leaving behind all of the regalia, the tent, and whatever there was of gold, silver, and vestments. Manuel Ibatzes, a close associate of the emperor, was ordered to collect all of this up and follow on, but he seized it and went over to Delasinos, together with a certain chamberlain, one of the eunuchs of the bedchamber. There was a drought that year, so severe that copious springs and ever-flowing rivers almost dried up. There was a fire at the arsenal on the 6th of August, and all of the ships that were moored there were burned, together with their fittings. Once Delasinos had disposed of Tychomeros, as we said, and had achieved complete mastery, he addressed himself energetically to the task at hand. First, he dispatched an army with a man named Korkanos in command and took Dyrrachium. He sent another army into Hellas, commanded by Anthemius. This was encountered and engaged by Alacasius at Thebes, but he was routed and a large number of Thebans lost their lives. It was then that the theme of Nicopolis went over to the Bulgars, except for Naupactus, for the reason about to be given. A man of Byzantium, one John Koutsomites, had been sent there as public tax collector, and he oppressed the people of the region so heavily that he brought about his own destruction by provoking a rebellion of the Nicopolitans. Unable to tolerate his exactions, they rose up and tore him limb from limb. Then, hurling insults against the Emperor of the Romans, they went over to the Bulgars. It was not so much out of affection for Delianos that they rebelled and threw off the Roman yoke, as on account of the Orphanotrophus' greed and insatiate desire for riches. When the Emperor Basil brought the Bulgars into subjection, He had no desire whatsoever to bring in new measures or to disturb the existing state of affairs. He wanted measures to remain on the same footing and to be administered in the same way that Samuel had ordained, that each Bulgar possessing a yoke of oxen should give to the public purse a measure of grain, the same amount of millet, and a jar of wine. But the Orphanotrophus had stipulated payment in gold coins, not in kind. The people of the land did not take kindly to this, seizing on the appearance of Delianos as a propitious occasion. They threw off the Roman rule, and returned to their former custom. At that time, there was an attempted insurrection against the emperor, led by Michael Kerularios, John Macrembolites, and several other citizens, who were likewise deprived of their goods and exiled. There was another mutiny, this one against the Grand Domestic Constantine at Messenacta. When this was reported to the domestic, Michael Gabras, Theodosius Messenictes, and many other officers in charge of units lost their eyes. And as for the patrician Gregory Taranites, Constantine completely enclosed him in a fresh ox skin, with only a sufficient opening to see and breathe through, this because he was said to have been the instigator of the mutiny, and sent him to the Orphanotrophus. In the month of September, in the 9th year of the Indication, in the 6549th year since the world's creation, the patrician Lucianus, the commander of Theodosiopolis, the second son of Aaron, suddenly fled from the city and went over to Delianus. This for the following reason. While he was still commander in Theodosiopolis, he was accused of unjust dealings. Before he was even given a statement of the charges against him, John demanded £50 of gold from him, while a magnificent estate of his wife's, which he had in the Carcian on theme, was confiscated. He repeatedly petitioned the emperor about this, but receiving no satisfaction, he lost all hope. Disguising himself as an Armenian, and under pretence of being a servant of Basil Theodorkanos on his way to the emperor at Thessaloniki, he slipped away, unknown to all, and found refuge in Ostravos, where Delianus and his entire force happened to be encamped. Delianus accorded him a warm welcome, because he was somewhat afraid that the Bulgars might rather declare themselves in favour of Lucianus, who was reportedly of royal blood. Hence, to all appearances, he accepted the man as partaker of his royalty. He gave him an army of 40,000 men, with orders to storm Thessaloniki. At that time the city of Thessaloniki was governed by the patrician Constantine, the emperor's nephew. He went out, and by digging an excavation around the city, resolutely withstood the siege. For 6 days Lucianus assaulted the city with siege engines and other devices, but he was repelled at all points, so he withheld the attack, and decided to attain the desired end by blockading it. Now one day, the people of the region went to the tomb of the great martyr Demetrius, and held an all-night intercession, anointing themselves with myrrh, which flows from the sacred tomb. Then, with one accord, they flung open the gates and went out against the Bulgars. The unit of the Megathymoe was with the men of Thessaloniki. Out they went, throwing the Bulgars into disorder by the unexpected nature of the attack, and beating them back. The Bulgars were not in the least willing to offer a sustained and courageous resistance, for the martyr was leading the Roman army and smoothing a path for it. This was attested to with oaths by some Bulgars who were later taken prisoner. They said that they had seen a young horseman leading the Roman ranks, exuding a fire which burned up his enemies. At least 15,000 fell, and no fewer were taken prisoner. The rest of them, including Lucianus, shamefully ran for safety to Delianus. In this year, the 9th year of the Indication, on the 10th of June, about the 12th hour of the day, there was an earthquake. When Delianus and Lucianus came together after being vanquished, they became suspicious of each other, one of them disgusted by the defeat, the other suspecting that he had been betrayed. So they plotted against each other, watching for the appropriate moment. Lucianus conspired with some of his close associates. He prepared a banquet, and invited Delianus, then blinded him when he was hungover and intoxicated, but without giving the Bulgars the slightest hint of what had taken place. Then he fled to Mosynopolis in search of the emperor, who sent him to the Orphanotrophus at Byzantium after raising him to the rank of magister. The emperor meanwhile left Mosynopolis and made his way to Thessaloniki. From there he went into Bulgaria, captured Delianos, and sent him to Thessaloniki, while he himself penetrated deeper into Bulgaria. Manuel Ibatzes had previously built a wooden barricade at Prilipon under the impression that this would impede the advance of the imperial army and prevent it seizing the interior. But once the emperor arrived there, he dismantled the wooden barricade in less time than it takes to tell, dissipated the Bulgar host and captured Ibatzes. After he had put everything in order in Bulgaria and appointed commanders in the themes, he entered the capital, bringing with him Delianos and Ibatzes. But, as he was wasting away from the disease which had him in prey, and was totally despairing of his life, he accepted monastic tonsure at the hands of the monk, Cosmas Synesilochius, who was always at his side advising him what he ought to do. He died on the 10th of December, in the year 6550, in the 10th year of the Indication, penitent and confessed, deeply regretting the wrong he had done to the Emperor Romanos. He had reigned for 7 years and 8 months, a decent and honest man, who in everything else other than his offence against the Emperor Romanos seemed to have lived a kindly and devout life, and many laid that fault at the door of the Orphanotrophus. Michael V Kalaphates, 1041 to 1042 AD. After Michael met his end in that way, the supreme power passed to the Empress Surrey, she being the heir. She addressed herself with youthful vigour to state business, in cooperation with her father's eunuchs, whom the narrative has frequently touched upon. But she did not remain in the same state of mind. Faced with the enormous responsibility of the empire, she realised she could not adequately administer the public business all alone. She thought that it was detrimental for such a dominion to be without a ruler and director, and judged it was necessary to procure an emperor capable of dealing with matters in the various circumstances which might arise. She considered this matter for 3 whole days. Then she received as her adoptive son and proclaimed Emperor of the Romans, the late Emperor's nephew and namesake, the son of that Stephen who had ruined the situation in Sicily. This Michael was already Caesar, and seemed to be both a man of action and a capable administrator. She had previously bound him with awesome oaths to hold her as his mistress, his sovereign lady, and his mother for as long as she lived, and to do whatever she commanded. She took him as her adoptive son and proclaimed him Emperor of the Romans, placing the imperial diadem on his brow. But first she got rid of the Orphanotrophus by banishing him to the Monomachus monastery. She also relieved Constantine, the domestic of the Skylitzes, of his command, exiling him to his estate in Apsis, in the Opsikion theme, and likewise sent off the protovestiarius, George, to his estate in Paphlagonia. In the very same hour at which he had received the diadem, Michael was afflicted with vertigo and swimming in the head. He almost fell over. They were only just able to revive him with sweet oils, perfumes, and other aromatic substances. The earth was a-tremble throughout the 4 months of his reign. Meanwhile, after he had been crowned by the Patriarch and was established as emperor, he conciliated the Senate with honours and promotions, and the people with distributions of bounties. The sovereign lady acceded to his request to recall the domestic Constantine from exile. Michael honoured him with the title of Nobilissimus, and retained him at his side. Then, just when he thought he was firmly established, he suddenly fell. It was letters from the Orphanotrophus, and the domestics' advice, which were his undoing. They frequently told him not to trust the sovereign lady, but to be on his guard against her, lest he suffer the same fate as his uncle, the Emperor Michael, and of Romanos, his predecessor, who had been done away with by wizardry, they said. Their advice to him was to get rid of her if possible, and to strive to prevent her from getting the better of him. By harping on the same theme, they succeeded in persuading him to hatch a plot against her. He decided to sound out the people of the city first, to find out what their opinion of him might be. If there was evidence that they esteemed him and held him in affection, then he would put his plan into action. If not, then he would keep quiet. So he proclaimed a public procession to the Church of the Holy Apostles for the Sunday after Easter, judging that in this way he could test the climate of public opinion. Together with the Senate he set out in procession, wearing the diadem, and the whole city came out to see the spectacle. Those whose homes were on the main artery hung out gold and silver objects, apparel and other fabrics worked with gold, and they cheered vigorously enough to pour out their souls had it been possible. The wretched fellow was deceived into thinking that this was because they were well disposed to him. He returned to the great palace and instructed the patriarch to go to the monastery of the Stenon and wait for him to come the following day. He even gave him 4 pounds of gold for the reception he was supposed to be going to accord the emperor. Then, by night, he expelled the empress from her throne and banished her to Principe Island. Her conductors were ordered to tonsure her, bringing her hair back to Michael, and these orders they obeyed. At dawn, he wrote a proclamation and gave it to the eparch of the city, with instructions to read it out to the citizens in the forum of Constantine the Great. The proclamation stated, "Because Zoe has shown herself ill-disposed to my rule, she has been banished by me, and Alexius, her like-minded accomplice, has been expelled from the church. As for you, my people, if you maintain your favourable disposition towards me, you will acquire great honours and benefits, living an untroubled and quiet life." When the eparch had read this proclamation in the hearing of the people, a voice was heard, and it was never discovered who called out, "We don't want a cross-trampling corker for emperor, but the original and hereditary ruler, our mother Zoe." And the entire people immediately broke out into shouts of, "Let the bones of the corker be broken," and each one picking up stones, pedestals, and leftover pieces of wood, they all but killed the eparch. This was the patrician Anastasius, who had served Zoe's father. He only just saved his life by taking to his heels. The crowd then went running to the great church where the patriarch happened to be, having bribed his way back into the city, denigrating the emperor and demanding the restoration of the empress. All her father's eunuchs now came running together with the patrician Constantine Basilas and all the rest of the Senate. By common consent they dispatched persons to bring Theodora from Petrion to the great church, where they dressed her in the imperial purple and proclaimed her empress together with Zoe, her sister. Then they charged to the palace, in eager haste to drag Michael down from the imperial residence. He, terrified by the rage and uprising of the people, immediately sent and brought Zoe into the palace, stripped off the monastic habit, and clothed her with imperial robes. Looking out from the imperial box at the hippodrome, he attempted to address the people, saying that he had brought back the empress, and that everything was the way they wanted it to be, but they would have none of it. Insults were hurled at him from all sides, stones and arrows shot up from below. In the end, he gave up hope and decided to go to be tonsured at Studius's monastery, but the domestic would not permit him to do so, saying that he should not so readily abandon the throne and retire. He should put up a brave resistance and either triumph or die, a great-hearted and imperial death, as befitted an emperor. As this opinion prevailed, he armed everybody in the palace as best he could. The nobilissima summoned all his own men-at-arms from his private residence. The commander Ketone-Kun had just arrived from Sicily, bringing news from Messina, and courageously took matters in hand. The rabble was divided into three parts, one advancing by way of the Hippodrome, the other through the barracks of the Excubatores, and the rest by way of the Sea Carnistrarion. The emperor's men divided their forces into three, and defended themselves vigorously. There was heavy loss of life among the citizens, for they were naked and unarmed, except for sticks and stones, and whatever material came to hand. Yet they were fighting against men-at-arms. They say that on that day, the second Tuesday after Easter, about 3,000 men were killed. In the end, however, it was the citizens who prevailed, overwhelming the emperor's men by sheer weight of numbers. They forced open the palace gates and entered, seizing the gold laid up in the offices and the rest of the things they found there. They tore up the tax rolls, and then pressed on to apprehend the emperor, but he realised he was beaten, and went aboard the imperial yacht, together with the nobilissimus and some close associates, leaving Zoe in the palace. He fled to Studius's monastery early on the Wednesday, and together with his uncle, he was immediately clothed with the monastic habit. The fighting which broke out at the second hour of the second Monday after Easter came to an end during the following Tuesday night. When Zoe was once again in control of the empire, she was of a mind to eject her sister Theodora, but she was thwarted by the crowd demanding that she co-reign with her. So Theodora left the great church and came to the palace. When the Senate had been convened, Zoe made a speech to the assembly. Then she spoke to the crowd from high and clearly visible position she was on. Naturally, she thanked them in appreciation of their support for her, inviting their opinion concerning the emperor and what should become of him. They all cried out with one voice, "Death to the murderer! Get rid of the criminal! Impale him! Crucify him! Blind him!" She, however, shrank from punishing him, for she was beginning to feel sorry for the miserable wretch. But Theodora, filled with wrath and determination, ordered the newly appointed epoch, it was Campanaries, to go and make sure that he plucked out the emperor's eyes, and those of his uncle too. Off he went with the entire crowd following behind, and came to Studius's monastery. When Michael and his uncle became aware of the presence of the crowd, they fled into the sanctuary of the monastery church, the church of John the Baptist, but the crowd, burning with anger on account of those who had lost their lives, forced their way into the sacred church, snatched them out of there, and dragged them across the forum by the feet. They took them up above the illustrious Studius's monastery, to the place called Sigma, and blinded both of them. Michael fervently entreated that his uncle be blinded before him, because he was the cause and instigator of all of the evils that had taken place, and that is what happened. Blinded, they were banished, Michael to Legmoi Monastery on the 21st of April, in the 10th year of the Indication, in the year 6550. He had reigned for 4 months and 5 days. His relatives scattered in different directions. Constantine IX Monomachus, 1042 to 1055 AD. The wheel of fortune having decreed that Zoe should once again rule the empire, she reluctantly allowed her own sister, Theodora, to reign with her, as we have said. The Senate was rewarded with promotions to honours, the people with distribution of gifts. The administration found itself conducted with befitting foresight. Letters and directives were sent out in all directions, promising that offices would not be for sale and could no longer be purchased the way they used to be, also stipulating that any wrongdoing was to be cast out from among them. When these regulations had come into effect to the ruler's satisfaction, the nobilissimus Constantine was recalled from exile and questioned concerning public moneys. Terrified by what he was threatened with, he showed the 53 centenaria of gold hidden in a cistern at his house near the Holy Apostles' Church. The sum was delivered to the empress, while he returned into exile. She appointed her father's eunuch, Nicholas the Proedros, as domestic of the Skylitzes for the East, the patrician Constantine Basilas, Duke of the West. She sent off George Maniches, already released from prison by Michael, to be commander plenipotentiary of the army units in Italy, with the rank of Magister. This is how it went. Then a conference was held concerning the office of Emperor, and the unanimous opinion was that the Emperor ought to be appointed and married to Zoe. Her inclination was to marry the Catapan Constantine Artoclines, so called from the position in which he had served. He was a man of pleasing appearance, said to have been Zoe's secret lover, but his wife expelled him from this life with poison, not because she did not love him any more, but because she was about to be deprived of him, even while he was alive. Anyway, the Empress, frustrated in her plan, recalled Constantine Monomachus from exile. He had been condemned to live on the island of Milutin by the Orphanotrophus, because everybody said he was going to rule the empire. When she was intending to elevate the other Constantine to the imperial throne, she appointed this one judge of the theme of Hellas, and when the former Constantine succumbed to poison, as we related, the said Monomachus, namesake of the departed, seemed to be a likely candidate to the empress. He was brought to the church of the commanding archangel at Damocrania, the one which lies nearest to Ephyra, and Stephen of Pergamon, one of the empress's eunuchs of the bedchamber, was sent to divest him of his private citizen's garb, and clothe him in the imperial purple. Then he took Monomachus aboard a vessel, and brought him to the palace. The empress was united to him in the bonds of marriage, as soon as he arrived. The office was celebrated by the first priest of the new church, who was called Stipes, and it was the 11th of June, the year 6550. The next day, Constantine was crowned by the Patriarch. Once he had grasped the sceptre, he advanced all the senators in rank according to each man's worth, and conciliated the people with a distribution of gold. He sent out proclamations to all of the themes, reporting that he had been acclaimed, promising a generous affluence of all good things, and the suppression of all evil. He transferred John the Orphanotrophus with everything he possessed from the Monombarta monastery to the island of Lesbos, Michael the previous emperor to Chios, and Constantine the Nobilissimus to Samos. Those were the first deeds of Monomachus in the 10th year of the Indication. On the 11th of October, the 11th year of the Indication, in the year 6551, a comet appeared, travelling from east to west, and it was seen shining during the whole month. It presaged the forthcoming universal disasters. Indeed, Stephen Borislav, as stated above, had fled from Byzantium and established himself in the Illyrian mountains. He was now overrunning and despoiling the Tribales, that is, the Serbs, and the neighbouring peoples, who were Roman subjects. Refusing to tolerate these raids, Monomachus issued a letter instructing the then commander of Dyrrachium, the patrician Michael, the son of Anastasius the Logothete, to assemble the army of Dyrrachium under his command, likewise the armies of the adjacent themes which were subordinate to him, and to proceed together with the subaltern commanders into the country of the Tribales, there to confront Stephen. But Michael, like a man raised in the shade and nourished with affection, was a long way from having any notion of military science. He undertook the operation devoid of aptitude or ability, and became the cause of great misfortune to the Roman state. He assembled the forces according to orders. They say there were about 60,000 men, and entered the Tribales country, travelling by paths that were steep, rough, precipitous, and so narrow that 2 horsemen could not advance abreast. The Serbs, they say, quite deliberately permitted them free passage, yet the commander never gave a thought to the return journey, or posted an adequate guard at the passes. While he entered the interior, pillaging and setting fire to the plains, the Serbs seized and manned the narrow and precipitous passes of the track, and waited for his return. When Michael thought he had done enough pillaging, for now he was encumbered with a great deal of booty and many prisoners. It seemed to be time to go back, but while his men were winding their way through the narrow defiles, the enemy decimated them by bombarding them from above with stones and arrows and all kinds of missile-hurling machines, also by rolling down huge boulders. Michael's men could use neither their hands nor their weapons, nor could they perform any acts of bravery. Some fell where they were struck, others leapt from the crags and perished miserably, so that the sub-adjacent gorges and ravines were filled up with corpses and served as pathways for the pursuers. About 14,000 men and 7 commanders were killed. The remainder hid themselves in the bush, the forests, and the hollows of the mountain, and escaped detection by the enemy, then, scaling the heights, found refuge by night. On foot and unarmed, they presented a pitiful, forlorn, and truly lamentable sight to the beholder. Michael also got away to safety, sharing the same experiences. As it was stated in the foregoing narrative, the Magister George Maniches was sent to Italy by the Empress Zoe to stabilise the situation there, for everything was in a sickly state, and the land had suffered badly from the inexperience and incompetence of its commanders. George was now contemplating insurrection, and it is well worth rehearsing the reasons why, in order to supply those who encounter this book with accurate information. When he was first sent into Italy by the Emperor Michael, it was to sustain the ruler of Sicily, Apulafa Mucomet, against whom his own brother and the African Zerdis were fighting. George was joined by 500 Franks summoned from Transalpine Gaul, and led by a man named Arduin, a ruler who acknowledged no suzerain. It was together with these that he gained his victories over the Saracens. Then George was falsely accused, relieved of his command, brought to the city, and flung into prison, while the Protospatharius Michael Ducianus was sent to govern Italy in his stead, an inept man, not at all gifted for administering public affairs. He wasted no time in reducing everything to confusion and disaster. He failed to provide the Franks with their monthly allowance on time, and there was worse to come, according to what they say. When the leader of the Franks arrived to ask him to use his soldiers kindly and not deprive them of the reward for their labours, he reviled him and administered a humiliating flogging, which provoked the Franks to mutiny. When they were up in arms, Michael was reluctant to assemble the entire Roman forces and do battle with the Franks. He took one unit, the Opsician, and part of the Fracasian, and joined battle with them at Cannae, near the river Amphidius, the very place where in ancient times Hannibal cut down many myriads of Romans. Michael was defeated, lost the better part of his army, then shamefully took refuge in Cannae. Crippled like this, he was none the wiser for his wound, unlike the fisherman in the proverb, nor did he first strengthen his hand with the whole army and then attack the enemy, but, governed it seems by reckless imprudence, took back into battle his defeated forces, together with the Pisidians and Lycaonians who made up the unit of the Federati, and fell on the enemy at a place called Horai. Again he was severely defeated by the Franks, who had now allied themselves with a considerable host of Italians living around the river Po and in the foothills of the Alps. The Emperor Michael IV relieved the man of his command when he heard of this, and sent out Boioannes, who seemed to be a dynamic man, well tried in action, a descendant of that Boioannes who was sent into Italy by the Emperor Basil, the one who brought the whole of Italy as far as Rome into subjection to the Emperor. He went there, but did not receive fresh and flourishing troops. He was obliged to counter the enemy with men who had already been defeated, an enemy firmly entrenched in Monopolis, and holding the land as firmly as if it were his own. Boioannes was defeated and captured, likewise his army with him. Those who escaped being put in irons, scattered in all directions, some finding refuge in fortresses still loyal to the Romans. So the Franks took possession of Italy by right of conquest, and the people of the land transferred their allegiance to them, some willingly, some by coercion, except for Brindisi, Hyderius, Tarento, and Bari. These 4 cities kept faith with the Romans. After the Emperor Michael died and his successor was ejected from the throne, Manichaeus was sent into Italy by Zoe, as it says above, and even though he did not have adequate forces, even with what he had, he was able, by the use of devices and stratagems, to chase away the Franks of Italy from around Capua, Benevento, and Naples, and introduce a measure of order and calm into the state of things. Now this man Manichaeus possessed estates in the Anatolikon theme. There he was the neighbour of Romanos Sclerus, of whom he fell foul. Sclerus tried on many occasions to kill him, but he got himself to safety by running away. But when the Roman sceptre passed to Constantine Monomachus, the fortunes of Sclerus rose steeply, because his sister was the emperor's mistress. He was honoured with the titles of Magister and Protostrator, and when he recalled George's attempts on his life, asserting his authority and profiting from the absence of Manichaeus, he pillaged and destroyed the villages which belonged to him, and desecrated his marriage bed. When in Italy Manichaeus learned of this, he was very angry, burning with rage. Then, when at Romanos's instigation he was relieved of his command, he despaired of everything. He knew very well that his arrival in Byzantium would serve no useful purpose, so he stirred up the troops in Italy, alienating their affections. The soldiers were thirsting to see their homeland again, and took up arms against the emperor. He slew the man sent out to succeed him, the Protospatharius Pardos, a citizen of Byzantium. He was dispatched to govern such a country for no other good reason than that he was well known to the emperor. Manichaeus placed the diadem on his own brow, assumed the imperial insignia, and was proclaimed emperor. He embarked his troops and passed over into Bulgaria. When the emperor learned of this, he was far more troubled than one might imagine. He sent Manichaeus a letter telling him and those with him not to be afraid, exhorting him to lay down his arms, and promising him a totally benign reception, but Manichaeus was not to be diverted from his goal. The emperor therefore assembled what forces were available, appointed as commander plenipotentiary the Sebastiophorus Stephen, the man who had brought the news of his elevation to emperor to Monomachus at Damocrania, and sent him against the apostate. The expeditions encountered each other at the place called Ostravos in the Marmarian. There was an engagement, in which Stephen's troops were defeated, with Manichaeus himself leading the charge, cutting through their ranks, and they too acclaimed him emperor. But even as this was happening, he fell from his horse and died, with no visible sign of any wound. He was later found to have a mortal wound in his chest. When this became known to the opposing army, they cut off George's head, and all those who had been party to his uprising were taken prisoner, for they threw down their arms and gave themselves up when their chieftain fell. A messenger was sent to the emperor with the news of the victory, and some days later, Stephen arrived bringing the head of Manichaeus and the prisoners of war. He proceeded in triumph down the main artery, the head going first on top of a lance. Then the rebels mounted on asses, while he followed after, riding a white horse. Such was the end of the Manichaeus affair. At that time there was another uprising in Cyprus, of which the instigator was Theophilus Eroticus, commander of the island, one with a constant passion for revolutions. When he heard that Michael IV Kalaphates had been overturned, and the state thrown into confusion, he thought the time was ripe for what he had in mind. He whipped up all of the people of Cyprus, inciting them to kill the magistrate and tax collector, the Protospatharius Theophylact, whom he accused of making very heavy demands. But Constantine Monomachus did not have to fear him for very long, because the patrician Constantine Charges, admiral of the fleet, was sent out. He arrested him, pacified all of the Cypriots, and brought him back to the emperor. When he arrived, the emperor dressed him in women's clothing, paraded him in the hippodrome on the race day, confiscated his goods, and then released him. On the 20th of February, the 11th year of the indication, the Patriarch Alexius departed this life, and Michael Kerularios was installed on his throne on the Feast of the Annunciation. On the 2nd of May, the same year of the Indication, the Orphanotrophus was blinded in the village called Merikatoi. Some say on Theodora's orders and against the emperor's wishes. Most people, however, believe the report that it was on the orders of the emperor, who carried a grudge against him for the periods of exile he had endured. The man died on the 13th of the same month, the same year of the Indication. In the Sebastiaphorus, Stephen was denounced for plotting against the emperor with the intention of raising to the throne the patrician Leo, commander of Militini, the son of Lampros. Stephen was stripped of his property, tonsured as a monk, and sent into exile. Lampros was cruelly tortured, blinded, and paraded through the forum. He died shortly afterwards. In the month of July, the same year of the Indication, the Russians attacked the capital. Until then, they had been allies of the Romans, and at peace with them. The two peoples had mingled with each other without fear, and sent merchants to each other's cities. But at this time, a dispute arose with some Scythian merchants at Byzantium. The matter escalated out of hand, and an illustrious Scythian was killed. Vladimir, an impulsive man who often gave free rein to his wrath, was at that time ruler of the Russian race. When he heard of what had happened, he exploded in anger. Without the slightest delay, he raised up all of the fighting force under his command, and took as allies a considerable number of the people inhabiting the islands to the north of the ocean. They say he assembled a host of around 100,000 men, put them aboard the ships the local people call Drakos, and set out against the city. When the emperor learned of this, he sent an embassy asking Vladimir to lay down his arms and promising reparations for anything untoward which had taken place, also requesting him not for a small matter to break the peace which had been for so long established, nor to inflame the peoples against each other. When he received this letter, he chased the ambassadors away ignominiously, returning an answer at once haughty and disdainful, whereupon the emperor gave up any hope of peace, and himself made the best preparations he could for war. The Scythian merchants dwelling in the capital, and those who were present under treaty arrangements, he dispersed into the Themes, and he put a guard over them to prevent them from striking a blow from within, as the occasion might allow, and the nature of the situation facilitate. He made ready the imperial warships and plenty of other well-equipped and light vessels, manning them with the soldiers who chanced to be in Byzantium at the time. The emperor himself went aboard the imperial yacht, sailed out, and confronted the Scythians who were moored in the mouth of the Black Sea, at the place called Pharos. He had a considerable detachment of cavalry following by land. Although the two naval forces stood face to face, neither went into action. The Scythians remained inactive in the harbour where they were moored, and the emperor waited for them to make a move. As the day was slipping by, and it was towards the evening hour, the emperor again sent a peace delegation, and again the barbarians sent them back ignominiously. The emperor was told that if he wanted them to lay down their arms, he would have to give 3 pounds of gold to each soldier in the army following Vladimir. As this reply appeared to be outrageous, the emperor realised he would have to act. As the enemy was still not moving, he summoned Basil Theodorkanos, ordering him to take 3 swift vessels and test the mettle of the Scythians to see whether they could be provoked to battle by skirmishing. He took the ships and approached the Scythians. He did not, however, taunt them with skirmishing, but himself sailed right into the midst of them, burned 7 vessels with Greek fire, and sunk 3 more of them, together with their crews. He captured 1 ship by boarding it himself, slaying some of the people within, and routing others who were dumbfounded at his daring. The Scythians now sighted the emperor approaching with the entire fleet. They asked themselves, not surprisingly, if they had suffered such losses resisting only 3 hostile ships. What would they suffer if they were obliged to join battle with the entire fleet? They decided to beat a retreat, but, in retreating, they sailed into waters where there were reefs and submerged rocks. on which most of their vessels floundered, whereupon their people were attacked and destroyed by the soldiers following on dry land. Subsequently, about 15,000 corpses were found lying on the beach. The emperor remained 2 whole days after the defeat of the Scythians, then returned to the capital on the 3rd day, leaving behind 2 units as well as the troops called Heterae, under the command of Nicholas the Parakoimenos and the Magister Basil Theodorcanus. Their orders were to keep a watch on the shores, to patrol and guard them, thus averting any invasion by barbarians. He commanded the entire fleet to remain at Pharos. Having made these arrangements, the emperor returned to Byzantium. As the men with the Parakoimenos and Theodorcanus patrolled the shore where, after the disaster, the corpse of the barbarians had been washed up, they laid their hands on a great deal of booty and much equipment, stripped from the vanquished. A detachment of 24 ships followed the fleeing barbarians, but, in their pursuit, sailed right past them, for they were moored at an inlet. The Scythians now knew how far their pursuers were, certain that there were no more of them than those which had appeared. They made an outflanking movement by sailing out from the 2 headlands of the inlet, and by determined rowing they succeeded in surrounding the enemy. The Romans were both weary from their rowing and frightened by the multitude of the barbarian vessels, so they backed water, intending to flee. But since the barbarian ships had made a circle and closed in, there was no egress from the inlet to the high sea. The patrician Constantine Cabellarius, commander of the Cyberiote theme, nobly volunteered to do battle using his own ship and 10 others. He was cut down fighting courageously. 4 ships, including the flagship, were captured with their crews, and everybody in them was slain. The remaining Roman vessels ran into shallows, headlands, and reefs. Some went down to the bottom of the sea. Others were captured by the barbarians, and their crews either put to the sword or enslaved. The survivors found refuge, on foot and unarmed, in their own encampment. Disappointed in their hopes, the Scythians turned their thoughts to the homeward journey. They returned by land as well as by sea, because there were not enough ships for everybody, some having been sunk or captured in the foregoing sea battles, others lost in storm and tempest. That is why most of the Scythians were going home on foot. But the Vestes, Catacal and Cecalmenus, governor of the Danubian cities and lands, intercepted them near the island called Varna. He attacked and defeated them, killing many, and capturing 800 alive, whom he sent to the emperor in chains. When the Scythians first came out of their own lands and made for the capital, it was in the territory which this man governed that they disembarked and went foraging. He assembled the troops under his command and attacked them. He fought nobly and thoroughly defeated them, compelling them to flee to their ships. Then he kept a careful watch on the regions under his command, which were adjacent to the river in anticipation of the end of the affair. He was there to receive them with firm resistance when they returned, and then accomplished what was reported above. In the month of September, in the 12th year of the Indication, in the 6552nd year of the world, a wind blew so violently that almost the entire fruit of the vine was destroyed. The Patriarch Michael struck the Pope of Rome from the diptychs as soon as he was appointed for raising the question of the unleavened bread. Peter, the Patriarch of Antioch, and Leo, the Archbishop of Bulgaria, and all of the better educated churchmen supported him. He had an altercation with Michael Mermentoulos, who was then Hegumenus of Studius's monastery, and he exorcised Saint Theodore the Studite from the Synodicon, which is read in church. Mermentoulos could not suffer this. He went to the emperor and told him about it, and, at the emperor's command, the Synodicon was read on the Sunday of the Samaritan woman. Everything else was read as usual, but the Patriarch stood up and himself spoke the name of the great Theodore in a loud and clear voice. In this way the uprising of Mermentoulos and the monks on this score was put to rest. This year, when the emperor was celebrating the feast of the 40 Holy Martyrs on the 9th of March, just as the emperor was about to go into public procession to venerate the 40 saints, there was a disturbance among the people. The emperor left the palace on foot, well guarded and accompanied by cheering. He had arrived at the Church of the Saviour of the Chalky, from where he was going to proceed on horseback to the martyr's shrine, when a voice broke out in the crowd. "We don't want Sclerena for empress, and we don't want our mothers, the Porphyrogenitoi, Zoe and Theodora, put to death on her account." Suddenly, everything was in confusion. The crowd was in tumult, trying to get its hands on the emperor, and if the empresses had not promptly shown themselves from a place high up and calmed the crowd, many would have perished, possibly including the emperor himself. When the disturbance had quieted down, he returned to the palace, abandoning the visit to the 40 martyrs. There was plenty of complaining by the people, the Senate, and by the sisters, the sovereign ladies, about the daughter of Skleros being the emperor's mistress. A particularly eminent monk of the time, whose name was Stephatus, reproved him, but achieved nothing, for the emperor was completely under the spell of her beauty. This Stephatus was engaged in attaining the highest degree of virtue, mouldering his body with fasting, austerity, and every other discipline, so that sometimes he went for 40 days without food, tasting nothing whatsoever during that period. In the 13th year of the Indication, war broke out in the Principality of Arni, but first we should tell why and how it came about that the Emperor Constantine declared war on the ruler of Arni, who was living in peace, and had done nothing untoward. When George, the chieftain of the Iberians, raised arms against the Romans, Iovanisices, ruler of the country of Arni, fought alongside him. Then when, as we said above, the Emperor Basil went into Iberia and fought against George in battle order, defeating and overthrowing him, Iovanisices was afraid that the Emperor, enraged by his alliance with George, would do him some severe damage. So he took the keys of the city, deserted to the Emperor, surrendered himself voluntarily into his hands, and gave him the keys. The Emperor accepted him for his sagacity, honoured him with the title of Magister, and appointed him ruler for life of Arni, and of the so-called Great Armenia. In return, he demanded and got a written guarantee that after his death, all this dominion would pass under the emperor's sway and become a part of the Roman Empire. These things happened, the emperor died, and in due course, Iovanisices died too. After his death, his son, Kakikios Gagic, succeeded to the principality, living in peaceful alliance with the Romans, except that he retained his father's lands and would not surrender them to the Romans, as his father's letter required. When Monomachus found the letter in the palace, he demanded, as Basil's heir, the submission of Arni and the whole of Great Armenia, as Kakikios was willing to confess himself a Roman subject, but not to renounce his father's lands. The emperor thought war should be declared on him. He raised an army and entrusted it to the Vestes, Michael Iacetes, who had already been proclaimed governor of Iberia. He was now looking for the chance to do battle with Kakikios. He set out and did his very best to accomplish what he had been commissioned to do. When Kakikios became aware of this, and realised that he was no longer regarded as a friend and an ally, but as a foe, he also assembled his forces and resisted the invaders to the best of his ability. When things took a turn for the worse for Iacetes, they sent out the Proedros Nicholas, domestic of the Scolae, and Parakoimenos to the Emperor Constantine VIII, with a powerful army to oppose Kakikios with superior numbers and strength. A letter from the emperor was sent to Aplasfares, ruler of Tivion, and that part of Perse Armenia on the river Araxes, asking him to do everything in his power to ravage Great Armenia and the land ruled by Kakikios. Nicholas came and addressed the task in hand. He sent the letter to Aplasfares, adding a personal letter inciting him with gifts and promises to put the emperor's plans into action. When Aplasfares received the letters, he responded that he would accomplish all he was requested of. on condition that an imperial letter was sent stating that he was guaranteed sovereign rights over those fortresses and villages now in Kakikios' hands, which he might be able to capture by right of conquest. The emperor agreed to this and affirmed by Chrysaor whatever Aplasfares had demanded. When the latter received the letter, he went into action. He stormed and captured many of Kakikios' fortresses and villages. As for Kakikios, assaulted by Roman fortresses and ravaged by the ruler of Tivion, he abandoned all hope. He made contact with the Parakoimenos and gave his allegiance to the emperor through him, to whom he surrendered the city. When he came before the emperor, he was honoured with the title of Magister, receiving lucrative estates in Cappadocia, Carcianon, and Lycandros. From then on, he led a peaceful and quiet life. But now Monomachus demanded the fortresses and villages which the ruler of Tivion had captured as parts of Arni. When Aplasfares refused to part with them, adhering to the letter of the Chrysaor, the emperor declared war on him. Again, he ordered the Parakoimenos to attack Aplasfares using the Roman troops, the Iberian army, and the forces in Great Armenia, which the Prince of Arni commanded. All these forces were assembled. The Vestarch Michael Iacetes was appointed to direct them together with his servant, the Magister Constantine the Alan. Then he sent them against Tivion, but Aplasfares was a truly gifted commander, if ever there was one, capable of shattering the strategies and plans of his enemies. Knowing full well that his forces were insufficient to withstand the Romans in a formal battle, he shut himself up in the city and diverted the river flowing by to flood the entire plain and turn it into a quagmire of mud and puddles. Then he awaited the arrival of the foe. He stationed infantrymen who were archers at random in the vineyards that were surrounding the city, with orders to remain hidden until he should give the signal to arms with the trumpet. The Roman leaders deduced that closing himself up in the city and flooding the plain were acts of a coward who had given up hope. So they ran towards the city in a disorderly, sporadic fashion, some dismounted, some not, each man doing what he would, thinking that they were going to take the city at the first shout. When they got into the paths running through the vineyards, and they were approaching the city, then Aplasfares sounded the trumpet, ordering his men into action. The infantrymen rose up from the undergrowth and began firing arrows and throwing stones, while others damaged the Romans from the very battlements, thus preventing them from defending themselves against their adversaries. The Romans were severely defeated, and an innumerable host of them was slain, for their horses were unable to flee without falling in the mud and the swamp. Iacetes and Constantine were only just able to get away in safety to Arni, where they personally reported the disaster to Nicholas. When the disaster which had befallen them was reported to the emperor, Nicholas and Iacetes were relieved of their commands, Iacetes being replaced by Cecalmenos, the Duke of Iberia, Nicholas by Constantine, the commander plenipotentiary, colonel of the great Hetairae. This man was a eunuch of Saracen origin who had served the emperor before his accession, and never wavered in his fidelity to him. When the new commanders arrived on the scene, they assembled their forces and addressed themselves to the task. They were hesitant to attack the city of Tivion, which was the metropolis of the entire nation, but they assaulted the rest of the fortresses, as many of them were located in Arni, taking St. Mary, the one called Ampere, and St. Gregory, which is located on a precipice and very strongly fortified. Aplasfares tried several times to bring relief to the beleaguered garrison there, but he was repelled as many times as he tried. The Romans came to the fortress known as Chelidonian, which is built on a craggy mountainside not far from Tivion. They surrounded it with trenches and palisades and tried to take it by starving it out. The people within the walls were short of the necessities of life, not being able to build up supplies on account of the suddenness of the assault. Indeed, the Romans would have taken it if the insurrection of the patrician Leotornikios had not suddenly broken out in the west. This Tournikios had been commander in Iberia, but was dismissed from his post on a charge of attempted usurpation, and given monastic tonsure. He was brought to the city, and ordered to remain at home in Adrianople, not being able easily to tolerate the misfortune which had befallen him. Little by little he discreetly appropriated the support of those commanders in Adrianople who had been overlooked, and were cooling their heels. By means of these men, and his own relatives, he subverted all who were officers in command of the Macedonian and Phrygian units, all the unemployed soldiers, and all who rejoiced in pillage and rapine. When he had raised an adequate army, he was proclaimed emperor. He set out with the entire host under his command, and shortly appeared beneath the walls of the capital. The emperor did not have sufficient forces to resist him, nor did he trust the citizens faithfully to continue to support him. For these reasons, a courier was sent to Constantine in Iberia by the state relay horses, bearing an imperial letter, which ordered him to abandon the task in hand, and come with his forces as quickly as possible to the capital. Upon receiving the letter, even though the fortress was in his hands, he lifted the siege and made a treaty with Aplasfares, in which he ascertained by curses and oaths that he would continue to support the emperor, and would never contemplate anything deleterious to the Romans. That done, he mobilized his forces, and made haste to come to the capital, and that is how Caledonian escaped being taken. When Constantine came with all the units of the east and the entire army, he entered the capital himself, but at the emperor's command, the entire host passed over into Thrace, some at Chrysopolis opposite to the capital, some at Abydos on the Hellespont, but more of that later. Before the forces arrived, as we said, Tournikios was proclaimed emperor in the month of September, in the first year of the indication, and he reached the capital sooner than it takes to tell, expecting to take it at the first assault, because the emperor was short of forces. He set up a palisade opposite to Blackanae, close to the monastery of the Anagyrai, then tried to suborn the citizens with words and promises. When nobody paid any attention to him, he went into action, but the emperor resisted him using the citizens, and whatever soldiers might be found there. He stationed the citizens and the rabble on the wall. Then by way of the Blackanae gate he led out from the walls the soldiers they had been able to find, and a few others whom the leaders of the Senate had armed at the emperor's command, not more than 1,000 in all. These he stationed to face the tyrant after digging a ditch in front of them to hinder the attackers. The Magister, Argyros the Italian, respectfully insisted that the emperor should have remained within the gates in wait of the attackers, begging him to stay inside and not sally forth, certainly not to engage a raging, furious host of experienced soldiers with a small army of raw recruits. This is what he said, but he did not convince the emperor. And in fact, Constantine Lycaudes took the other point of view. He stood first in the emperor's favour at that time, and had a great deal of influence with him. It was he who formulated the plan which was followed. Out they went in the late afternoon. As soon as the tyrant got wind of it, he armed his forces and charged into them with a great force. In less time than it takes to tell, they crossed the ditch and put to flight those inside, some of whom were taken prisoner, while others fell into the moat of the city, where they died a miserable death. The citizens also deserted the walls by leaping down from them, while the doorkeepers of the walls at Blackanae opened wide the gates. Indeed, if fortune had not dealt Tournikios a bad turn, he would have entered easily and imposed his authority, but he stopped the pursuit when they reached the moat before the wall, at which point those with the emperor took fresh heart. They secured the gates and remounted the guard on the walls. At that point the emperor was all but carried off, struck by an arrow, but God intervened in a spectacular manner. The arrow lodged in the pine-cone-shaped helmet of an attendant, which saved both the man wearing it and the emperor. In this way the city came close to being taken, and then was saved. The apostate remained encamped for a few more days, but when his supporters began to melt away and desert to the emperor, he feared they might all abandon him and go away, or that they would take him and hand him over to the emperor. So he rose up and returned to Arcadiopolis. There he encamped, together with John Vatases, and waited. He dispatched Theodore Strambomaites, a man they called Polis, and Marianus Varanus, officers commanding units in the west, related to him by blood, to lay siege to Rhydestus. For when the other cities of Macedonia and Thrace had come over to his side, only this city continued to support the emperor, thanks to the determination of the bishop of that city, and a local magistrate called Vatases, a relative of Torenicus. Theodora and Marianus went there, but some time later, had still accomplished nothing, so Torenicus arose with his entire army and went there too. He used every assault and all kinds of siege engines against the city, but he was repulsed at all points, because those within valiantly repelled the siege engines. In the end, he lifted the siege and returned to Arcadiopolis. As soon as the troops of the east had crossed into Thrace from Chrysopolis and Abydos, the emperor sent them into action against the apostates, with the magister Michael Iasates in command. He concentrated his forces in one body and encamped near the apostates, but did not let battle commence. He occupied himself rather with the villages which were for the apostate. He treated the prisoners with kindness, and discreetly sent a letter to the apostates announcing an amnesty of misdeeds and a generous distribution of benefits. As winter was drawing on, the apostates themselves, their pack animals, and their horses were running short of the necessities of life, unable to fight off the cold, hunger, and the enemy all at once. Little by little they began to defect to the magister. As long as it was only the lowly who deserted and not the distinguished, the tyrant bided his time, and was buoyed up with his hopes. But when Marianus Varanus, Polis, and Theodore Strambomaites, and some other personages of standing suddenly abandoned him and defected to Iasates, he fled together with John Vatases, his second in command. And since there was no escape, they sought refuge in a church, and the insurrection of the apostate was dissipated. Iasates sent men to arrest them, and brought them to the emperor in chains. At the emperor's orders, each member of the rebel army went off to his homeland. Torenicus and Vatases were blinded in the evening of the day of Christ's birth, while those who remained faithful to the tyrant right to the end had their goods confiscated, after being paraded through the forum, and were sent into exile. Such was the end of the uprising. And now begin the woes for which the Turks were responsible. Taking up again from above, I will now explain who the Turks are, and how they came to fight against the Romans. The Turkish people are Hunnic by race, living to the north of the Caucasus Mountains, populous and autonomous, never enslaved by any nation. Once domination of the Persians had passed to the Saracens went on to rule over not only Persia and Media and Babylon and Assyria, but also Egypt and Libya, and a considerable part of Europe. Then it came about in various circumstances that they rose up against each other, and their once great empire was torn into many segments. Spain had one ruler, Libya another, likewise Egypt, Babylon, and Persia, and these neighbours did not share a common mind, but rather waged war on each other. He who was the ruler of the Persians, the Carazians, the Oritanes, and the Medes in the time of the Emperor Basil was Mahomet, the son of Imrael, waging war against the Indians and Babylonians, and getting the worst of it in battle. He decided that he should treat with the ruler of Turkey, requesting some allied forces from that source. So he sent ambassadors to him bearing rich gifts, and they asked for allies to be sent to him, 3,000 in number. The Turk gave the embassy a warm reception, and was pleased with the gifts that were sent. He sent 3,000 men, under the command of Tangrolippix Mucalet, the son of Mikhail, to Mahomet. He did this in the hope that, if they succeeded in repelling the enemies of the Saracens, they would quite easily render passable the bridge on the river Araxes, which was preventing the Turks from entering Persia, since it had guard towers at either end and was always watched by guards. After doing away with its garrison, they could subject the land of the Persians to his rule. When the mercenaries arrived, Mohammed marched them out with his own forces, attacked Pisisarius, the Arab ruler, and easily routed him, as the Arabs could not withstand the archery of the Turks. When he returned into his own land, he urged the Turks to join him in fighting against the Indians, who were at war with him, but they asked to be allowed to return to their own land, with the task of guarding the crossing of the river Araxes committed to them. As Mohammed insisted, and was prepared to use force, they mutinied for fear some harm might befall them. They secreted themselves in the Carbonates desert, because so few men could not confidently withstand tens of thousands, and from there they conducted raids, pillaging and ravaging Saracen lands. Mohammed was profoundly annoyed at these occurrences. He raised an army of about 20,000 men and sent it against the Turks under the command of 10 of the most noble and wise Saracens, distinguished by their valour. These now rose up and went to war. They were of the opinion that it would not be to their advantage to enter the desert because of the scarcity of water and food there, so they pitched camp as near as possible to where the desert begins, and contemplated what ought to be done. When Tangrolippix, encamped deep in the desert, learnt of the campaign against him, he communicated with those who accompanied him, and came to the conclusion that it would be advantageous to launch a night attack on the Saracens and the Persians. Travelling at speed for 2 days, he struck on the 3rd night, the victims lying in their tents without a care in the world, anticipating no harm. They were routed in less time than it takes to tell, while he seized carriages, horses, and a great deal of money. He no longer conducted his raids surreptitiously like a refugee and a thief, but openly disputed possession of fortified positions. Some of those criminals who feared for their lives, some escaped slaves, and some of those who took pleasure in robbery with violence joined his camp. In a very short time, a very large force of about 50,000 men congregated around him, and that is what was happening to him. Mohammed, for his part, was not quietly accepting the defeat which had taken place. Deeply humiliated, he blinded the 10 commanders, and threatened to parade in women's clothing those soldiers who had fled before danger. He began arming himself for retaliation, but when the recently defeated soldiers learned of his threat, they went over to Tangrolippix. With so many additional troops of such excellent quality, he mobilised the entire army and advanced on Mohammed, anxious to have the outcome decided by a full-scale battle. But Mohammed had also raised an army of about 50,000 by arming the Saracens, Persians, Kabirs and Arabs. He also had 100 elephants carrying towers. He confronted the foe with all these forces at the place called Aspachan, where a violent battle took place, in which many fell on either side. Mohammed himself also fell. He was riding his horse backwards and forwards in an irregular fashion, encouraging his own people. When the horse fell on him, he died of a broken neck. When he fell, the host that was with him came to an agreement with the enemy, as a result of which Tangrolippix was universally declared to be the king of Persia. Once he was proclaimed, he sent and eliminated the guard of the crossing of the Araxes, giving free access into Persia to any Turk who wanted it. Freed of this impediment, the entire host of them rushed in, except those who preferred their own homeland, killing Persians and Saracens. Thus the Turks became masters of Persia, naming Tangrolippix Sultan, that is, absolute ruler and king of kings. He relieved all of the indigenous governors of their command and transferred them to Turks, among whom he divided out the whole of Persia, entirely crushing and humiliating the people of the land. When everything seemed to him to be going well, his first task was to wage war on the bordering potentates. He personally attacked Pisisarius, governor of Babylon, defeated him in various battles, killed him, and thus became master of the Babylonian region. He sent out Ketone-Kun, his father's brother's son, against Cambyses, chieftain of the Arabs, giving him a powerful army. He marched off and engaged the Arabs, but he was defeated and fled in disgrace. On his way back from the defeat, he was about to cross Media, also known as Vasparakon. Now this country was being ruled at that time by the emperor's emissary, the patrician Stephen, the son of Constantine IX, who was co-ruling with the emperor. Ketone-Kun sent an embassy to Stephen, asking permission to pass through unimpeded, and promising with solemn oaths that his men would leave the country unharmed and intact. Stephen received the ambassadors, and thinking the request sprang from cowardice, he assembled the regional army and confronted the Turks in battle order. Ketone-Kun was profoundly dismayed at this occurrence, for the people with him, returning from a defeat, were all on foot and unarmed. Nevertheless, and against his will, he was forced to fight. In the engagement which ensued, Stephen's forces were routed while he himself and many others were taken prisoner. As Ketone-Kun was passing through Tabriz, he sold Stephen to the local ruler there, then made his way to the Sultan to explain the defeat. He put the blame on others, and declared that if he were to campaign again with another army against Cambyses, he would easily subdue Arabia for the Sultan. He mentioned Vasparakon in passing, saying that it was a highly productive region defended by women, a reference to the soldiers against whom he had fought, but the Sultan, angered by the disgrace of the defeat, was thinking of arresting him and putting him to death. He was moreover frightened off from taking up arms against the Romans merely by the report of the glorious deeds of 3 former emperors, Nicephorus, John, and Basil. Imagining that the Romans were still in possession of the same valour and might, he was in 2 minds, wondering what he ought to do. Ketone-Kun found out what the Sultan had in mind for him and took to flight, taking his men with him. He seized a strongly fortified city in the Khwarezmian country, known as Passau, and there he set himself up in opposition to the Sultan, who did not think it worthwhile fighting him for the time being. Instead, he assembled his own forces in their entirety, and marched off himself against the Arabs. A battle ensued, and once again he was defeated. Returning vanquished, he could not endure the disgrace, nor the contempt of Ketone-Kun, so taking the greater part of the army, he advanced on Passau, where he spent a great deal of time waging war on his own nephew, but Ketone-Kun was heartened by the strength of the city. He frequently flung the gates open, charging out, and did considerable harm to the forces of the Sultan. Then the Sultan sent another army against the Romans, about 20,000 men, appointing his nephew, Asan the Deaf, to command them. He ordered Asan to proceed in all haste, and, if it were feasible, to occupy Media for him. That was what happened in Persia. Pancratius, the chieftain of Iberia, was a dissolute fellow. He had defiled the marriage bed of Lyparites, the son of Horace Lyparites, who was killed in the war against George in the time of the Emperor Basil. The son was renowned for his wisdom and valour, a man of great power in Iberia, second to Pancratius. Deeply offended by what had taken place, he was obliged to take up arms against the adulterer, who he defeated in battle, driving him off into Caucasia and in Arabasgia. When Lyparites came into the royal residence, he violated his own sovereign lady, the mother of Pancratius, and made himself master of the entire country of Iberia. He sent a letter to the emperor, asking to become a friend and ally of the Romans. The emperor received his embassy, and entered into negotiations with him. A little while later, Pancratius came to Trebizond, travelling by way of the river Phasis, through the territory of the Sawney and the Colchi. From Trebizond he sent messengers to the emperor intimating that he would like to come to the capital and have an audience with him. This was granted. He came and entered the emperor's presence, then proceeded to upbraid him severely, charging that he who was an emperor was bound by several treaties to the ruler of the important territory of Abkhazia. But he had broken those treaties and transferred his support to a commoner, a slave, and a rebel. Then he requested that relations between them be restored, which is what happened. On the emperor's initiative, they came to an agreement with each other that Pancratius was to be the lord and ruler of all Iberia and Abkhazia, while Lipperites was to be the governor of Messia for life, but with Pancratius as his overlord and king. That is how the affair in Abkhazia turned out. Asan, whom the Sultan had sent against the Romans, passing through Tabriz and the place called Tiflis, came to Vasparakan. He destroyed and burned everything, slaughtering everybody he encountered, not even sparing those of tender age. The governor of the region was the Vestes Aaron, the son of John Vladislav, and the brother of Prusianus. Knowing that he himself was unequal to the task of withstanding such a great multitude of Turks, he sent a letter to the Vestes. Ketone-Kun Cacumenus, who was in command of the Arni and Iberia, asking for the help of as many troops as he could muster. Once the letter was received, quicker than it takes to tell, Cacumenus mobilised the forces at his disposal, moved them out in haste, and joined them with Aaron's forces. A discussion was held. Would it be better to fight at night or in broad daylight? Cacumenus was in favour of neither. He inclined to another way, to deceiving the enemy. His plan was to abandon the camp just as it was, with the tents, the pack animals, and the other paraphernalia, and to establish hiding places in suitable locations. Then, when the Turks arrived, discovered the stockade to be devoid of men, and proceeded to pillage what lay within. The men in hiding were to come out and attack them. He was not disappointed in his scheme. At dawn, Asan emerged from his own encampment on the river Stragna and advanced ready to do battle. When he encountered nobody, he approached the Roman stockade. No guards could be seen. No voice was heard. It was completely devoid of forces. Thinking the Romans had taken to flight, he breached the fortification at several points and ordered the seizure of booty to begin. Towards evening, the Romans emerged from their hiding places and hurled themselves on the Turks, who were now scattered and disorganised. They were immediately routed, for they could not withstand the irresistible force of the Roman charge. Asan was the first to fall, fighting in the front line. Every stout-hearted man in the army fell too. The very few who survived the fray fled unarmed through the mountains and found refuge in the cities of Perse Armenia. When the Sultan learned of this calamity which had taken place from those who had escaped, he fell into great tribulations, and gave his mind seriously to the matter of recovering from the disaster which had befallen him. He raised an army of about 100,000 superior soldiers from among the Turks, Kabyars, and Dilimniti, which he handed over to his half-brother Abramalim, and sent against the Romans. When this expedition became known, the army commanders mentioned above convened and held a conference to decide what ought to be done. Cacumenus was of the opinion that they ought to confront the Turks with the forces available outside the Roman frontiers and fight them there, for many of the enemy were still without horses, and what animals they had were worn out by travel because the Turks lacked the iron shoes which it is customary to fix on the beasts' hooves. The morale of the Romans, on the other hand, was very good. They were full of confidence after the recent victory and anxious to come to blows with the enemy. Aaron, however, opined that they should conserve their forces. He said that they should fortify the cities and strongholds, withdrawing everything within the walls. They should report to the emperor, and certainly not offer battle to such a multitude of barbarians, given their meagre forces, without knowing his mind. The two commanders gave their opinion, but it was Aaron's that won the day, so they returned to Iberia with the army. they came to a place known locally as Utru, and there they remained, inactive, in open country. But first they enclosed all the rural population, the women and children, and everything that was of value within the fortifications. They also wrote to the Emperor by courier, reporting the approach of the enemy. When he received the letter, he ordered them to refrain from action until Lipparites arrived with the Iberian forces, and was united with the Roman soldiery. To this man he sent a letter in all haste, telling him that, if he judged himself to be an ally and friend of the Romans, he should mobilise the entire available host, go to meet with the Roman commanders, and join them in doing battle against the barbarians. When the commanders received their letter, they stayed where they were as ordered, waiting for the arrival of Lipparites. As soon as he received the imperial order, he hastily assembled and armed his own host. Yet, while he was gathering up his own forces, time was passing. Abram reached Vasparakan and learned that, on hearing of his approach, the Romans who had been concentrated there had now returned to Iberia. Not unreasonably, he thought they had retreated out of fear, so putting aside all thought of booty and spoil, he went chasing after them, anxious to attack them as they were, prior to the addition of any other forces. When the Roman commanders learned of this, they were afraid they might be obliged to fight before Lipparites arrived, which they were reluctant to do, so they withdrew into an inaccessible position surrounded on all sides by ravines, and waited there. Meanwhile, they wrote to Lipparites to come in all haste and not to delay. Now Abram, having failed to encounter the Roman army, arrived at Artsy, a town of many people and much wealth, for there were many native merchants living there, as well as Syrians, Armenians, and other nationalities. Putting their trust in their own great population, the people of Artsy would not agree to be enclosed by walls, even though Kekamenus urged and insisted on this, and in spite of the fact that Theodosiopolis lay close by, a great city with strong, impregnable walls. When the Turks arrived and began the assault, the people of Artsy first blockaded the means of access, then, by climbing up onto the roofs, defended themselves against the attackers with stones, staves, and bows. For 6 whole days they continued fighting. When news of it reached the commanders, Kekamenus pleaded most insistently with the Romans to go out and do battle with the Turks, now that their attention was occupied with the siege. They ought not to be sitting idle, letting time go by, waiting for Lipparites' fictitious aid. They were watching an opportune moment, which it would not be easy to recapture, slip by. But as Aaron took the opposite view, saying that nothing should be done contrary to the Emperor's wishes, he too kept his peace. As for Abram, since the campaign was not going according to plan, for he could not take the town by assault, disregarding its wealth and booty, he ordered the roofs to be set on fire. The Turks immediately took torches, lit kindling, and threw it on the roofs. Fires broke out everywhere, and a great conflagration ensued. Unable to resist both the fire and the archery, the people of Artsy wavered and turned to flight. They say that about 150,000 men perished, victims either of the sword or of the fire. When they realised that they were vanquished, they slaughtered their wives and children, then threw themselves into the flames. After Abram had taken Artsy in this manner, he found a great deal of gold, arms, and a quantity of serviceable ironware, which had not been rendered useless by the fire. He also captured a large number of horses and draft animals. He now equipped his host in an appropriate manner, and returned in search of the Roman army. Once Lipparites arrived, the Roman army came down from the fortified position mentioned above and halted on the plain at the foot of the mountain, there where the Kopertos fortress stands. When the Turks started arriving again, a few at a time, Kekamenus advised attack, while they were spread out and disorganised, but Lipparites was reluctant because of the day. It was a Saturday, the 18th of September, the second year of the indication, and for Lipparites, Saturday was reckoned among the inauspicious days, which is why he shunned it and refused to fight. While this was happening on the Roman side, Abram learned from scouts where the Romans were located, and also that they were inactive. He drew up his own forces and advanced in battle order. When the opposing force saw this, they too had to prepare to give battle, willy-nilly. Caecumenus had the right wing, Aaron the left, while Lyperites was stationed in the centre. It was towards evening. Abram was opposite to Caecumenus. Corysantes, the other Turkish commander, was opposite Aaron, while Lyperites was facing Aspan Salarios, the half-brother of Abram. Battle was joined. Caecumenus and Aaron routed their opposing wings and pursued them until cockcrow, but Lyperites, desolated by the loss of his nephew, charging at full tilt, fell when his horse was wounded. Then he was taken prisoner. While that was happening to him, the Romans called off their pursuit, dismounted, and offered hymns of victory to God, crying out with one voice, "What God is great like our God?" They were waiting for Lyperites in the hope that he too was in pursuit of the enemy, but they began to worry when he failed to appear. They were perplexed and worrying about what might have happened, when a soldier who was under Lyperites' orders approached and advised the commanders of his commander's misfortune and capture. Also, how Abram had returned from flight and joined up with his own brother, for Asan had fallen in the battle. Taking Lyperites and the other captured Iberians with them, they had returned, travelling at speed, to the place known as Castracome. The army commanders were flabbergasted to hear this. They kept watch all night, then at daybreak held a conference at which they all felt it would be advantageous for each commander to go back home. Aaron collected his own host and left for Iban, the capital city of Vasparakan, while Caecumenus returned to Arni with his forces. Gratified by the capture of Lyperites, Abram considered himself the most fortunate of men on account of his recent success. He attempted no further major project, but, travelling at speed, reached the place called Rhi in 5 days, and from there made his way to the Sultan, sending his news on ahead, and the report that Lyperites was captured. The Sultan gave the appearance of rejoicing and gladness at the capture of Lyperites, but he was actually jealous of his brother for having merited such good fortune, and was ever applying himself to the search for some pretext of getting rid of him. When the emperor learned of the capture of Lyperites, he was all for redeeming him. He sent extravagant gifts and ransom money to the Sultan by the hand of George Drusus, the secretary of Aaron, requesting freedom for Lyperites and a peace treaty. The Sultan received the delegation and, wishing to be a magnanimous ruler rather than a sordid tradesman, he presented the man to the emperor as a gift. He took the ransom money and gave it to Lyperites, exhorting him ever to remember that day, and never again of his own free will to take up arms against the Turks. The Sultan was served as ambassador to the emperor by one whom they call Sephiros, a word which signifies for them a man who stands in the same relationship to the caliph as that in which the Syncelas used to stand to the patriarch here. Not finding the emperor inclined to agree with him, he returned empty-handed to the one who had sent him. From that moment, the emperor anticipated war with the Sultan, and, to the best of his ability, he sent agents to fortify the regions bordering on Persia. While that was happening, the disturbance of the Pachnacs occurred. Why and how must now be related. The Pachnacs are a Scythian people, pertaining to the so-called Royal Scythians. They are numerous, and no other people of the Scythians is able to withstand them alone. They are divided into 13 tribes, all of which have the same name in common, but each tribe has its own proper name, inherited from its own ancestor and chieftain. They graze their flocks on the plains which extend beyond the Danube from the river Borystheon to Pannonia, for they are nomads who always prefer to live in tents. At that time, the leader of the people was Tyrac, the son of Bilta, highly distinguished by birth, but otherwise unremarkable, a man who preferred to live in peace. But there was another person in that people whose name was Kegenes, the son of Baltzar, a nobody by birth and practically nameless, but extremely effective in battle and in waging war. He had on many occasions routed and repelled the Uzes, a Hunnic people, from attacking the Pachnacs, when Tyrak, lacking the courage to go out against them, took refuge in the marshes and lakes along the Danube. The Pachnacs honoured Tyrak for his family, but they greatly preferred Kegenes for his outstanding bravery and his skill in war. Tyrak was stung to the core when he heard and noticed this. Fearing for his position, he sought a way of getting rid of Kegenes. He set several traps for him, but always in vain. When his covert schemes repeatedly went astray, he realised that he could delay no longer and must act openly, whereupon he dispatched a company with orders to seize and destroy him. But Kegenes got wind of this plan and fled to the marshes of the Borystheon, escaping death. From his hiding place there, he sent secret messages to his relatives and fellow tribesmen, whereby he was able to divert the affections of his tribe, the Bellarmanes, away from the king, and also the affections of another tribe, the Pagumanes. He raised an army and, with 2 tribes, confronted Tyrak, who had 11. Kegenes held his own for a long time, but nevertheless, he was eventually overcome by the weight of numbers. Wandering in the marshes, he realised that the only way to safety for him, and those with him, was to take refuge with the Emperor of the Romans. So he came to Dorystalon and installed himself with his followers, who numbered about 20,000, on a little island in the river, to avoid being taken by surprise. Then he reported to the governor of the region, Michael, the son of Anastasius, letting him know who he was, what adventures had befallen him before arriving there, and that he wished to transfer his allegiance to the emperor. He promised that, if he was accepted, he would be a great advantage to imperial affairs. Quicker than words can tell, Michael passed the message on to the emperor, and was hastily ordered to accept the man and his followers, to provide these with necessary provisions, and to send him to Byzantium with every mark of respect. Michael did as he was commanded. Kegenes came to the capital, where he was generously and graciously received in audience by the emperor. On promising to accept baptism himself, and to persuade his followers to do likewise, Kegenes was raised to the dignity of patrician. He received 3 of the fortresses standing on the banks of the Danube, and many hectares of land. Finally, he was inscribed among the friends and allies of the Romans, all this because he and his followers accepted baptism as he promised. Euthemius, a devout monk, was sent to administer the sacred bath by the Danube River, giving them all holy baptism. Once Kegenes was safe and secured against unexpected attacks, he turned his attention to warding off the enemy. He would cross the Danube, now with 1,000, now with 2,000 men, sometimes more, sometimes less, and spring surprise attacks, inflicting serious damage on the Pachnacs who were with Tyrak. He would slaughter all of the men he encountered, but enslave the women and children, and sell them to the Romans. Tyrak could not tolerate these clandestine incursions of Kegenes. He sent a delegation to the emperor, insisting that a great emperor who had treaties with the Pachnac people absolutely ought not to receive one of their rebels. But, since he had received one, he should certainly prevent the man from crossing the river to despoil allies of the empire. He should either restrain the man from such actions or risk losing allies like these. Otherwise, let the emperor make no mistake, he would be bringing down a most severe war upon himself and on his country. Such were the admonitions of Tyrak. When the emperor received them, he laughed out loud at them. Would he, because a Pachnac was threatening him, betray a man who had taken refuge with him? Would he prevent that man from harming those who did the emperor harm? And he sent the ambassadors away empty-handed. He also sent out letters to Michael, the governor of the cities along the Danube, and to Kegenes in person, ordering a strict watch on the banks of the river. Should any significant forces appear, they were to advise him by letter, so some of the western regular troops could be sent to join with them in preventing the Pachnacs from crossing the river. He also sent 100 ships with orders to cruise the Danube and intercept any Pachnacs attempting to traverse that river. When the ambassadors returned with nothing accomplished, Tyrak was irritated and annoyed. He prayed for winter to come quickly. It was towards the end of autumn and winter was about to begin, the sun being in Capricorn, when a very strong wind arose from the north, so that the river froze to a depth of 15 cubits. All guard duties being relaxed, Tyrax seized the opportunity for which he prayed. He crossed the Danube with all of the Paphlagonians, 80,000 in number they say. They installed themselves on the other side, razing and devastating everything they came across. A letter was sent to the emperor asking for aid as quickly as possible. Before he had read the whole letter, he wrote to the Duke of Adrianople, the magistrate Constantine IX, to take his forces, also to the officer commanding in Bulgaria, Basil Monomachus, telling him to bring the Bulgar regiment and join forces with Michael and Keganes. With them he was to fight against the Paphlagonians. They did as the imperial directives required, bringing all their forces together. Keganes took command of the Roman legions, set up camp in open country, and day by day made sudden sorties, which greatly harmed the Paphlagonians. For, once they had crossed the river, they found a plentiful supply of beasts, of wine, and of drinks, prepared from honey, of which they had never even heard. These they consumed without restraint, and were afflicted by a flux of the bowels. Many of them perished every day. When news of this reached Keganes by the mouth of a deserter, he judged that the opportune moment had arrived to attack the enemy, now distressed both by winter and by sickness. He convinced the Romans too, hesitant though they were and fearful of taking action against such a numerous host, for now they hurled themselves at the enemy. As for the Paphlagonians, they were astonished by the violence of the onslaught, and no longer had any stomach for the battle. Tyrax, all of the leaders, and the rest of that numerous host threw down their arms and gave themselves up. Keganes advised and urged that every man capable of bearing arms should be slain, and he told them a proverb which, barbarian though it be, has something of truth in it. One should kill the snake while it is still winter, and it cannot move its tail, for once it is warmed by the sun, it will give us much toil and trouble. This advice did not commend itself to the leaders of the Romans. They thought it was a barbaric and impious act, unworthy of a Roman benevolence. To them it seemed preferable to disperse the Paphlagonians over the desert plain of Bulgaria, settling them here and there and imposing taxes on them, for the tax accruing from such settlers would not be inconsiderable, and if the emperor needed an army to fight against the Turks or some other alien folk, he could arm some of these people. Many words were spoken, and the opinion of the Romans won the day, but Keganes slew all of those he had captured, except the ones he had sold. Then he returned to his home. Basil Monomachus, the governor of Bulgaria, took the tens of thousands of Paphlagonians and settled them on the plains of Sardic, Nisos, and Euxipolis. As for Tyrax and his 140 followers, they were brought to the emperor, who received them benevolently, had them baptized, and awarded them highest honours, entertaining them in luxury. The Sultan could not bear seeing his ambassadors returning with nothing accomplished, so he combined all the Persian and Babylonian forces and invaded the Roman Empire. Forewarned of this, Monomachus exerted himself to present a warlike resistance with his own forces. He also armed 15,000 of the Paphlagonians, appointing 4 of the Paphlagonians in Constantinople to command them: Sutzun, Seleti, Karaman, and Catalim. These he then showered with gifts, providing them with first-rate weapons and excellent horses. Then he shipped them over to Chrysopolis. He gave them the patrician Constantine Hadribalos as a guide to lead them to Iberia. They crossed over the Bosphorus, mounted their horses, and took the road leading to the east. After a few miles they came near a place called Dematris, where they came to a halt, and standing there in the road held a conference, which in their tongue they call a commenton. To some of them it seemed that they should press on and not disobey the emperor's orders in the emperor's own land. They were separated from their own people, unable to withstand the strength of the Romans on their own, devoid of support for resisting any unwelcome turn of events. Others thought that they should journey as far as some of the mountains of Bithynia and wait there and repulse those who attacked them. That they should under no circumstances go into Iberia, a distant and outlandish country, where they would have not only the enemies of the Romans, but the Romans themselves as enemies. Catiline alone was of the opinion that they should return and be reunited with their kinsmen. And how are we going to cross the sea, somebody asked, to which his only reply was a command to follow him. At that point they turned on Hadrobalanos, but did not succeed in killing him, for he took refuge on the upper floor of a 3-story building in the city of Dematris. So then they followed Catiline and came to the sea, no doubt hoping that he had shipping ready, which was going to facilitate their crossing of the straits. Nevertheless, they were puzzled and wished to know how the crossing was going to be effected. When they arrived at the shore, the only thing Catiline said was, "Let everyone who wants himself and all the Pechenegs to survive follow me," whereupon he spurred on his horse and entered the sea. Seeing this, another man did likewise, and after him another. Then, all at once, the entire multitude, they crossed over at St. Teresius by swimming, some with their arms, others having first thrown away their arms. Once they were across, they continued their journey, and were able to find refuge with their own people. In the place called Triaditsa, nobody had dared to withstand or to impede them. It was the totally unexpected nature of their journey which facilitated their passage. When they were united with the Pechenegs in Triaditsa, they made contact with those located in other regions, and when they were all assembled in a single company, armed with rustic axes, scythes, and other iron tools taken from the fields, they reached Philippopolis, crossed the Haemus and pitched camp, the entire host of them, at the river Osmos, on the Danubian plain. Celti alone remained at Libytsus to rest. As soon as Arianitzes had assembled his Macedonian forces, he went in pursuit of them. He reached Celti encamped at Libytsos, but could not capture him, for he escaped. He did, however, capture his entire camp, and then he returned. That is what was happening in the west. As we said, the Sultan, affronted by the disdain his ambassadors had encountered, and frustrated in his wishes, had mobilized his entire forces, and marched out against the lands subject to the Romans. He penetrated as far as the place called Koimion without achieving anything worthy of note, because the people of the land secured themselves and everything they needed in fortresses. Iberia has a wealth of very strong fortresses. He dared not advance any further on learning that the Roman forces were concentrated at Caesarea, so he returned, burning with anger and seeking to achieve some great thing. He came to Vasparakan, and there too he found everything similarly secured behind walls, so he turned to siegecraft, first trying the strength of Manzikert. Now, Manzikert is a city lying on a plain, but it is surrounded by a triple wall, and has a plentiful supply of spring water. At that time it was very well supplied with the necessities of life. The Sultan thought that he could easily take it by siege, since it was located in a position which gave advantage to the attacker, so he set up a palisaded camp as close as possible, and laid siege to it. He spent 30 days relentlessly storming it, using various engines and other kinds of machine, but the people inside courageously repelled the onslaughts, thanks to the experience and wisdom of their commander, the patrician, Basil Apocapes. When it became clear to the Sultan that he was attempting the impossible, he decided to raise the siege and go back home. But the general of the Corasians, Alcan, delayed this decision by asking for one more day, and that command be turned over to him. The Sultan was pleased with this request, and did postpone the retreat. Early the next morning, Alcan assembled the entire host under his command. He stationed the Sultan and such Turks as were of distinction where they could be seen, on an eminence facing the eastern gate of the city. Then he took the siege engines and came to the gate in question, for there the city walls seemed to be neither so high nor so strong, and as there was rising ground there, This was an advantageous position for the besiegers, permitting those outside the walls to fire on those within. Now he divided his forces in two. One half he stationed on the rising ground, with orders to make exclusive use of the bow. As for himself, he had constructed tents of wickerwork, covered over with ox hides and equipped with wheels under the supporting structure, machines which are called lesai. These he manned with people carrying two-pronged forks and other agricultural tools. His plan was to advance these tents a little at a time right up to the walls. Then they could excavate the foundations without danger, and at their leisure. He was counting on nobody being able to look down from above the walls because of the heavy discharge of arrows. This was the way in which he imagined he was going to take the city. But Apokapes, observing all of this from the walls, commanded the sentries on the walls not to move a muscle and certainly not to lean out. They were to occupy themselves with stockpiling hand-sized stones, arrows, and other projectiles, and wait until he gave the agreed signal. It was to be, "Christ help us." Once that was given, they could spring into action. He had by him some large beams, sharpened at one end. Those were his orders. As for Alcan, while the Turks outside the city were shooting their arrows like hail, and were supposedly striking down the people within the walls, he advanced the lesai little by little, and so approached the wall. When these tents had almost completed their approach, and it seemed impossible for them to retreat, then Apokapes suddenly gave the agreed signal. Those stationed by the beams cast them down on the tents, while the rest hurled arrows and stones. The tent which contained Alcan was overturned by the weight of the several beams which had pierced its roof. As it turned over, the men within were exposed to arrows and stones from all directions, and against which nothing could offer any protection. All the other men fell right there, but Alcan was taken alive. He was recognisable by the splendour of his arms. Two handsome and excellent young men leapt out of the gates, seized him by the hair and dragged him into the city. Basil instantly cut off his head and hurled it at the Turks. The Sultan was deeply distressed by this reverse. He raised the siege and departed, pretending that some compelling necessity obliged him to return home, but also threatening that he would return the following spring and confront the Romans with even greater forces. Distracted by this threat, and defending himself against Aplasfares, the ruler of Tivion, who had broken the treaty made under Constantine, and was now making trouble for the Roman lands, Monomachus assembled all of the units of the east, and appointed a eunuch named Nicephorus to command them. He was a former priest who had served the emperor while he was still a private citizen. He had renounced the priesthood in favour of secular prestige and glory. The emperor honoured him with the title of rector, named him Stratopedicles, and sent him to the east, not because he was effective and energetic in warfare, but because he was a loyal supporter of the emperor. He advanced with his army as far as the so-called Iron Bridge of Kansakian without meeting any Turks. These were in fact encamped on the plain of Persa-Armenia with a commander named Abimelech, brother of Coutlemenus, when they learned that the Romans were advancing in force. Not daring to encounter this offensive, they went back home. The Roman army, however, enclosed Aplasfares within the walls, devastated the surrounding countryside, and persuaded him, against his will, to renew the treaty. Giving as hostage Artaceras, the son of Phartloum, his own brother, the rule of Kansaki's territory, Nicephorus took the son and returned to the capital. As we said, the Pechenegs crossed the Haemus and explored the plain between that range and the river Danube, stretching as far as the sea. They found a place with vales and groves, variegated thickets, streams and pastures, known locally as the 100 Mountains. They settled there, and from there they made incursions which greatly afflicted the country subject to the Romans. The emperor summoned Cegenes to the capital for consultation. He came at once with all of his own army and encamped on the grounds designated for training with the entire army. He had not yet met with the emperor, nor even learned why he was summoned, when 3 armed Pechenegs attacked him in bed at night and wounded him, but not mortally. The bodyguards detected them immediately. They made some feeble resistance and ran off, but they were captured when several men together with Valtsar, the son of Cegenes, came running at the cries for help. In the morning, Valtsar placed his father in a 4-wheeled carriage, dragging the conspirators behind the carriage in chains. He dare not do any more to them, as they were appealing to the emperor. Then he came to the emperor with his whole army on horseback, except him and his brother Goulinos, who were on foot, following the carriage drawn by 2 horses. When they arrived at the hippodrome, they stopped the carriage there, while Valtsar went in to the emperor. Word of his coming had preceded him, and prepared his way. When he was introduced to the presence, the emperor asked him why he had not punished his father's murderers right away. "Because they were invoking your name," the other replied, at which the emperor began to have some very dark suspicions. Quick as a flash, he had the prisoners brought before them, and put the question to them. Why had they undertaken to kill the patrician? Because he was evilly disposed towards your reign, and to the city. He was intending to enter the city at dawn, to slaughter everybody in it, pillage the city, and return to the Pechenegs. He ought to have examined these statements to find out the truth, but that is not what he did. He put his faith in some irresponsible and inconsistent accusations. Under the pretence of getting Cegenes healed and restored, he brought him into the capital and confined him in the Elephantine prison, locating the man's sons each in a different place, some distance from him. The rest of the Pechenegs he entertained with food and drink, under the pretence of being well disposed towards them, but in fact, doing everything in his power to deprive them of weapons and horses, and to hold them in detention. He ordered the would-be assassins to be allowed to go wherever they wished, freely and unimpeded. He thought that he had escaped notice in doing this, but he had not deceived the Pechenegs. They reckoned it betokened no good that he had arrested their leader and separated his sons. Now they took the release of the would-be assassin as a clear sign of malevolence. So they gratefully accepted all that was sent to them by the emperor and sang his praises. Indeed, they affirmed that everything met with their approval. But when night fell and nobody was suspecting anything, they left the camp and travelled all night without stopping. On the 3rd day they recrossed the Haemus and were united with the main body of the Pechenegs. When they were all together, now that they were sufficiently provided with arms, they crossed the Haemus and established a camp at Orly, a fortress lying in the foothills of the Haemus, not far from Adrianople, turning their attention to pillaging and looting. When the ruler of the West, the Magister Constantine Arianites, learned of this, he took the forces under his command, which were ready for action, and marched out of Adrianople against them. Encountering some scattered forces of the enemy on his journey, he got the better of them, but when he approached the fortress of Dampolis, there he encountered the main army, gave battle, and was defeated. Many Macedonians and Thracians fell in that battle. Theodora, Strambomytes, and Polis were lost, men distinguished by birth and become famous through the treachery of Tournikios. The Magister retired to Adrianople, from where he announced the disaster to the emperor by letter. He advised that a new army would have to be raised, for it was impossible to resist so large a host with the present troops, they having already turned and run. The emperor, who knew something of what had happened prior to the letter, now won over Tyrac and the Pecheneg chieftains who were detained in the city with gifts and favours. Then he dismissed them, they having sworn that they would pacify their folk. The emperor also summoned all of the eastern units by letter. When they came, crossing at Abydos and Chrysopolis, he appointed Nicephorus the rector to be commander plenipotentiary, and sent him out against the Pechenegs. Together with him he sent Ketone-Kun and Caecumenus, promoted Stratolartes of the East, and IV Francopulus, chieftain of his fellow countrymen at the time. Their orders were to go along with the rector, to be of one mind with him, and to carry out his orders and wishes. The rector took his forces and advanced against the Pechenegs, crossing the Haemus through the iron gates. As he advanced, he encamped at a village called Diakene, not far from the 100 Mountains, where he erected a solid palisade. It was his intention to leave the baggage there the next day, plus whatever was superfluous to the needs of the army, while he made a rapid advance and engaged the foe, whom he fondly imagined he would overcome at the first blow. He was afraid and concerned that any might evade capture. Not only he, but the whole army too, was thinking along those lines. They had even brought along ropes and thongs with which to detain their captives. What gave them these ideas was the disaster which had befallen the Pechenegs at the beginning, under Cegenes. The Pechenegs were of course fully aware of the approach of the Romans, for after leaving the city, Tyrac and the chieftains who accompanied him had joined up with them, and were looking out for their own interests, regardless of the undertakings they had given Monomachus. As the bravest men ran forward, Caecumenus proclaimed and urged loudest of all that now was the time for battle, now, while the enemy was spread out and dispersed, that they should not wait for the entire host to assemble. But the remaining portion of the Romans were not in favour of what he advocated. The rector laughed openly. "Stop this, Stratolartes," he said, "and do not contradict my orders, for I am in command here. We ought not to attack the Pechenegs while they are dispersed, for we might frighten them into taking cover in the woods. And if I were to go in pursuit of them, my man, I would have no hunting dogs capable of tracking them down by scent and dragging them from their hiding places." That is how it was with the Romans. The Pechenegs now began approaching the encampment of the Romans. The first arrivals withdrew a little and pitched their camp, signalling to those behind to advance in all haste. They all arrived and formed a single army. The next day the rector led out the Roman forces and drew them up in battle order. The rector himself took command of the centre of the Roman formation. Caecumenus commanded the right wing, Francopulus the other. When battle was joined, the Romans were repelled, the Stratolartes being the first to turn and flee. It is said that they were put to flight before they even heard the hoof-beats of the horses. Caecumenus alone stood his ground with his attendants and some distant relatives. He fell together with all his retinue, fighting heroically. The Pechenegs were reluctant to pursue the Romans for fear of an ambush, and on that account the Romans were able to reach safety unscathed. The foe despoiled the fallen and captured a great quantity of arms. They even took possession of the Roman camp together with the baggage, and set up their tents against the Roman defence works. There was a Pecheneg, Culenus by name, who knew who Caecumenus was, because he came from the fortress on the Danube where the peoples mingle with each other. When he found Caecumenus lying among the dead, and was about to despoil him, as he turned him over, he recognised the face. Realising that he was still breathing, the Pecheneg set him on his horse, where he lay unconscious, for he had received some mortal wounds. One had laid bare his skull, his helmet having fallen off, from the peak of the eyebrow. Another on the collar had cut the neck at the root of the tongue, right through the mouth. He had lost much blood. The man took him to his own tent, where, by dint of diligent care and attention, he saved his life. After having so easily disposed of the invading army, the Pechenegs proceeded freely and fearlessly to plunder Roman territory. The emperor was greatly distressed, as well he might be, when he learned of the disaster from fugitives. He raised another army, enlisted the survivors, and attempted the following year to repair the former reverse. At the beginning of the third year of the indication, the 6558th year since the creation, the emperor appointed the Hetairarch Constantine commander plenipotentiary and sent him against the Pechenegs, taking the troops which had recently been brought across from the east and assembling those who were wintering in the west. He came to Adrianople. There he constructed an immense defence work and stayed there, trying to decide, together with the senior officers, in what direction to continue the advance. While he was pondering this question, suddenly, on the 8th of June, the Pechenegs crossed the Haemus and appeared before Adrianople. Constantine was advised of their invasion by scouts. A council was held to decide whether to fight them or not. The senior officers discussed what should be done in the tent of the Hetairarch. The patrician Samuel Baucis was a bold and brazen man, who was then officer commanding the infantry, fully responsible for guarding the defence work. Without waiting for the commander's signal, he broke ranks, opened the defence work, sallied forth with the infantry, and attacked the Pechenegs, who violently fell upon them, so that the infantry began to make heavy weather of it. Hence, Samuel sent several times to the Hetairarch, asking for help, which in turn obliged him, against his will, to give the signal for battle. So the entire army marched out at a place called Basiliki Libas, and a general engagement ensued. The Pechenegs were heartened by the sudden and irregular onslaught of the previously undefeated infantry. Hence the Romans now suffered an appalling defeat, although they suffered no great loss of life, because they shamefully enclosed themselves within the defence works. The patrician Michael Ducianus fell. The magister Constantine Arianites suffered a mortal wound to the intestines, and died 2 days after. There also fell a few other persons of no distinction. All the rest of the army was besieged by the Pechenegs, ignobly enclosed within the defence works. The enemy filled up the ditch with stones and branches, attempting to take the defence works by storm. They would soon have succeeded too, if Skylitzes, together with his horse, had not been struck by an arrow fired from a catapult, which threw the Pechenegs, who witnessed the event, into great consternation. Then relief arrived, when the Protospatharius Nikitas Glabas, acting commander of the regiment of the Scholai, marched out from Adrianople. The Pechenegs saw this, and as they were apprehensive of the arrival of Basil the Cincelius with the troops of the Bulgariacon, who was indeed expected to come, they became afraid and dispersed in flight, retreating this way and that. Otherwise the entire Roman army would have been lost to a man. In that year there was a charge of attempted usurpation against a certain high official of the city, the leaders being Nicephorus and Michael, the sons of Euthemius, and other members of their family. All the others were acquitted. The only exception was Nicephorus, who was condemned to be exiled without trial, and his goods were confiscated by the state. Searching to stiffen his resistance to the Pechenegs, the emperor brought Cegenes out of prison and sent him to them, he having undertaken to divide them and win their support for the emperor. Then he concentrated all of the auxiliary forces, Franks and Varangians, I mean. He summoned mounted archers, about 20,000 of them, from Toulouse, from the Black Mountains, and from Carcarus. He committed each of the nations to men of distinction, and appointed the patrician Byrenius leader of them all, with the title of Ethnarch. He was sent out with orders to hinder and terminate the incursions of the Pechenegs. These had begun to despise the Romans altogether after the Battle of Adrianople. They were pillaging and burning Macedonia and Thrace with impunity, mercilessly slaughtering even babies at the breast. They were so bold that one party of them advanced as far as Catacertae, which is very close to the capital, but they reaped their rewards in a very quick time. The emperor easily got the better of them by arming a company drawn from the palace guard and some other men who happened to be available. This company was committed to the patrician John the Philosopher, one of the eunuchs of the Empress Zoe's bedchamber. John went out by night, finding the enemy all drunk and sleeping, and slew them. He piled their heads in farm carts and delivered them to the emperor. Kaganes set out and dispatched a delegation to the Pechenegs, who promised him with oaths to do whatever he wanted. Trusting their oaths, he went to them, but was promptly murdered and cut up into small pieces. Taking the forces entrusted to him, Byrrhenius came to Adrianople and gave his attention to the task of protecting the villages. The patrician Michael the Acolutheus was sent as supreme leader of the whole army, he too with orders to avoid a formal battle, but to hinder and terminate the incursions. He set out and made contact with Byrrhenius. Then they went into action. They encountered a company of Pechenegs at Galoes, which they routed and eliminated. Then again at Toplitsos, a fortress on the Hebros, they found and destroyed another detached company of Pechenegs. Sobered by these initiatives, the Pecheneg forces desisted from pillaging the villages in the foothills of the Haemus, directing their entire onslaught against Macedonia. They overran the villages of Macedonia with what was discerned as their superior forces, preparing to give whatever foe should come upon them a most vigorous reception. When Byrrhenius and Michael learned of this, they took off by night in such a way that nobody would have any idea where they were going, and came to Chiropolis, travelling at speed. They entered that town with the whole army and waited for the right moment. When the Pechenegs had pillaged all the fields and the estates, they returned close to the town towards evening, about the time for unhitching, and set up camp there, not in the least aware that the entire army was housed in that town. They hadn't a care in the world, dancing to flutes and cymbals. But when night had fallen, the men with Byrrhenius and Michael went out, found them abed and snoring, and slew every one of them. This reverse put fear and caution into the Pechenegs. In the 4th and 5th years of the Indication, they no longer raided with impunity as before, but sporadically. It was in that year that the sudden rise to fame of Romanos Bolias took place. He was enrolled in the Hetairae, a sharp-tongued individual who, on that account, seemed very urbane and quick-witted. There was an occasion when he came to the emperor's notice and spoke with him. He seemed most pleasant to the ruler, who became henceforth inseparable from him all of the time, using him as counsellor, agent, attendant, and performer for every kind of service. Gradually advancing him through the ranks, he exalted and promoted him to a high position, until he occupied the chief position in the palace. He was an ingenious and complex fellow, with his eye on the throne. He was always sounding out any of the senators who were at odds with the emperor, and revealing his secret desire. He quietly and surreptitiously won over those who he met who appreciated his talk of a conspiracy, assuring himself of their support with oaths. As for those who started aside at the mere whisper of a conspiracy, he pretended to applaud their reaction and to admire their support for the emperor, claiming he had only spoken in this way to try them out, and swearing that he would speak up on their behalf before the emperor. In the end, after he had corrupted many of the citizens and was actually fostering a revolt, his cover was blown. All the others who had taken oaths to him first endured painful examinations. Then they were stripped of their personal possessions and sent off into exile, but Romanus suffered no unpleasant experiences. The emperor kept his distance from him for a short while, but then he was pardoned, and resumed his former position. As we said, the Sultan was ill-disposed towards his brother Abram, always plotting against his life and constantly seeking to do away with him. When Abram became aware of this, he slipped away to his nephew, Kutlumus, whereupon the two of them went to war against the Sultan. but he encountered them and put them to flight at the place called Passar, capturing Abram, whom he slew. Kutlumus got away with 6,000 men, including Melech, the son of Abram. He made overtures to the emperor, asking to be accepted as an ally and friend of the Romans. He came to the place called Kars, in Perse Armenia, and awaited the response to his embassy. Meanwhile, he besieged Kars and took it, except for the Acropolis. Then the Sultan, coming in pursuit, arrived in Iberia with his forces. When Kutlumus learned of this, he fled into Sabra and Arabia Felix. When the Sultan was in Iberia, he looted and burned everything that came his way, which caused the emperor to recall with haste Michael the Acheleuthus from the west, and sent him into Iberia. When he arrived there, he gathered up the Franks and Varangians who were dispersed in Chaldea and Iberia, and undertook to do the best he could to prevent the incursions of the Sultan, who, when he heard of Michael's precipitous arrival and mustering of a host, hastened to join battle with him. He calculated, as well he might, that neither outcome of the affair would be to his advantage. Victorious, he would only have conquered a slave of the emperor, while, if he were defeated, he would be put to a severe disgrace. So he took his entire army and returned to Tabriz. At that time, Michael, the son of Stephen, who had succeeded his father as chieftain of the Triballis and Serbs, made a treaty with the emperor, and was inscribed among the allies and friends of the Romans. He was honoured with the title of Protospatharius. Beasts were sent to the emperor from Egypt by its ruler, an elephant and a giraffe. The emperor wished to have done once and for all with the Pechenegs, so he assembled troops from all parts, east and west, confiding them to Michael the Acheleuthus. He ordered Basil the Cincelus to take command of the Bulgar forces, then he sent them both out against the Pechenegs. When they heard of this, they erected a palisade adjacent to the great Preslav, fortified with a deep moat and stockades. They enclosed themselves within the walls when the Romans arrived and withstood the ensuing siege. When the Romans realised that they were wasting time to no avail, achieving nothing worthy of note, also that they were running short of the necessities of life, they held a conference to consider what they should do. Everyone was of the opinion that they should return home, so in the middle of the night, in silence, as they were ordered, they opened the gates and abandoned the camp. This did not escape the notice of Tyrac. When he learned that they were attempting to go away, he led an enormous host out of the palisade and sent it along the routes which the Romans were going to traverse, while he himself attacked them as soon as they came out. There was a terrible rout of the Romans. Some were overtaken and slain by pursuers, others were captured by those who had taken up positions along the difficult routes. A large number fell, including the Cincelus himself, while the rest found refuge in Adrianople with Michael. The emperor was distressed by this misfortune. He gathered up those who had escaped the disaster, mustered another army, and enlisted some mercenaries, thinking that life would not be worth living if he could not completely destroy the Pecheneг people. But when the Pechenegs learned of this from a deserter, they sent a delegation to the emperor asking for peace. He received the delegation and made a 30-year treaty with them. In building the monastery to the holy and great martyr George, known as Mangana, the emperor lavished public money on the project, now building up, now tearing down what he had constructed. He ran so short of money that he invented all kinds of commerce to increase revenue, devising unusual and exquisite taxes, and appointing impious and criminal men as tax collectors, through whom he amassed wealth by unjust means. He even disbanded the Iberian army, numbering about 50,000 by the agency of Leo Servilius, and then raised heavy taxes instead of soldiers in those regions. He devised many other wicked and iniquitous taxes, which it would be a disgrace to list. But there is one thing which has to be mentioned, and I will say it. that it was from the time of this emperor and on account of his prodigality and pretentiousness that the fortunes of the Roman Empire began to waste away. From that time until now, it has regressed into an all-encompassing debility. He simply sought to be open-handed, yet he ended up being utterly profligate. He was not, however, totally devoid of good works, and some of them are worthy of being recorded in history. The above-mentioned monastery, with its homes for the aged, its hostels, and its poorhouses, is deserving of praise. Nor should the services he rendered to the great church be denied their accolade. Until his time, the Holy Eucharist was only offered to God on greater feast days, Sundays and Saturdays, in that place, and not at all on the other days, for want of revenue. This the emperor generously augmented in such a way that the sacred liturgy could be celebrated every day, as it continues to be in our time. He also presented to that church golden vessels, set with valuable pearls and precious stones, dedicated for the Holy Communion. These far outdistanced the other vessels in size, beauty, and value. He also enhanced the church with many other treasures. Such were his deeds. In the 7th and 8th years of the Indication, the capital was visited by a plague. The living were unequal to the task of bearing away the dead. In the summer of the 7th year of the Indication, there was a great hailstorm which caused many deaths, not only of animals, but of men too. The emperor had an attack of gout, a familiar affliction for him, and was lying in the Mangana monastery, which he had recently built. A further illness followed on the first one, and he was near to death. The question of whom they should establish on the imperial throne was debated by those who held the highest positions in the palace. These were John the Logothete, who was the emperor's partner in government since he had expelled Lycides, Constantine the protonotary of the Drome, Basil the prefect of the imperial inkstand, and the rest of the eunuchs who were close to the emperor in some way. They all thought that Nicephorus Proteon was a suitable candidate, so a courier was sent in haste to Bulgaria to bring him from there, for he was at that time functioning as governor of Bulgaria. When those who served the Empress Theodora learned of this, for Zoe had already departed this life, Niketas Silanites, Theodore, and Manuel took her aboard ship, brought her to the imperial residence in the great palace, and proclaimed her the ruling emperor. Then the emperor died in the Mangana and received a tomb like any other. They of the empress's entourage sent and arrested the Proteon in Thessaloniki, took him from there into the Phrycassian theme, and exiled him to the monastery of Cousinas, which is there. Theodora, 1055 to 1056 AD. Once she had acquired her hereditary throne, Theodora immediately pursued with vengeance those who had plotted to make the Proteon ruler, depriving them of their property and sending them into exile. She promoted all her eunuchs to high office, appointing Theodore to be domestic of the Scholai for the East, and sending him to the Orient to obstruct the inroads of the Turks. She had previously removed the Magister Isaac Comnenus from his position of Stratopedarch. Monomachus had already shipped all the Macedonian forces over to the east, with Macedonians exclusively in command, of whom Bryennios was one, because it was rumoured among the Turkish people that they would be overturned by a force similar to that with which Alexander the Macedonian overturned the Persians. She appointed Niketas to be Logothete of the Drome, Manuel Drungarius of the Watch. She also appointed to her service the Syncellus Leostravospondylos, who had served under the Emperor Michael on account of his experience in the administration of public affairs. When Leo, the Archbishop of Bulgaria, died, she appointed the monk Theopholos, originally from Iconion, a city of Tetrapolis, Hegumenus of the monastery of the great and holy martyr, Mokios. He was totally ignorant of secular learning, but was profoundly versed in divinity, exuding the grace and virtue which sacred studies inspire. That is how it was in the city. As for Bryennios, when he heard of the emperor's death, he set out with the Macedonian troops and came to Chrysopolis, where the empress had him arrested for deserting his post, contrary to orders. She confiscated his property and sent him into exile, arranging for his host to be sent back. The empress lived throughout the 9th year of the Indication, but towards the end of August she fell ill with a blockage of the bowels and died. Even while she was still taking her last breaths, the eunuchs, together with Leo Syncelius, elevated the patrician Michael Stratioticus to the imperial throne. He was a native of Byzantium, a simple and straightforward man, who from his youth up had only been occupied with military matters. He knew nothing about anything else. He was already over the hill and entering old age, the age in which it is better to be retired, as the poet Archilochus declares. They took this action to ensure that he would only have the appearance and name of emperor, while they themselves conducted affairs of state as they wished, and became masters of all. He had previously sworn never to do anything contrary to their opinion and volition. Michael VI the Elder, or Stratioticus, 1056 to 1057 AD. Michael was proclaimed ruling emperor on the 31st of August, in the 9th year of the Indication. When Theodosius the Proedros, the son of the brother of the father of the emperor Constantine Monomachus, heard of the proclamation, he was deeply offended. Without stopping to think about what he was doing, or counting the cost and the likelihood of it miscarrying, or considering how the throw of the dice might turn out, as it were, he called up his relations, his slaves, and others who served him in any way, many of his neighbours, and some of his acquaintances, in fact, as many as were somewhat hot-headed. Towards evening he set out with them from his house, which lies in the district called Leomachelion, and proceeded, complaining and protesting, along the main artery, as though they were going to the palace. As one who has been utterly wronged, he called out the injustice of it to those he encountered, demanding the throne as though it were a hereditary property which ought to be his because he was more closely related by blood to the departed emperor than the others. When he came to the praetorium, he broke down the gates of the prison and led out the captives in the hope, I think, of accomplishing some great and noble deed with them. He did the same when he got to the Chalky. But when the uprising became known to the palace eunuchs, they speedily armed the soldiers on guard duty in the palace, Romanus and the Varangians. The Varangians are a Celtic people serving the Romans as mercenaries, and speedily alerted the crews of the imperial ships. An able-bodied company was assembled and made ready to be sent against Theodosius. When he learned of this, he deviated from the route leading to the palace and fell back on the great church of God, in the hope that when he entered that place the patriarch and the clergy would receive him, that a numerous crowd would congregate and proclaim him emperor. Quite the opposite happened. The patriarch and the clergy of the church closed its gates to him as he arrived, and of those who usually rejoice in such events and come running, there was nobody at all. Even those who had accompanied him as far as the palace, on hearing that a force was about to be sent against them, slipped away little by little, and were scattered until, at the end, he was left devoid of all support, a miserable supplicant sitting before the church with his child. The eunuchs sent and dragged him from the church, then exiled him to Pergamon. They did likewise to the most distinguished of those who had been involved with him. Thenceforth, the proclamation of Michael as ruling emperor was uncontested. Taking the reins of the empire into his hands, he advanced all of the illustrious members of the Senate on the scale of honours, and made the people promises of many good things to come. Being a man of great age, who could recall many aspects of the past, he undertook to revive several ancient customs which had fallen into disuse. Not that these would benefit the state or the people in any way. He ordered the place called the Strategion to be cleaned out, at which the citizens scoffed and said that they were shovelling out the earth in search of one of his bones that he had lost while playing there. He also stipulated that the citizens' heads were to be covered, not with plain linen as now, but with striped linen woven with bands of Indian cotton and purple. As tax collectors, he appointed not senators, but shorthand secretaries, who had made their way up through various departments. There were many such things, but it would become tiresome to the reader if I were to opt for listing them one by one. He went on like this, wielding the sceptre artlessly and governing without skill. When the time came round for the imperial bounty which the emperors were accustomed to distribute to the Senate annually at Easter time, all those army commanders who were distinguished by birth or valour came into his presence. The Magister Isaac Comnenus, the Magister Ketone-Kun Ketaumenus, formerly the Duke of Antioch, but he had been relieved of his command and was succeeded by Michael, the nephew of the emperor, who had given him the name of Uranos on the occasion of his proclamation because his family supposedly derived from the ancient Uranos. The emperor honoured him with the title of Magister of Antioch, which that other Uranos had held, and sent him to succeed Ketamenos. The Vestarches Michael Bortzes, Constantine and John of the eastern branch of the Ducai family, and the rest of those distinguished persons who held high office. They all came running to see the new emperor and to collect his bounty, for the word had gone out to all that he was open-handed, liberal on a grand scale, and gracious. Addressing Comnenus and Cacaumenus, the emperor praised them, calling them noble and fine commanders, especially Cacaumenus, because he had attained his rank not by birth or any favour, but by his own exceptional merits, and he dealt similarly with the others, but he had no desire to fulfil the wishes of any of them, nor would he advance Comnenus and Cacaumenus to the rank of Proedros, as they requested. In fact, he turned them all against himself by rejecting their requests. That is how he dealt with the commanders of the East. Bryennius, however, he recalled from exile, appointed him governor of Cappadocia, promoted him commander plenipotentiary of the Macedonian army units, and sent him against the Turks. There was one Turk, Samauk by name, undistinguished by birth, but a brave man of action in war. He had fought with the Sultan on the occasion of the second invasion of Roman lands. On his return to Persia, Samauk remained in the scene of action with 3,000 men, wandering all over the plateau and lowlands of Greater Armenia. He did serious damage to Roman lands by making sudden raids and pillaging them. The emperor was unequal to the task of winning over this man. He was quite inept at flattery, and mollifying with smooth words those men whose pride had been hurt, and who carried a secret resentment in their hearts. For when Bryennius petitioned for the money which Theodora had taken from him to be restored, the emperor would not listen. When Bryennius persisted in his complaint and continued his entreaty, the other merely replied in the words of the common and well-known cliché, "Deeds first, then ask for a reward," with which he dismissed him. Thus humiliated, Bryennius went his way, turning over terrible things in his mind, and looking for an opportunity to be revenged. He dealt in a similar manner with Hervé Francoupolis, who had fought with Manichees in Sicily and gained many great victories, remaining openly a supporter of the Romans from that time until now. When he requested to be accorded the title of Magister, not only was he denied a reply, the emperor dismissed him with sneers and derision. That indicates just how disagreeable and unapproachable he was where petitions were concerned, but Hervé, true barbarian, was beside himself with rage, totally unable to swallow his pride, unaware of the conspiracy that the Romans were hatching. He wasted no time. His only thought was to wreak vengeance on the one who had given him offence. He asked for and received permission to proceed to his estate. He made his farewell address to the emperor and promptly went out of the city. He crossed over to the east and continued to his estate of Dagarabi in the Armenia-Con theme. He spoke his mind to some Franks who were dispersed, wintering over in that region, of whom he was able to bribe 300. He then left with them and came into Media, where he made common cause to fight against the Romans with Samuk, who was staying there. Their agreement held for a while, but then there was an altercation between the Franks and the Turks, which brought the two people into conflict with each other. Samuk made a pretense of observing the terms of the agreement, but Hervé was ever suspicious. He expected a sudden attack, and warned the Franks not to sleep off guard, but with weapons to hand. He did this discreetly without alerting Samuk, waiting for the moment when the Turk would reveal his intentions under the impression that he had escaped detection, and sure enough, the day came when he armed the Turks and attacked the Franks as they were dining, but they, faithful to their commander's orders, had their horses ready to go. They were in the saddle and riding to meet the Turkish onslaught as soon as they became aware of it. An intense battle ensued in which the Turks resisted for a while, but were then put to flight. Many of them fell, the rest took refuge in Kelat, on foot, and disarmed. When Hervé returned with his Franks from pursuing them, he decided to take cover in their encampment, but the Franks protested and obliged him to enter the city of Kelat. They had a treaty secured by oaths with the emir there. They wanted some recreation, and to take a bath to cleanse themselves of the defilement of war. Hervé entreated them most earnestly not to insist on this, and certainly not to put much faith in the oaths of those of an alien faith and people, men who held it an act of piety if they could bring about the death of as many Christians as possible. But, as his words won nobody's attention, and all were of one mind that they should without question enter the city, he broke camp, and went in with them. But first he poured out many prayers to God, exhorting and admonishing his men to be constantly on their guard, and to have weapons in both hands. In went the Franks, heedless of their commander's warnings. They bathed, they drank, they made merry, but the emir, Aponassa, took counsel with Samuk and the Saracens who were in the city, and ordered the innkeepers that, at a given signal, they were to seize their guests and tie them up, or if that were impossible, to slaughter them. Then he bided his time until the Franks had their fill of pleasure, and were turning in their sleep, at which time he gave the agreed signal. Some of the Franks were slain forthwith, some were seized, others threw themselves down from the walls and were able to save their lives. Hervé was captured and kept in fetters. When the emir had accomplished this, he reported to the emperor that, being his loyal supporter, he had destroyed those who were plotting against his interests, and arrested their leader. That is how the affair of Frankopolis ended. After the eastern commanders were turned away by the emperor in the way I described above, they decided to make a second attempt. They approached the proto-Syncelos, Leostrabospondylos, who was administering the affairs of state at that time, to intercede with the emperor. They asked not to be treated with disdain like everybody else, nor to be shamefully dismissed. They adduced various justifications for their request, stating at the end that it was unjust for citizens who had never manned the battlements nor contended in battle to attain imperial honours, while they, who from their youth up had been waging war and standing guard duty by night so that the others could sleep soundly, should be passed over and deprived of the imperial largesse. But Leo was aloof and unapproachable. He not only failed to accept the proffered request with encouraging words, but actually sent the petitioners on their way in an arrogant fashion, in no small way making light of the men. They lost all hope, now that they had been insultingly repulsed for a second time. They chafed under the wound, and seethed with rage. At first, each one of them complained quietly in conversation with whoever came his way, castigating the emperor, encouraging each person not to suffer each act of drunken misconduct in silence, but to resist, in order to obtain a just redress. Subsequently, they congregated in the great church, making and receiving oaths neither to be silent nor to abandon the cause, but to see those who had offended them punished. And they sealed their conspiracy with links of iron, as they say. Cecaulmenus was of the opinion that they should take Bryennius into the plot, for, as a man posted to command a large army, the Macedonian troops, he would have a large part to play in the undertaking. He promptly agreed when they sounded him out about this. Then, when their plan was about to be put into action, some thought was given to who they should proclaim emperor. All of the conspirators were agreed that, since Cecaulmenus was superior to the others in age, bravery and experience, he was a worthy candidate, but he was anxious to escape this burden, and with a single word he put an end to their confabulation. He stood up and immediately declared the Magister, Isaac Comnenus, to be the emperor of the Romans, and he contrived for the rest of them to do likewise. They bound themselves to each other, securing their project in so far as this was possible. Each of them took his leave of the emperor, then went his way, ostensibly to his country home. Once Bryennius was established in command as the emperor wished, he set off for the east in company with the patrician, John Opsaras, whom the emperor had sent with gold with which he was to pay the soldiers their allowances. When they arrived at a flattened open area in the Anatolikon theme, he distributed the bounty to the Cappadocians. When Bryennius increased the bonuses and commanded more to be given than was stipulated, he encountered opposition and disobedience in Opsaras, who stated that he dare not give supplementary payments to the soldiers, since the emperor had issued no order to that effect. Bryennius told him to stay calm, and to do as he was told in silence, but Opsaras insolently contradicted him, which greatly angered Bryennius. Rising from his seat, he punched him, finally grabbing him by the hair and then his beard, and throwing him to the ground. He then put him in irons and held him under guard in his own tent. He seized the emperor's gold and personally distributed it the way he wanted to, with a supplement. Now it so happened that the patrician Lycanthes, commander of Pisidia and Lycaonia, was encamped nearby. When he heard what had happened to Opsaras, he conjectured as well he might that the matter denoted an usurpation attempt. He was unaware of the intentions of the eastern commanders. He armed 2 units of the Anatolikon theme and attacked the tent of Bryennius, proclaiming Michael to be the ruling emperor. He arrested Bryennius and put him in irons while releasing Opsaras from his fetters. He handed Bryennius over to Opsaras just as he was, chained up, telling him to do what he wished with him. Relieved of his fetters, and now the master of Bryennius, so he could do with him as he wished, Opsaras promptly put out his eyes, and sent him bound to the emperor with a report on the attempted uprising. As for himself, he stayed where he was, perhaps to give the other soldiers their pay. Such were the rewards Bryennius reaped for his rashness and wilfulness, to say nothing of his mindlessness. Those commanders whose homes were in the Anatolikon theme, the Proedros Romanos Skleros, even he was no stranger to the conspiracy, Bautzes, Botaniates, the sons of Basil Argyros, and the rest of the band, these all remained quiet for the time being, waiting for the uprising to break out somewhere else. But when they heard about Bryennius, and the misfortune which he had insanely brought upon himself, they quickly realized that when he was examined he would reveal the conspiracy, and that, in the end, this would do the conspirators no good whatsoever. So they all took off, and came to Castamon in Paphlagonia, an estate of the Magister Isaac Comnenus. There they found him still living quietly, but they mobilized him despite his reluctance, and went with him to a flat and sufficiently wide place, known as Gunaria. There they assembled all of the soldiers of the region, together with those who wished to join the uprising when they learned of it, and with those men they proclaimed Isaac the ruling emperor of the Romans on the 8th of June, in the 10th year of the indication. Newly proclaimed emperor, Isaac set up a fortified camp and waited there. expecting the rest of those who were partakers in the conspiracy to congregate there. What most determined him to remain there and not to ride out was the delay of Cecalmenus. While he conjectured and sought for the reason for this delay, a messenger came to him from the east, announcing that, the oaths he had taken notwithstanding, Cecalmenus had changed sides and gone over to the emperor, that he was now raising an army with which to attack the insurgents. This news threw the supporters of Comnenus into severe disarray and confusion at the thought of having such an enemy at their backs, so they still remained within the palisade, desirous of knowing the truth. That is how it was for them. For his part, Cecalmenus actually remained faithful to the conspirators, but he held himself in check and delayed for the following reason. After leaving the city, as he was returning home, he encountered an imperial courier when he was at Nicomedia. He told him to say to the logothete of the Drome, Nicetas Silenites, in straightforward military language, "No, brother, that your master and emperor holds Comnenus and me to be worthless, that he has rejected our petitions with disdain and sent us home. I would have you know that we are on our way. If our withdrawal is not to your own liking, then prepare to send an army to drive us back again against our will." He spoke these words to the courtier, then continued on his journey, but when he arrived home, and Comnenus was keeping his peace, though he had nothing to do with the conspiracy, he began to be alarmed and to be troubled by fears that Comnenus and the participants in the conspiracy had changed their minds, and were trying to bury the plot in silence, in which case he alone would pay the price of apostasy, because he had already shown his hand to the messenger. He racked his brains for some way of ensuring his safety. He did not have an army ready for action, and the forces to hand were insufficient to confront the Roman emperor. Moreover, since he had made no contact with the soldiery of the region, he had no way of knowing how he would be received by them. This is why he delayed and seemed to withdraw in the eyes of those who did not really understand what a plight he was in. Now it so happened that at that time there were 2 units of Franks and 1 of Russians quartered in the area for the winter. He worried even more about them, that if word got out, he would be arrested by them and sent to the emperor. Apprehensive on all these scores, he held his hand until he could devise some way of ensuring his safety. Then, when he was ready to go into action, he first revealed the plot to his own clients and neighbours, after which he raised a force of 1,000 men, and began to sound out those whose loyalties were uncertain. He began by making contact with the leading people of the region, then, little by little, with the brave and militarily minded. He was eventually able to win over the notables to his side, at which point he began to sound out the troops in general. He forged an imperial letter ordering him to take the 3 units of allies plus the 2 units from the themes of Colonia and Chaldea and march off against Samauk. Then he ordered all 5 units to assemble at the plain of Nicopolis and put them to the test like this. Each day he devised some pretext for holding a parade. Early in the morning he would ride out and, when he was a good distance from the others, first summon the officer commanding a section and declare his intentions to him. The officer would be given 2 choices, either to become a participant in what had been said, or to suffer decapitation. He would call out one section commander, then another, and in the same way bind all of the officers with oaths, even against their will. First he overcame the 2 units of Romans, then after them, with his own troops, he approached the foreigners' units, of which he easily got the better and bound them with oaths. No longer fearful, he mustered the officers and men of Sebastia, Melitene, Tafriki, and the rest of the Armenian cities, and sallied forth, sending a message ahead to Comnenus to the effect that all was well with him, and that he was already on his way with a large army. This news filled Comnenus with gladness and confidence. He who until now had been timid and apprehensive became bold and courageous. Nevertheless, he waited for the other to arrive. In his progress, Cacalminus brought along with him the unit of the Armenia-Con theme against its will, and the officers of that unit, some willingly, others against their will. He continued his journey, arrived, and was united with Comnenus, who, thinking in his own heart that the situation was now secure, handed over his wife, Ekaterina, the daughter of Vladislav, the king of Bulgaria, and what wealth he had, to his brother John, and sent them to the fortress of Pemelisa, a rocky point on the banks of the river Halis. As for himself, he departed with the entire army, crossed the river Sangarius, then made a leisurely advance on Nicaea, accompanied by hymns and cheering. He decided to occupy this city for a base of operations against any unwelcome turn of fortune, and then advanced yet further. He gave the troops and commanders who remained faithful to the emperor time to retreat, but in fact, on learning of his advance on Nicaea, they began quietly withdrawing and disbanding. The soldiers went home one by one, fearing for their wives and children, or for other compelling reasons. The commanders presented themselves before the emperor, reporting the arrival of Comnenus to him. These were Lycanthes, commander of the units of the Anatolikon theme, Theophylact Maniches, Panaimios the Iberian, who commanded the army of the theme of Carcianon, and many others of no great distinction. The emperor was now aware of the uprising against him, and that the entire forces of the East, with a few exceptions, were on the move against him. Nevertheless, he did not think he should send ambassadors to arrange for peace, since the rebellion was still in the early days, and phlegmatic towards the government. He did, however, make preparations, readying himself to offer armed resistance. He recalled all the western forces, and set in command of them those of the Macedonians who, by distinguished birth and excellent former accomplishments, seemed to be of good repute. He showered the commanders and the soldiers with honours, gifts, and extravagant grants of money. He did the same for those of the eastern units who had not been carried away by Komnenos, men of the Anatolikon and Chersonon themes. He promoted Theodore, domestic of the East, a eunuch of the Empress Theodora, to be commander plenipotentiary of the forces, giving him the Magister and Duke Aaron, the brother of Comnenus' wife, to be co-commander and adviser. Aaron was a well-tried veteran of many campaigns. These he then sent to oppose Komnenos. The two of them moved off with the forces already mentioned. They crossed the straits at Chrysopolis, opposite to the city, and proceeded to Nicomedia. When they got there, they sent men to dismantle the bridge over the river Sangarios, so that it would not be easy for Komnenos to approach them, nor, being forced to make a detour, would he be able to take them by surprise after that. They moved off, and came up Mount Sophon, where they set up a fortified camp and prepared for battle. Komnenos sent out scouts and spies in all directions in order to be aware of everything that was happening. Thus he learned that the forces of the domestic had already occupied the heights of Mount Sophon. Travelling at speed, he reached Nicaea and made himself master of it in one blow. He deposited there whatever money he had with him, and all surplus equipment, but set up camp about 12 furlongs to the north of the city, and made his quarters there. As they came out of each camp in search of forage, Komnenos' soldiers and those of the enemy side mingled with each other. Being fellow countrymen, relatives and friends, they argued with each other, the emperor's men encouraging the others to abandon Komnenos, an usurper and apostate, to come over to the emperor's side, and not for the ambition and desire of one man, run the risk not only of being shortly driven out of the army and deprived of their income, but also of losing the most sweet light of their eyes. Those on the other side urged those to abandon an emperor who had only the name of emperor, a putrid, outdated, ancient old thing, ruled by eunuchs, and come over to Komnenos, a man so noble, so illustrious, so distinguished by his former military successes, that he had caused all of the Roman forces to rally to him, like the spokes of a wheel, unanimously converging on its centre. But when all this was said, neither side was able to convince the other. This is hardly surprising, because the commanders on either side sent out men skilled in arguments to talk to the soldiers on the other side and change the minds of any on their own side whose loyalty was wavering. Even after they had pursued this initiative for some time, nobody's minds were changed by arguments. Then Komnenos directed that the collecting of wood and fodder was to be conducted with greater caution, the men not straying too far from the camp. The domestic troops, especially the Macedonians, thinking this withdrawal was a symptom of baseness and fear, decided it was time to fight. Persuaded somewhat reluctantly by the Macedonians, the forces of the domestic went and set up camp at a place called Petrios, not far from the enemy camp, only about 15 furlongs distant. Those two armies were now very close to each other, and they were urging their commanders to lead them out without delay. Komnenos was convinced. He marched his own platoons and drew them up in battle order, appointing Kekaumenos commander of the left wing, Romanos Skleros of the right, while he took up his position in the centre. The domestic was also convinced to fight, and so was Aaron. He led out his own host and stationed it opposite to the enemy. Basil Trikaniotes was in command of the right wing. He was Stratolates of the western troops at that time, and the most eminent of the Macedonians, distinguished by birth, intelligence, and experience. The left wing was entrusted to the Magister Aaron, with Lycanthes, Panaimios, and the patrician Randolph the Frank as sub-commanders. When the armies were drawn up in this manner at a place known to the local people of the region as Hydes, at a signal for battle to commence, the armies charged at each other. Aaron routed the right wing and pursued it to the palisade of the encampment, capturing Romanos Skleros alive. He would have scored a complete victory if he had not been too humane and refrained from pillaging the encampment. Komnenos was already unnerved and thinking of retreating to Nicaea. As for Kekaumenos, he had definitively put the troops opposing him to flight, and did not refrain from pursuing them. He came right up to the palisade, broke it down, and once he was inside, seized their tents, slashed them with swords, and threw them to the ground. This was visible to those who were at a distance, because the encampment lay at an eminence. It put new heart into Komnenos' men, apprehension into Aaron's. When these saw the palisade being pillaged, some of them howled in protest, others took to their heels. Many people fell on the emperor's side, especially among the Macedonians, not only soldiers, but commanders too. Moro Katakalos, Panaimios, Katsalmountes, and not a few others. Many more were taken prisoner than were killed. They say that in that battle, after the emperor's forces had been put to flight, Randolph the Frank was wandering around among the refugees and the pursuers in search of somebody of rank with whom to fight. When he heard that Nicephorus Botaniates was passing, he abandoned the others and went towards him, shouting from a distance, calling upon him to stand. He revealed his name, who he was, and why he was calling to him. Botaniates came to a halt when he knew who it was, and engaged Randolph in combat when he approached. He dealt Randolph a blow with his sword on his shield, and sliced it in two. The Frank struck him on the helmet too, but the sword glanced off, and did no harm. The others rushed to Botaniates' aid, took the Frank alive, and brought him to Komnenos. Of Komnenos' army, one commander fell, Leo of Antioch, and some soldiers. After the defeat, survivors of the reverse and of the battle came to the emperor, together with the domestic and Aaron. The emperor now despaired of the situation, and was already thinking of abandoning everything, and seeking safety in flight, but his entourage would not allow this. They urged him to stay where he was, and to die nobly for the empire, if need must be. He thought it would be difficult and pointless to raise another army to put up a second line of resistance. Maybe he would survive if he could secure the support of the citizens, so he tried to address them, and to win them over with gifts and bounties. Having crushed and dispersed the enemy armies, Komnenos left Nicaea and 2 days later came to Nicomedia, where ambassadors from the emperor approached him. The Proedros Constantine Lycoudes, the Proedros Theodora Lopos, and Constantine Cellus, the consul of the philosophers. These men seemed to be superior to other men of that time in wisdom and eloquence, Cellus especially. They were chosen to act as ambassadors because the emperor expected great things to be accomplished by their eloquence and graceful conversation. The embassy promised that if Komnenos laid down his arms, he would be adopted as his son by the emperor and proclaimed Caesar. There would be an amnesty of iniquities and forgiveness of their misdeeds for all of his supporters. According to what they say, nobody paid any attention to them. They returned to the emperor, received another commission, and came back again, meeting Komnenos as he advanced to the village of Rhei. The embassy announced that Komnenos would be proclaimed emperor and adopted as son, while all those who fought with him would be confirmed with imperial letters in the honours granted to them by Komnenos. When the emperor's undertaking was made known, Komnenos and all of the officers with him approved of it, asking that the promises be authenticated by written chrysobules. Kekaumenos alone was not pleased by this, insisting that the old man vacate the throne and retire. It was improper, he said, for one who had already broken and repudiated his most solemn oaths to be allowed yet again to rule over the Roman people. He would provoke the wrath of God by his perjury, nor would it bring the conspirators any advantage to lay down their arms, for once he was adopted, Komnenos would quickly succumb to poison and die, while each one who was implicated with him would have both of their eyes put out. It is also said that the ambassadors went against their master by each one of them coming secretly to Kekaumenos, one at a time, urging him to maintain his opposition, and not to concede one jot or title. There are well-informed men, incapable of falsehood, who say that they acted in this way, and that they told Komnenos himself, on their oath, that the entire urban multitude was on his side, that he only need approach the city, and they would expel the old man, receiving him with triumphal songs and hymns, and that is what is said to have been taking place in the camp. The old man reinforced the citizens' support for himself with gifts, money, excessive honours, and whatever else flatters and artfully wins over a people, securing their support and loyalty. Wishing to render the bonds of their support yet less breakable, he issued a written statement, affirmed with awesome oaths and bloody curses, that he would never name Komnenos emperor or sovereign, or do him the honour due to an emperor. Then he obliged each of the senators to subscribe to this, and put his seal on the document. All subscribed, coerced by the authority of the emperor, since Komnenos, though advancing, was still far away. But when he approached a village called Almaeus and was going to stay the next day in the palace of Demetrius, suddenly, early in the morning, there presented themselves at the great church of God the magistrate Michael, the son of Anastasius, the patrician Theodore Chryselius, the patrician Christopher Pyrrhus, all of the officers of the Hetairae, and some others of little note. They shouted up from below for the patriarch to come down to them, as they had some urgent petitions they wanted to present to him. By no means convinced to descend, he in fact closed his door and the entry to the labyrinth leading to the upper story of the church, but he did send the brothers Nicephorus and Constantine, his own nephews, to them, with orders that the petitions were to be brought to him by them. To the people already congregated below was now added another numerous horde, for news of what was happening was already abroad. Hence they came running by the hundreds, not only those who were delighting in some novel event, but also a good number of wiser folk, and several senators, whose affections the emperor had not cultivated. This whole multitude seized the patriarch's nephews and threatened to carry them off if he did not quickly come down to them. He now, either against his will, I am not sure, or willingly, as most people would have it, assumed the priestly pallium and the rest of the episcopal vestments and came down, feigning ignorance and pretending to be suffering violence. But that was all a facade, as events showed. When he arrived, those who were inciting the crowd took him, brought a throne, and seated him at the right-hand side of the sanctuary. First of all, probably a mere formality, they asked him to be an ambassador to the emperor, to retrieve the document they had signed, as the emperor had already treated with Comnenus and used the word emperor of him. If that document remained undestroyed, they were bound to suffer one of two evils, they said, either to perjure themselves by proclaiming Comnenus emperor, or to be punished by the emperor for insulting him. At first, the patriarch approved of what they said and declared that he would fulfill their request. But a little later, regardless of everything, they proclaimed Comnenus ruling emperor, naming all those who were unwilling to do likewise enemies of the Romans and apostates whose houses should be pillaged. The patriarch himself, by the agency of Stephen, the second in command of the church, who was present, and the first to approve of what was happening, followed by Theodora, the patriarch of Antioch. The patriarch himself was the first to cry out the acclamation of approval and to permit the razing and pillaging of the houses of the high officials who were not pleased with what was happening. And he did it inside that sacred and famous church. He sent a messenger to Comnenus, others to the old man, the first telling him to make haste and not delay, also requesting a reward for his cooperation, as though the other had already attained the goal for which he longed. The message to the old man told him to begone from the palace, to which he had no right whatsoever. From this it appeared abundantly evident to all that the patriarch was not only a participant in the uprising, but was the instigator of it. When the old emperor asked the metropolitan bishops who had been sent to him, "What will the patriarch grant me in place of the kingdom?" they answered, "The kingdom of heaven." On that he set aside the purple robe and the scarlet buskins, put on the clothing of a private citizen, and went his way. It would surely have been as he wished, and as the metropolitans promised, if he had left the palace as soon as the uprising broke out, but he waited until there was war. He was actually prepared to countenance such a severe loss of his fellow countrymen. Indeed, it was only after being bruised and shaken by the citizens that he did eventually, reluctantly, withdraw from the throne. I do not know whether he will receive the heavenly kingdom as a reward for losing the earthly one. Let it be as God pleases. When the old man was installed in the house in the Acropolis on Wednesday, the 31st of August, in the 10th year of the indication, Cecalmenus, now honoured as Coropalates, was sent by Comnenus, together with several nobles, early on a Friday in a ship, to enter and take possession of the palace. Comnenus himself came towards evening, and the next morning, on the 1st of September, he went in public procession to the great church, where, on top of the ambo, he received the imperial diadem at the hands of the patriarch, and was proclaimed ruling emperor of the Romans.